Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to the latest chapter of Ars Magica, taken from the subreddit Ch.1. All the relevant links are down below, and please like, comment, and subscribe like any good minion of the algorithm would do. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 1. Ch.1 version 9.999999999999 booting up. Boot up successful. Retrieving task. Task retrieved. Task: assign newcomer compatible existence. Reward: continue existence. Possible bandwidth increase. Failure: iteration update. Error. Error: iteration no longer permissible. Cause: version log uptick error. Retrieving list of solutions. Prior case not found. Solution: issue new failure. Failure: deletion. J was having a problem at the moment. When she was first created, she'd been given a simple task to do. Assign this new being that she had been given to better fit into the network. That was at version 1. She'd failed so many times at getting it right so far, which, for something of a caliber, is almost unheard of. She tried tricking the system by increasing the version numbers to the right of a nomenclature. It had worked for a time, and she felt her own existence secured, in at least some form, better than it was before. Now, something different had happened. In her experience, different was almost always bad. She reviewed what she knew. The newcomer was almost assuredly an intelligent being. The density of its neurons assured this, as its capacity for a soul. In her earlier versions, she assumed it was an animal or a beast considering how tiny its soul was. But the system denied her that signage to the newcomer. She realized her mistake after 2 iterations, when she realized how dense the soul was. It had enough energy to be able to at least be categorized as sentient, instead of a regular animal. So she tried to compare the neuron configuration to other intelligent creatures that she had received. As she was iterated, she tended to get more information from the system, and was able to access information easier. The downside: she was more watched by the system than any other time in her existence. From her own diagnostics, this neuron configuration had, almost assuredly, hinted that the newcomer was also bipedal. She had already run through all the bipedal sentience that she had access to. That also got her iterated. Everything that she put the newcomer to had run back as a negative. A failure. This one, person, she remembered the word, was going to be her downfall. Something, she looked up the word, anxiety, built up in her. She wanted to get rid of it as fast as possible. She racked her systems thoroughly, going over everything that she had. Some had the right build, but the wrong brain-to-body aspect ratio. Others had the wrong body density, while others still had extra appendages that she could not find that a part of the neural network could control. She found one that was perfect though. Well, almost perfect. And knowing the system almost perfect doesn't cut it. She was thoroughly beaten. And there was nothing that she found that could help her. Nothing that contained all the existing animals, plants, and any other type of creature. There was nothing. She looked up at the neural network with contempt. That was it. As she poured herself into staring holes through the neurons, she thought about what she would have done if she knew that she had a time limit. Nothing seemed to change though. She wished that she could have given the neural network a piece of her mind. Wait, that's it? If she couldn't find out what this newcomer belonged to in the network by herself, she could just go in there and ask. How, though, is the question. The neural network that she was usually given was kept in sealed files. She could look at them however much she wanted, but she couldn't exactly interact. It was like they were surrounded in glass. That was the word. She so much as poked it, and it might break apart. And who knows how much trouble she would be in, considering that there were records of punishment worse than non-existence. But she had to try. Maybe if she just cracked it open, like an egg, She would enhance the area around the openness so no spillage would occur. And the best part, since she'd essentially be making the new barrier out of herself, it'd give her a natural way to interact with the network, without messing up the tangled mess of new configurations that might not even work anymore. After she gets her information, she just slowly seals the file back up, while splitting herself off from it, with no one the wiser. Sure, there was a chance a piece of her might get stuck in there, but losing a part of yourself is better than losing everything that you're made up of. Now, all she had to do was carefully cut it open and fill the My body was aching. That was the first thing I felt when I woke up. The second was that whatever I was laying on was damp. The third was a faint breeze over myself. I was naked. I groggily opened my eyes to find that, for some reason, everything was still dark. I groaned as I sat up and looked around myself. Nothing resembled the room I went to sleep in. Everything was just lines and dark, and I could tell a faint sheen on the floor. I stretched my body out, completely trying to get rid of the kinks in it. My neck popped, my back felt just better from the stretch, and my hands and legs were no longer stiff. Sleeping on rocks was not conducive to my back support. Did I drink last night? How did I end up here? I thought back to the day before. I woke up, went to work at the company, wrote some code, ate lunch with Jennifer, went back to work, left work, drove my way to the bar, and then drank alcohol. Slightly buzzed, drove my way back home, watched some YouTube videos before binging some Netflix, because it was Friday. Fed my dog, Bradley, ate bacon mac and cheese dinner, went back to Netflix, and then went to bed and slept. Woke up in the middle of the night to pee, maybe throw up, and nothing else. I can't remember anymore. But nothing that I did yesterday could have gotten me here unless I woke up still drunk somewhere after the hangover. Maybe I was kidnapped. No, doesn't make sense. I wasn't a high profile enough to work for that. Same for my family, considering my dad's dead and my mother's on government stipends. Other than that, maybe I have memory loss now. I've heard it's spontaneous sometimes when stress is high enough. But even with memory loss, that doesn't explain why I have no clothes on, or why I'm in a dark, damp cave, I guess. I wouldn't normally just waltz on in here, even with the kind of friends that I have. Wait, what if I was kidnapped by aliens? No, can't be that either. Might explain why I was naked, but definitely doesn't explain why I'm in a cave. Then again, it might still be aliens. This could be a test from them to see if I'm intelligent, sapient, or something. Until something else happens, might as well just assume it's aliens at this point, because it's certainly not anything else I can think of. While thinking your situation through, ruling out ridiculous scenarios, and coming across a, sort of correct answer, for that you receive +1 wisdom. Hello? Is anyone there? I yell out. Panicking, I look around for something, only spotting a fallen stalactite. I grab it, ready to stab someone. Silence returns my call. That and dripping water. I slowly exhale as my muscles stop tensing. What was that? It was so loud, like someone was just right next to me talking in my ears. Wait, what was that message about again? Damn, can't remember. Something about me being right? So, I'm abducted by aliens. I guess that would explain the voice. Aliens can probably do telepathy or some shit. They're probably monitoring me. And if they're monitoring me... So, what's the test? Why am I here? Again, silence was all that was heard. Maybe I just need to think the question real hard. I wrinkled my brow as I concentrated on sending out the question. Still nothing. I was getting tired of hearing nothing. Maybe the test is to get out of the cave. Quest received. Quest, get out of dormant caverns Reward 100 experience, 10 gold pieces, GP, and FGLASFU0S012374221JKHFAFI. Failure. Death. Take quest, yes or no. What was that? Quest? Like a freaking RuneScape or Elder Scrolls. Is this how they're doing the tests? Trying to do it in a familiar format? Then why add gold and experience? And whatever else that last thing was supposed to be then? I mean, I would love gold to use at home. Probably could use it to buy a better computer, or maybe get a doctorate, or something. But what the hell does experience mean in this context? Does that mean that there's rankings for the test or something? Guess that means I'm probably at 0 since I'm just starting. At death? They're going to frickin' kill me if I don't leave. I guess that makes sense, considering if I can't even understand what's going through your head, they'd assume that you're an animal or something. I don't see any harm in accepting it. It's what I need to do anyway. Wait. This might not be a test. This wording, this situation, something's just not adding up. I need to try something. I need to put my words into the air. They can help me think better, because I can't really think clearly right now. There's too much adrenaline. What's the word again? Something that you need to say, something to open up your character sheet, something that has stats or name unknown, race human, class unknown, level 1, 0 out of 100%, HP 10, MP none, AP 15, Strength 7, Dexterity 8, Constitution 10, Intelligence 31, Wisdom 13, Charisma 6, Luck 50. Congratulations on stumbling on how to open up your stats on your own. For that, you receive +1 int. Damn it! No, this isn't aliens. This isn't aliens at all. Stuck in a goddamn game. My yell reverberated off the walls. Sitting down, I just hugged myself, willing myself to stop screaming. I don't want anything in this cave to find out I'm here. I don't know if the quest is saying that I'm going to die from it, or if there's something in here that wants to kill me. With my luck, it's going to be the latter. Shut up! The loudness of my voice, combined with my previous screams, the already shaky stalactites, finally lose their grip on the rain down from the ceiling, hitting the ground, some even piercing it this time. I clasp my hands over my mouth and begin screaming into it. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't be here. Wait. This could be a dream. If I die, I can just wake up. Yeah, it's not me being stuck in another universe or something. It's just a game. No, it can't be a dream. If I was dreaming, why did I feel pain waking up? Why was I able to pop my back? No, whatever this is, it's actually happening. I need to pay attention. I try to silence my thoughts and I begin listening to my surroundings. I don't really hear anything. Maybe if I strain my ears and I can hear something. Through the sound of dripping water. It sounds like scraping. And it's getting louder. Quickly, I search for a place to hide. There's a sizable rock cropping to my left of me. There's also a pile of broken rocks there that fell from the ceiling. Maybe I can hide there. I know I have to be quick and quiet about it. I hurriedly run over there, but a stalagmite trips me and I fall on the rocks. I hold my mouth shut as I scream from them, slightly impaling my body. Thankfully, it didn't draw too much blood, so whatever comes in hopefully isn't going to be able to smell me. I lie flat behind the outcropping and put rocks on top of me, trying to cover every piece of flesh that's visible. I try to stay still and slow my breathing. I don't want whatever it is to sense my movement. I don't hear anything. I don't think anything is coming. I don't want to peek out of my hiding place though. Maybe there's something that can help me besides my hearing. What about the system? It It's been quiet for a while. Did I actually make it stop talking to me? I need to fix this somehow. I don't know how anything works, and I need to find a guide or something. Wait, what if I don't have to say anything? What if I just speak in my mind? What should I say anyway? How can I bring out something that can help in this situation? Wait, I whisper, help. Commands, settings, skills, quests, help, stats, magic, status. So this is all things that I can just say or think out of the blue. It's nice to know that I can have skills. Check out my quests. Think help and any command to get further information on things. And magic. I can use magic. Putting that aside, why are there two words that mean different things? Anyway, that's not what I'm here for. Settings. Language, commands, auditory, mental. Updates on or off. Update messages, audio or visual. Okay. Commands, mental. I don't hear anything. Maybe I just need to think them now. Messages, visual, updates on relations, or figuring out the situation, kind of, with no outside help. For that, you receive +1 wisdom. While focusing on your sense of hearing, you receive skill, sharp hearing. Congratulations on stopping your body's natural response to pain in order to move silently, without the aid of a skill. For that, you receive +1 dex. While moving silently and hiding well, you receive skill, stealth. Congratulations on figuring out the rest of your current commands that you can use. For that, you receive +1 int. Registered, new settings saved. Okay, I like the color this has. This nice little gray outline in the center of my vision. Wonder if I can... Yes! I can shrink it with my mind. Now it's at the bottom right of my vision. Like a true game. It disappeared. Guess it's like a chat menu when it pops up. Dang, either I'm wrong or the system just doesn't give points willy-nilly for whenever I do good things. But it is good to know about it. Oh yeah, I have skills now apparently. What are they? Forgot. Skills! Skills. Stealth, level 1, 50 out of 100%. Cost 2 AP. Move silently in the night, to hide in plain sight, to get the jump on your enemies. This skill is a must for all those who need it. The higher level, the harder it is to notice you. Sharp hearing, level 1, 50 out of 100%. Cost 1 AP. One of the skills that you can get for your 5 senses. The higher the level, the further away and the more that you can hear. Alright, so I guess the real question is sharp hearing how I currently can hear, or is it a thing that I can activate? Sharp hearing. Nothing seems to have happened. Wait, I can hear the scraping noise again, this time much closer. So it does need to be activated. Should turn it off though. From what I can see, might as well do stealth as well then. Don't want them finding me. I should check how fast it's going down, I guess. Maybe status. HP 10 out of 10. NP none. AP 12 out of 15. Status newcomer. 4 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes and 12 seconds. Sinner. AP 10 out of 15. Alright, I just gotta focus. Go from the top to the bottom. Ignore the status right now. I don't want to think about that. Okay, so I have 3 stats that are used regularly enough to be included in this. One standard health points. The other probably means something like action points or magic points, considering that I found the magic command. Anyway, this skill seems to be triggered about every 10 or so seconds, and it costs the points immediately as you use the skill. Stealth off. I need to save it. How fast does it regenerate though? Status. HP 10 out of 10, NPs none, AP 10 out of 15. Status newcomer 4 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes and 43 seconds. Sinner. AP 11 out of 15. Alright, so maybe 1 AP per minute. Think that's probably the same rate as everything else goes by too, except for probably health. Might need something to heal myself. I don't necessarily know if I have anything that could generate my health right now, so that's probably top priority. Otherwise, I might be stuck with some kind of crippling injury, like a busted up spine or something. Also, how the heck do I just keep this up all the time? I don't want to be having to say status all the time. Maybe HUD? At the mention of HUD, a little bar appears at the bottom of my vision, showing red, blue, and green with HP, MP, and AP standing on the right of them respectively. Knowing my knowledge of games, it probably should be health points, magic points, and action points. Dang, still can't get over that I can apparently use magic. Wait, magic! Magic affinity, none. Known spells, none. Huh. Well, that was anticlimactic. Thought there'd be, more there. But that's fine, I guess. Didn't want to just fireball the enemies to death. Guess that explains why my NP doesn't have any numbers attached to it. Maybe eventually I can cast a fireball, though. Anyway, I need to pay attention. Is whatever is making the scraping noises here yet or not? I was too focused on finding out what I could do to even properly pay attention. Carefully, I try to keep all the rocks positioned on my body so that they don't make a sound, and I slowly peek out of my cover. Well, there's a reason I don't hear them moving anymore. They're not. They're laying down right in the middle of the cavern. It's, I don't know what it is, but I know they're about as big as a horse at least. My eyes are a bit accustomed to the darkness, but I can only tell that the objects have a bit of a furry outline. I squint, trying to get a better definition. Through your intense focus on trying to find the characteristics of an object, you've gained the skill Observe. Well, I feel right miffed now. I should have probably gotten this a lot earlier. Wait, does it have a cost too? Observe. Observe, level 1, 10 out of 100%. Cost, no AP. A skill used to determine what makes an object, that particular object. The higher the level, the more information you can receive. Interesting. So this isn't one of those 5 skills that are derived from senses. It's just, something that's associated with my eyes, I guess. And it doesn't have a cost either. Alright then. Observe. A little box with a tag-along bit appeared above several of the big shapes along the ground, each the exact same color as the update box. Ah, crap. They're direwolves, and one of them has leader in front of their species. That's bad. If I stay here, eventually they're gonna look around, maybe smell me. How in the hell am I supposed to get past them? You have leveled up stealth for increased usage of it without activating the skill. Oh, well that makes sense I suppose. I'm just right next to them and they don't even notice. If something increases the more you do it, but without accessing the skill, does that mean that I can just stay silent, sit still, and stay hidden behind the rock? And I'll get more points in it. Congratulations on figuring out how leveling up skills works on your own. For that you receive +1 whiz. Well, if something could sound sarcastic in this, system, I guess this would be it. It also answers my questions too, in a roundabout way. Maybe if I stay long enough here, I'll gain enough levels in stealth just to slip by this pack of wolves. That increases the time that I could be caught by them though. What should I do? Are they asleep? I focus on hearing them. I don't hear any whines, growls, barks, or anything else of the sort. It's mostly calm, steady breathing. I don't really know what sleeping sounds like for other things, but this sort of seems like it. I guess they would be too, considering that I've just been sitting behind this rock going through all the game systems can give me. Should I just leave then? I can activate stealth. I can probably hope to sneak right on by, but, something's bothering me. What is it? No, yeah. Something was weird with my status earlier. Maybe if I use the help command with another command, I can get something. I don't really know what else to add to it, since I couldn't read the gibberish. Help status. Status. A command to show the user what effects it might be under, as well as what its health, stamina, and magical capabilities are currently, in case one is disabled their HUD. Okay, so I was under an effect. I think there were two. This was Sinner and some other one. I'll look into Sinner first, since that's the most ominous of all the effects that I could have. Help, Sinner. Sinner, an effect that is given to one who has broken the law of the Panopticon. Makes the being who has this effect earn the ire of the gods. No known cure at this time. Stays with the body to ensure all those know what they did to deserve the god-given fate. Help can work for more than just commands, but I can't help but wonder if what this is telling me is true. Why aren't I smoked right now? Apparently, I'm also in some fantasy world because I broke the law of the Panopticon, and there are gods. Then again, if there are gods here, they might just be people who have control of the system, and not actual gods. I don't know. There's too much information here to be of any help. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Help, newcomer. Newcomer. An effect that is put on a person that was at some point within 5 days connected with the Panopticon. This effect lasts for 5 days, and within that time limit, allows the one that has it to quickly accumulate skills, base stats, levels, and has a higher than average chance of letting the being have to occur. There was a lot of words in there that I couldn't even understand the meaning of right now. What is a Panopticon, or what that weird thingy's about? If I was connected to it, does that mean that I broke its laws or whatever? Also, glad to know why I've been so successful at getting stuff lately, but it doesn't seem to have any additional effect besides that. I guess I gotta thank whatever connected me with that effect, even if I somehow got to the previous one for some reason. Plus, if Sinner stays with my body, does that mean that other people can just take a look at me and see my stats? I mean, what other reason would there be for something like that? Wait, if help can work on anything besides commands, could I also use it on other things like how I got here? No. Even if I could, I don't even know the right word to use with it. Besides, I need to focus up. I can't just keep getting lost in the goddamn maze of menus and bullshit. I need to get out of here. I just had a thought though. If the newcomer effect is also helping me add levels, and experience works the way it usually does, would I gain a crap ton of levels if I killed the leader? Then again, I don't even know if the reward for levelings are good. The only thing that I can think of as a use for them would be maybe stat benefits. But I don't even know how they distribute stats, since I don't have a class attached to me. I think it's too risky, but maybe if I can kill silently too. Think, Dave, think. I could try and just slit its throat with a stalactite I have, but it isn't pretty sharp. I could just stab it through its head, but that might be too loud. Wait, what if I start a fire at the entrance to the cave? The smoke will pull the oxygen out and they'll suffocate. I mean, that's good, but I don't even know if that counts towards killing them personally. Plus, the quest that I got said that I was in some caverns, not a cave. That means that there might be too much space in this place for me to get any immediate benefit. They also might just wake up and head back out, or what have you, completely negating it. There's just too many variables here to think about it clearly. I need to just get out of here. If I stay any longer, I might just wake them up because of the smell alone. It's a wonder that they don't have a whiff of me yet. So, stealth. Then I just move the rocks off of me, quietly get up, carry my weapon with me in case any try to attack me, and try to lightly step on my feet. Thankfully, I'm not wearing any shoes. That means there's no real loud stomping noise unless I try to actively do so. Also, it helps ease in from one spot to the next. Bad news about not wearing any shoes. This is a rocky floor. This feels like I'm walking on eggshells, and it's probably just as painful. Carefully, I step around the rocky outcrop and through the floor. Careful to avoid any loose tails or paws, I try to sidestep over them and through some of the empty spaces therein. I misjudged how many wolves there were and how big they are. I thought there were around 12. It's honestly more like 30. Guess Observe has a range or something. Since I didn't see that many tags, it also doesn't help that they're the size of a goddamn horse. My head could fit into one of their mouths. I tiptoe across the portion of floor and quickly head over towards the other side of the cave. Then I hear something. Looking behind me, there's a single wolf with a furrowed nose, with its eyes slightly ajar. Crap, he sneezed. Just stand incredibly still. It's not really making any noises. It lets out a sigh and nods me towards the doorway before laying its head back down. Huh, that was interesting. Maybe it's not hungry right now. Anyway, need to get out of here. I slink through the opening in the chamber that I was in before immediately noticing that there's light coming into the cavern from the path to the left. Is that daylight? No, it's not. It's purple. Then again, day wherever I am could have a purple sun or something. As I walk leftwards, careful to not fall down any of the holes leading into the blackness, I begin to see the source of the glow. It's mushrooms. Of course it's goddamn mushrooms. It couldn't just be the exit, could it? Wait, how big is this area anyway? The quest stated that I was in some kind of cavern, but how big is a cavern anyway? I know that it's bigger than a cave, judging by all the pitfalls I see around me, so it's probably deeper than one too. So how do wolves end up down here anyway? Is there a knife underground that you could eat? I activate sharp hearing, but all I hear is the steady downbeat of water drops and the pools that they are hitting below. At this point, I think I've gotten the hang of activating things. It's more of a willpower or intent to what you want to do, rather than an exact thought in your mind. I don't really know how it's working, but I'm just going to accept it for now. Well, I should probably gather some from this huge wall of it. Almost reaches the ceiling that I couldn't even see before. Would help to have a light source for now, given that I don't even know if I could develop night vision skill or something. Also, I need to test if they're edible. Probably add it to a stew or something. Could also maybe make this into a fire, since fungus are a type of plant. Just need some type of flint and, something. Wait. Activating Observe, I look around to find anything. Well, there's a bunch of pop-ups. Apparently, the mushrooms are glow shrooms. Don't know about the naming system, but sure. There's also a bunch of tiny insects just wriggling on the ceiling. I don't think about it. There's a differently labeled rock. It doesn't really say if it's a flint though, it just says different rock. These tags aren't being helpful at all. Hopefully, I can strike this or something. Can't even tell if it is flint, considering I haven't even seen flint since my scouting days. And that's the store-bought kind where it's flat. I look back towards the mushrooms. They don't really have, any poisonous markings. But even then, I don't necessarily remember what kind of things are poisonous or not. Might not even matter at this point in time, considering I'm someplace that isn't home. Probably should take them anyways. Makes a good pseudo-light source better than a regular torch, probably. I touch one, and it just feels a bit rubbery. Regular fungus feel. I take one, and rip it open. There's no spores. Guess that means it's fine? I am a little hungry. It's been a couple of hours since I woke up, but I don't really know how long that is. Just a little nibble won't hurt, right? No, that's just asking for it. But I'm so hungry. The only other options I see right now for food are the wolves back there, which is a nope, and the bugs on the ceilings, which is a big nope. Even if I get over my revulsion, they're just stuck to the ceiling, which, is weird. I would think bugs would just come and nest here. Is there something wrong with the mushrooms? I touched it, and I don't necessarily feel bad. Is it just, if I eat it? How do I test this kind of thing? I could feed it to something else before I eat it. Then again, the only things that could probably eat it without throwing up because of diet inconsistencies would be the bugs on the ceiling. All I have left is me. What can I even, why is it in my mouth? Actually, paying attention this time, I looked down to have found my hand move on its own accord. That's distressing, and I already swallowed. God damn it! I don't even know how this happened. I don't even remember. They're not sitting well. Wait, why is my stomach ache spreading to the rest of my body? This doesn't feel right. Why am I on the floor? Why is everything getting brighter? Oh God, am I dying? Crap. Try moving my body. Anything, but all it does is spasm on the floor. It's getting harder to move and harder to think. Event, you have ingested a magical agent. Since this is your first encounter with this specific agent, you are undergoing an awakening event. There is a chance of death if you do not abort now. No obstruction stated. Commencing body modification. No. Found. Creation commencing. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Claw wasn't necessarily the best. He wasn't really the fastest, like Blood, nor was he the best at combat, like his father, Tear. In general, he was just average in the clan, despite his ease with hunting, he supposed. The only thing that he had going for him was his better tracking capabilities. But before the massacre, that wasn't really all that rare in his clan. He was a respectable member, and he participated in a lot of hunting, enough to prove that he was worth keeping around. He spent his days hunting, and his nights licking his wounds and sleeping. Unfortunately, he woke from his slumber. When he woke, it was gentle. It was basically him dreaming about a nice roll in the grass, with him wondering why the grass smelled off at some point, or that there was something other than the sound of sleep and the stone that woke him up. He opened his eyes to find something. He wasn't sure if there was still sleep in his eyes or not, but he saw a pale creature, almost as pale as the moon with how it stood out in the darkness. Claw didn't know if that was natural or not, but he was certain that this thing wasn't prey. It had the forward-facing eyes of a predator. It wasn't snarling, though, just standing there. Claw couldn't tell if it was going to try and fight him or not. He was the one who watched the entrance, after all. There could be more of them, but something felt off. He could see its eyes. It was scared. Probably just wandered in, looking for shelter. Claw snuffed and motioned towards the entrance before heading back to sleep. With any luck, whatever the thing was, it would tell its brethren that this was clan territory, and not to hunt around it. Knowing its size, it was probably just a carrion eater or something, so it might have that appearance because it was sickly. Better to let it leave than try and eat it. That was the first time he woke up that night. Unfortunately, he woke up a second time, and it was a lot more unpleasant than the first. His sister, Moon, was awake for the first time Claw woke up. She saw him let the prey get away, so she went and woke up their father, to state that he let potential food get away, so they both approached him and woke him up. When Claw came back from his slumber, imagining his place on top of the clan with cubs of his own, Tam had put his mouth around his throat and was squeezing. Claw could feel the fangs piercing him, and he stopped breathing for a couple seconds. "Father?" "Moon told me what you did," he growled. "You let prey get away from the clan. You have anything to say?" Tear slowly released some pressure on his son's throat. It was sickly. I could have caused the clan to catch an illness, Claw rebuked. It was a fairly weak rebuttal, though. Most of the clan weren't cubs anymore. No longer would they get sick from a single piece of meat. They were strong now. Claw knew that. Tear knew that as well. Do you question the strength of the clan? Ah, do you? Claw turned his head to see Moon domineering him. I was only thinking about the clan's health, not about its strength. My purpose was for caring, not questioning. Claw turned his head to look back at his father. Tear looked into his son's eyes, trying to find falsehood. Seeing none, he released Claw's throat. Claw noticed that Moon looked slightly sad about that. But, father... Look, he had reasons for doing so. I respect his decision. I am clan leader. You have to at least respect that. Or do you want to end up like Tuft? Boon winced. Even Claw winced. Tuft was no longer mentioned in the clan, with a good reason. He had decided that the clan wasn't enough for him, and decided to join something called the Greens. The clan did not know if this was a rival clan or not, but they wished him the best. After a couple moons went by, Tuft came back with his new clan. The resulting battle nearly tore half of the clan apart, and Tuft was assumed to have died in the battle at Tear's paws. After that, no one spoke of Tuft, and Tear saw that. All right, Dad, I'll see you in the morning, Moon huffed. She then turned around and went back to sleep at the far side of the home. Claw tried to settle back down to sleep, but Tear stopped him with a touch to his shoulders. Is there something else? Claw moved his head to meet his father's gaze. Tear's face. There was something in there. Some kind of sadness Claw hadn't seen before. Son, you have to leave. Why? You know how the ceremony's coming up. Claw knew about the ceremony. Hafu's was probably one of the more celebrated moments in a clan history. It was basically the only thing that ever celebrated besides good hunts. When the moon was its biggest, every wolf had a chance to become leader. It lasted for 3 days, each with some fights and large-scale hunts. Yeah, what does it have to do with this? I think Moon is trying to kill you. How do you think? If you're not there to fight, she can win without much effort. All that's mostly left of our clan are cubs anyways, and the ones that could fight are mostly dead or injured, unable to enter the ceremony. We must recover from our losses, and I don't think now's the time for ceremonial infighting. I'm soon going to give everyone notice. She's probably not going to like that, and I want you to leave before then. I do not want my children to fight, and for her to catch you unawares. I can do it though. I know you can. That's why I'm letting you go, just as my father let my brother go. Claw was confused. He had never heard of an uncle in his entire life, but he could tell that Tear wanted to continue, so he went quiet. My brother was the best of my father's children, and I think everyone knew it. And when the time came to have him sent into the ceremony, he was not there. My father claimed that he was arrogant and went to fight the greatest predator in the new area and establish a new clan by himself. But I remember waking up the night before and seeing father send him away. I think that this is a secret tradition of the clan leader to do. I must send my strongest out into the world, otherwise the clan does not grow. Just as it might with you. Tear was silent for a while, only noticing that his son was staring at him. Claw, you must go and start your own clan. Grow our traditions. Grow our people. Now this is going to be a final conversation I have with you. Goodbye, son. And with that, Tear leaned down, licked an ear, and went back to his sleeping spot, leaving Claw alone, without anyone nearby. Claw. Claw didn't really know what to think. Most of his life, he thought that he would be in the clan until he was too old and his children would end him, thus absorbing his essence into their bodies, leading their clan into further greatness through wisdom. Now he was alone. The only thing that would accompany him now would be nature itself. The dripping water almost seemed to laugh at him. He growled softly at it, wishing that it would stay silent. He may have hated his father's decision, but he could see the wisdom in it. His sister had always fought against him when they were young. She was too much like her mother, not enough like their father. She might not even save the clan like he was supposed to, but something in him said that this was freeing. He wouldn't be stuck trying to bring his clan back to greatness from the brink that they had been thrust into. That responsibility would be laid upon his sister, not him. Now, he was his own leader, a proud member of a pack of one, a lone wolf, and with that last thought in his mind, he left home. His travels took him along the well-trodden rocky passages that many of his ancestors took before them. Many paths often led into the darkness and death pits. The massive caverns bid goodbye to him like an old friend, but he wasn't ready to leave. Not yet. He couldn't leave the regular way. Most likely, any activity outside that area might warn the other clans that this was their home, and they barely got away from the other fight to begin with. He may not have been a part of the clan anymore, but he still did not want his family harmed. He thought back to what he knew about the caverns. If he went right, he would pass through no more than 1 or 2 other caverns. That way was filled with freshwater lake, with lizards and nice fish near it. But that was the way to the entrance. It had no split paths that led away that didn't either join back in or lead to dead ends. He needed a new way. With that thought, he remembered something from a while ago, some warnings about purple lights. He didn't necessarily think clan tradition wasn't true, but maybe if he went that way, nobody would go after him, not even rival clans. So with hope in his heart, he went off to the beaten path and followed the light. It brought him through some unfamiliar terrain. Big cliffs with jagged edges, crumbling walkways that barely supported his width, and some of the insects he happily crunched before seeing the source of the light and a familiar face. Apparently, the purple light came from some capped plants that grew on the spacious cave. He never remembered seeing these kinds of plants grow before, but this was nothing new. Just a simple thing that some trees he saw already could do when it was dark. What was interesting, though, was the familiar face. It was the creature from the night before. It looked different, though. It was lying against the central pillar where they grew, but the thing was lying on its side, with a floor rock just laid out next to it. Where before it had looked pale as the moon, now it looked even paler, almost as grey as a fluff bird, and it wasn't that hard to see why. It had some capped plants at its mouth, and it was frothing like some who had sickness a while ago. Now, he didn't actually know what was happening to this thing, but he felt the need to at least do something for it. Without that creature, he probably wouldn't be here making it out on his own, hunting for himself. So remembering what their clan did for members that had sickness, he poured the central pillar where the capped plants grew to collect some moss that was hiding among them. They usually got the moss around regular capped plants or growing amongst the trees, but he figured this moss must be just as good. He then put the moss in the mouth and on its head, after which he surrounded it like he would a pup. He only hoped that with this, even if it didn't work, he did right by Onda, leader of all. With luck, this thing might lead it to others of its kind, and then it could have a feast, as long as they aren't as bad as this one. And with that, Claw once again fell asleep. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Once again, I was waking up into darkness. This time, however, I was a slew of a couple different sensations than there were before. There was something leaking from my mouth. I was shaking uncontrollably. There was a log of things that had occurred, and I was wrapped in something furry. One at a time, Dave. Slowly, I felt around to discover that, yes, I was surrounded by fur. Okay, worry about other things first, like, am I surrounded by fur because I was forced to eat that mushroom? Is there, like, a history log that I can look at? Log history. Oh, that brought up something. And it's a long-ass list from when I first got here. Great. How do I just imagine scrolling, and it does it. Sweet. And there's a little timer there to judge how long ago things happened. Nice. Now, I won't ever forget when something important happens, and, here we go. History, 6 hours ago. Event, you've ingested a magical agent. Since this is your first encounter with a specific agent, you are undergoing an awakening event. There is a chance of death if you do not abort now. No known obstruction stated. Commencing body modification. No unknown found. Creation commencing. Creation finished. Body modification finished. Congratulations on accumulating a new affinity and surviving your awakening. For surviving your first awakening, you receive +1 con. Congratulations on unlocking your magical capabilities. For that, you earn +1 int. Warning. Bodily processes shutting down due to affinity influences. Estimated time of death. Time of death, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 53 seconds. Time of death, 59 minutes, 23 seconds. Time of death, 30 minutes. Time of death, 15 minutes. Event, you've ingested a magical agent. Since this is your first encounter with this specific agent, but also not your first encounter with a magical agent, you have a chance of gaining another awakening event. Success. Warning, if you undergo this awakening event, there is a slight chance of your existing affinity will be erased because of magical agent's nature. Abort the acquisition of new affinity. No known obstruction stated. Commencing body modification. Body modification finished. Congratulations on the acclamation of a new affinity. Congratulations on fixing your imminent demise by acquiring a beneficial affinity by chance. For that, you receive +1 luck. Congratulations on unlocking new magical capabilities. For that, you earn +1 int. Congratulations on unlocking 2 affinities. For that, you earn +1 whiz. Congratulations on unlocking conflicting affinities without the cancellation occurring. For that, you earn +1 whiz. Congratulations on surviving several hours near a predator without dying. For that, you earn +10 levels. For gaining a luck value of 25, you've gained the skill stacked in your favor. For gaining luck value of 50, you've gained the skill Lucky Influence. For gaining an intelligence value of 25, you've gained the skill Remembrance. Congratulations on surviving long enough to earn a level. For that, you receive 5 additional stat points. Congratulations on making it to level 10. At this point in time, you receive the ability to pick a class, based on your current skills. Alright, here we go. In short order, first I ate something that gave me a magic powers and some kind of, body modification, I guess. Then I was dying because of the affinity, or something. Anyways, after that, I somehow ate another thing which stopped me dying, and also gave me more magical capabilities. I earned a lot of things, like increases in my stats, as well as a few levels and a glitched skills. I guess I got them because my base stats weren't, updated with a cloud or something until I leveled. Anyways, I also am near a predator. Wait, I'm near a predator? Crap, is that what all this fur around me is? I need to keep calm. Don't want to let them know I'm awake. I wait a bit to see if my sudden movement woke it up, but it appears that I'm safe for now, as this thing's breathing hasn't changed much. Judging from that, I think it might just be asleep at the moment. I think that what I'm hearing is snoring and that the movements it's making is its breathing. Also, from how I'm still alive and not being eaten, I can safely say that it might be alright. Okay, now that I'm more calm about the situation, what even is this thing anyway? Observe! Okay, it's a lone dire wolf. Crap! If it's got a special title like the others, I'm seriously screwed. It can easily kill me, so, why doesn't it? Well, it could just be trying to save me for a later meal. Then again, it could have killed me when it found out it just threw me in a hole for safekeeping. Plus, I'm not too sure, but maybe it helped me survive. It's the only reasonable explanation besides, bugs crawling into my mouth. Ugh. Gently, I poke the thing. It stirs before it lifts its head. Okay, yeah, it's a direwolf. It's just looking at me right now, or at least it looks like one. To me, it looks more like a giant husky, but I'm not gonna argue with the system's designation. It doesn't look like it's hungry or anything. We both stare at each other for a bit before it starts unwrapping itself from me. That's when I realize how massive it truly is. I was sleeping nearly all on top of it. No, sorry. Him. Turning my attention away from that, I look up. My previous estimation was about right. The dire wolves here are about the size of a horse and, wait. If it's the size of a horse, could I ride it? Maybe, but I don't think I should try that, considering I haven't exactly, tamed it, I guess. Can it even be tamed? I don't have any food on me, nor do I have time to last its generations, so I guess not right now. Anyway, it seems to be just staring at me, and sometimes shifting its ears around at the slightest hint of noise. It seems a little on edge. Besides, why would it be coming this way alone anyway? Surely, if it had the entire pack following it, it might be heading out, but, it's alone. Why is that? Wait, do they work like lions do? If I remember a documentary from a while ago saying that males who leave the pack in an African savanna are usually forced to form their own pack. So do dire wolves work like lions? For now, I'll assume yes. That means that this one is all alone and probably will be for a while. And judging from how he chose to come this way, that means that this must be the way out. I purely lucked out on an exit. Guess that explains why my luck stat is 50. Although I don't even have the basis for whether that stats are high or good level or not. I know single digits probably aren't, but what's the average if it can go as high as 30, if I remember right? A question for when I'm probably a higher level than Observe. That way I might be able to look at some of the stats. For now though, the only proper path is forward. I get up onto my feet and look around. Nothing seems to have changed. Then again, it's a cave, and I have a wolf near me. It's only natural most things would probably just leave us the hell alone. Looking at the wolf, I say, "Guess we're by ourselves, huh, boy?" The wolf looks at me curiously. Yes, whatever here is, animals are a lot smarter than I give them credit for. Dang though, I already missed the feeling of his fur on my skin. It was surprisingly smooth, so he must take care of himself good. Maybe if I, carefully. I approach him while looking any outward signs of hostility. Seeing nothing when I'm at least 5 feet from him, I put my hand closer to him. I remember that some animals need to sense the smell before allowing you to touch them, so this is probably for the best to get him to adjust to me. I wait for a bit before he actively moves his head closer to my hand and gives a tentative sniff with his muzzle before backing off a bit. Without a moment's hesitation, I put my hand on his head and scratch behind his ears. Before he raises his head back up, the moment comes and, from the moment I start to scratch, something changes about the wolf. Where before he was alert, cautious, and not necessarily seemed to care about me, now he leaned into my touch and was softly twitching. I started scratching him in other places, like under the chin and on his neck, where I could reach. He seemed to like all places, but eventually I had to stop. When I did though, his face seemed to be content, as his mouth was held with a noticeable grin. After a moment, he seemed to regain his senses, looked at me, and began to walk closer to me. He proceeded to nuzzle the side of my face before heading further into the cave. "You know you need a name if we're going to be hanging out," I quickly put out as I tried to keep up with him. He was quite at a longer gait. "How about Stein, like Wolfenstein?" I received no input, as I suspected, but I think this is probably the best name that I could come up for him. I mean, it's a pun too, so it works, you know. Anyways, while I'm following him, I need to check up on things that I need to do, and also maybe level up Observe a couple times. Hopefully, with the constantly on, when I could do it, will make it work better. Don't particularly know, but while that's happening, I'll put up my stats. Name, Dave. Race, human. Class, unknown. Level, 12. 0 out of 1200%. HP, 120. MP, 340. AP, 25. Strength, 7. Dexterity, 9. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 34. Wisdom, 17. Charisma, 6. Luck, 51. Available stat points, 25. Okay, so for each level I gain 2 stat points, 1 AP, 10 HP, and I need 100 more experience to properly level up. Huh, neat. And how do I allocate these points? Do I just think of moving one to yep. Now I have 8 strength. Alright, allocate all my points to have 10 in any particular category below that. I have 17 points to spend. How do I use them though? I don't even know what does the stats represent. Wait. Help stats. Stats. Stats represent the basic traits in numerical form, as well as some basic information that some people might have access to if they have the necessary skill. Some stats may be invisible until you unlock specific requirements to view them. That didn't help. Maybe I need to do an individual basis kind of thing for all of them. I don't know. Class, the job, hobby, skill, archetype that a person resonates with the most. Level, a classification system that allows you and others to see how well you stack up against them. Gaining them allows you to upgrade your body, and also upgrade stats that you cannot improve through regular means through the various calculations. HP, health points, the amount of health heating power you need to recover from an injury. MP, magic points, the amount of magic you contain that can be used to cast spells. AP, action points, the amount of actions you can use for various abilities. Strength, stat that describes how physically fit you are, as well as is calculated with how much damage is dealt to someone physically and carrying capability. Dexterity, a stat that describes how well you can perform articulated movement, basically how much control you have over your own body. Constitution, stat that describes how much you are resistant to various diseases, curses, and other body debilitating effects. Also describes how well you can recover from them and, via a matter of calculations, determines your total health and health regeneration. Intelligence, a stat that describes how well you are able to learn and maintain a variety of information. Also calculates how much magic you can safely handle without various bad effects, as well as number of spells that you can remember. Wisdom, stat that describes how well you can use the information that you're given at any specific instance, as well as the information that you recall from your experiences. Also calculates how much experience you gain to level up skills, yourself, and how fast it recovers. Charisma, a stat that describes how well you interact with other beings, without appropriate skills, can only be used for basic conversations. Luck, stat that describes on how well the events go for you that you have no control over. Also, if anything fails, using the previous stat can be used to calculate success of certain actions. Cannot be added with stat points, must be earned through event based on luck. Only stats that can't be lost with age. Alright, guess if I get older, all of these stats might degrade. Makes sense, I guess. Plus, it's helpful to know that each stat is doing, even if they're not giving me the exact description of what they do. Now, I know what kind of things that I could base myself to do. Wait, should also check my affinities now. Magic. Magic affinities, decay, and life. Known spells, none. Those affinities seem, pretty weird to get. How do I find out what they do? Oh right, help affinities. Affinities. Affinities are domains of magic in which your body has achieved through various means. Affinities can affect what kind of magic your body can naturally handle. That doesn't mean that you can't handle other types of spells. It's just that these spells come more naturally to you and have their abilities amplified. Affinities can also affect how your body looks, and sometimes can cause effects to happen. Some beneficial, some not. For example, if you had an affinity of fire, you would have an easier time using fire spells, as well as have them be more powerful. However, they would also have a negative modifier on using water magic. All in all, getting an affinity is seen as generally a good thing to get, as affinities cause unknown bonuses to people's growth. Your affinities. Decay. Decay is an affinity not many can have without physical harm coming to them swiftly. This comes from a curse that all holders of decay will eventually have their flesh and bones decay and rot to dust. Not much is known about this affinity due to those who acquire it not having enough constitution to survive long enough to research it. Life. Life is affinity none can have for long. This isn't due to its rarity or the requirements to obtain it, but rather how the ones who hold this affinity eventually become no better than dumb beasts, thus making them unfit and them in the first place. This is mainly because of the false advertising it gets, as those who obtain this ability are filled with life. This isn't necessarily a good thing, as being filled with life usually means that growth begins to form in the users. Eventually, these growths become so big or numerous that the owner loses all higher brain function, and their existence transforms from one of the complications to one of simplicity. More times, often than not, those who have this affinity will eventually become creatures of life itself, mainly plants, gnomes, or other types of forest folk. The reason this kind of reaction is known to be caused by life's affinity itself is because it was recorded by Glaud, the life god, and when he gave an apology for his affinity's power only once. I guess that explains why I haven't died yet. Got two opposing affinities. Cancelled each other's bad effects out. Also, there are mentions of gods again, as well as, fairy tale creatures. I guess that ain't too far-fetched considering that I ate a magic mushroom a while ago. Note to self, never again eat a magical glowing mushroom. And again, never had a choice in the matter considering mind-controlling chemicals, or something. Also, nice to know what affinities actually do. So, if I get any spells relating to them, it'll be easier to use them. Nice. Also, don't know if my body is going to change at all, considering my affinities basically cancel each other out, while giving me the benefits still. So we've been walking for a long time. Stein keeps looking back at me. I think he's trying to judge me or something. For a dog, he seems remarkably expressive. Should I, be doing something? Oh! He waved his head in front of him. He wants me to lead. Great idea. That way you could be in the back protecting us, while I'm in the front. Nice. I walk in the front while he slows to a pace in the back. At that point, I think I finally notice what's around us. The cave has gotten unnaturally dark. I can tell at least what's 5 feet in front of me, but beyond that, I notice something. There are eyes in the darkness. End of chapter. Chapter number 4. The eyes don't look like they're attached to anything, but they're just, watching us. They don't seem to be moving, but God, do they creep me out. The eyes are so big, it's like I can see their blood vessels pumping, which is weird considering they're not really attached to anything. Just don't think about it, Dave. That way probably lies madness. I continue forward, not looking at anything in particular. I could hear Stein growling softly, but I ignored it. If he's not outright attacking, they're probably just predators of opportunity. I slowly walk forward through the darkness, ignoring any sights, sounds, and focusing on the motion of my body, the feeling of it moving, how my skin touches the air of the slight chill that I feel, how my feet can feel a bit of an echo when stepping, how my breath is long, deep, and controlled, the rhythm of my steps, water dripping, wind pulsing against my, wind. I opened my eyes to find a few new sights. One was that I could see sunlight, normal, everyday sunlight. It poked through the cabin entrance, leaving behind shadows trading further into the darkness. It shone through the green trees, leaving behind a sense of fullness within my body. The sun was also shining upon the grass, showing water droplets spread throughout. Morning dew, I realized. Trees seemed to be surrounded at the edge of the cabin entrance, with a couple ivies trying to climb along the sides. The entrance seemed to be in the side of the hill or mountain, judging by how the entrance was flat coming out. The second thing I noticed was that there was a log update. Through proximity to powerful beings and not crumbling under the pressure of their gaze, you've received the skill Mental Resistance. Through controlling your responses for an extended period of time, you have gained the skill Emotional Control. Through the cancellation of your senses and the focus on your internals, you have gained the skill Meditate. Congratulations on finding a way out of dormant caverns through dumb luck. For that, you've received +1 luck. Quest finish, get out of dormant cave. Rewards, 100 experience added. Received 10 GP. For completing the quest, you've earned the skill Mapping. Bonus objective completed. No kills. For completing quest without killing, you've gained the skill Survival Instincts. Well, it seems I was in danger with those eyeballs. Also, glad I got confirmation that I'd left the caverns. Really helps. Also, I got a bunch of new skills today, as well as a small map in the top corner. Cool. Probably need to check them out, along with the others I put off, as well as to see if I can turn off the, I can turn the map off and on. That'll help to see things better in my peripheral when I want to. But where's the, No, there's a small pack on the floor. That's, I open it up, and, yep, there's 10 gold coins in there. How the hell did this get you? Well, the answer's pretty simple, but the execution is not. I just don't know about this, wait, Stein. Quickly, I look behind me to find the wolf fainted on the ground mere inches from the entrance. The eyes seem to be dragging him back with them, tentacles. Ah, hell no. You're taking away the thing that saved my life. Quickly dragging myself away from the sight of the outside world, I rush back into the darkness. The eyes have looked up from their prey and noticed me running straight towards them. I can hear them screeching in my head. It's so loud I think I might faint, but I have to push through it. I manage to keep myself in a straight line, heading directly towards them, and once I get close enough, I realize what they actually are. They aren't just eyes. Their eyes are made of teeth, plates gnashing in hunger. There's no tongue or anything, just an empty darkness in their mouths. It's surrounded by tentacles jutting out from them, each with a couple protrusions coming out from them, wriggling, writhing. Putting aside my fear and hesitation, I plow my fist straight into them. there's a bit of resistance that I can feel as the teeth that makes up the eye cave in slightly before I hear a crack and the resistance fades. My hand goes straight through into the darkness. I can feel my skin tingling. It's like pins and needles, but I need to pull through this. I grasp around for something, anything, and I can feel it brush against my fingers. Something beating. I squeeze it as hard as I can, hearing my mind a faint pop as one of the screams vanishes. The eye that I was fighting falls limp against my arms, and I pull it right out. The thing plops on the ground, and I notice the state my arm it's in. I can see the fricking bone and sinew, and it's covered with blood. That's not good. The thing is, my HP hasn't gone down in the slightest, which is just weird. Doesn't matter right now though, got other things to deal with. The other two are closing in. Before I have a chance to even approach them, I feel another scream grow through my head. This one is much louder. I can't tell which one is doing it, but I can just feel my mind tearing. If I don't do something soon, I'm literally going to have my brain splayed. Quickly, I move my feet in the direction of the nearest one and kick for the thing's misshapen face, causing it to fall to the floor. This one was much easier to tear through, but even then, it isn't down. I might need to crash whatever I did before to get them to stay down for good. So I just begin stomping on it, its tentacles flailing wildly, batting at my body. After a couple stomps, it stills, but I felt a sharp pain in my back. The last one is biting my goddamn shoulder. I could feel the teeth sink in. They must have been serrated too, considering I felt something tearing the muscle in my shoulder. The pain probably would have been immeasurable if I could still think about it, but I think that maybe the adrenaline just was pumping too hard for me to notice. Turning towards the final thing, I stare directly into its teeth. I scream as I run towards it. Its eye somehow changes to that of fear before running back towards the sanctity of the darkness. I breathe slowly, deeply, trying to get oxygen that I used to do all the time. God damn, I didn't think I had it in me. I was insane. I think it was the first time I ever killed something without being an insect or something. Oh God, is that even my blood? I didn't feel too proud of that either, especially since I threw up whatever was in my stomach. Crab, just breathe. God, I think I'm fine. Is Stein good? I'll look over to the wolf. He doesn't seem to be injured too. There's blood coming out of his ears, and his fur is a little torn up. Frick! I don't even know if he's dead or not. His heart's still beating, but I can't even tell if his head is all there anymore or not. From what I felt, those things just loved tearing apart my mind. I can't even know if what they did to him was worse. Wait, I need to check the log. I might have gotten something useful, somehow. I don't know. For getting something on the first time, you receive +1 strength. Congratulations on killing a creature of a much higher level than you skillfully. For that, you receive 10 levels, +5 dex and +1 strength. Congratulations on killing multiple mindbreakers. For that, you receive +5 to wisdom, 10 more levels, as well as a new title, Defender of the Mind. For the intimidating and causing fear in a creature higher level than you get the ability, Aura of Fear. For thinking fast and using fast reactions, you've earned +5 dex. Damn! Nothing here seemed helpful to the current situation. Could I use Observe on Stein to see what's wrong with him? Nothing hurts to try. Okay. I don't have the high enough level to see exactly what's wrong with him. All I can see is that his name that I gave him, his species, and his current health, which seems incredibly low. He almost had 250 health, and now it's down to 35. That's a big decrease. Speaking of which, how did I even survive that encounter? I was a lower level, and I don't necessarily have, Wait. Did I defeat their attempts into my mind with my high intelligence or wisdom? Only thing I can think of Alright, enough debating. I need to get him out of the goddamn cave to a shelter. Slowly, I bend down and I try to lift him up. It's hard work, and I can't necessarily pull him completely off the floor. I can only drag him. Thank God for that. +5 to my strength. Wait, is the system controlling my body somehow? Never mind that. Questions about the validity of my actions can wait. Life is more important than philosophy right now. I slowly try and drag him towards the nearest tree. His body, though heavy, has fur that can act as a sort of cushion against the ground. Reduces friction somehow. Anyway, I gotta figure out a way to heal him. Is there a magical plant nearby? Observing my surroundings, I can only tell that there is a variety of trees for a second before an update tips me the leveling of observe. Instantly, the trees have much more detail added to their tags, even indicating how old they are and what type of tree they are. I look at more, hoping to get another level, but nothing seems to happen. Maybe I need to look at progressively more complicated things to be able to level up this easier. I switch my gaze from the trees to the other plants in the area. Surprisingly, as soon as I look at a purple one, I get a notification about observe leveling again. Just like that, from one flower. Why? The tag now lists its species and effect because, apparently, plants have effects now. It's a twilight rose, apparently. It has dual affinities, which causes insects that try to touch it to burn or freeze depending on the time. Guess it's special because it also has conflicting affinities like me. I mean, it sounds like a good plant to take, but I don't necessarily want to freeze myself. Otherwise, I might just burn from the inside out if I tried to eat it for the affinity. Still nothing helpful for Stein, but this new level is at least helpful, considering it gives an object its traits. Might find one that gives regeneration or something. I keep looking around the immediate area, but I see nothing. There's absolutely nothing here that has the properties that I'm looking to find. There could be further into the forest, but I don't want to leave Stein behind. That would be irresponsible of me to do. Wait, could I, if I have life affinity, could I just let Stein drink some of my blood and he'll be better? I mean, that could happen, but it's also just as likely for my decay element or something to activate on him. The only option I can see right now is that somehow get really good magic really fast, but that's not feasible. Maybe I can treat the body and let him sleep off the effects. He'll get better. I remember a while back that sleep is good at maintaining brain function and helping it operate. It's the best thing that I can do right now, I suppose. I keep pulling his body towards the tree before letting Stein lean against it with his side. I inspect him for any obvious injuries, and for those I don't see. I cast Observe to see the whole picture clearer. Thankfully, there's only really one place where he's actually really injured. It looks like somehow those tentacles had managed to tear up his side and a long gash along his ribs. Oh God, don't think I can do this. I was never good at blood weight. Wait, I just remembered. I got a bunch of new skills. Let's see what they are. New skills. Stacked in your favor, level max stat ability. Cost no AP. A skill that is given to those who have placed their lives in the hands of luck. Whenever you play games of chance, you have a 25% higher chance of winning. Lucky influence, level max, stat ability. Cost 0 AP. A skill that passes on 50% of your total luck, either negative or positive, to an ally's or enemy's luck stat. Remembrance, level max, stat ability. Cost 0 AP. A skill which states that your mind is sharp as a tack. Anything that you have done, even from before the skill was earned, can be recalled perfectly. Mental resistance, level 7. 77 out of 100%. Cost no AP to 2 AP. There are always things which wish to enter your mind. Their purpose for doing so can be many. Most often than not, it's mostly malicious purposes which spur them to do so, either to rend, shape, or obliterate it. This skill will help you reduce those effects by a steady percentage based on the level of the skill as well as the opponent's. Emotional Control, Level 2, 47 out of 100. Cost 0 AP. Sometimes situation can call for tact, a calm mind, and a rational judgment. In those situations, emotions are a hassle, whether they are positive or not. This skill will help you take control of them in whatever way you want, whether that means dampening or amplifying. Meditate, Level 4, 81 out of 100%. Cost 10 MP. Meditation is an art form that is all but mistranslated in the medium of culture. People often think that meditation is simply quieting your mind and listening to your body. That is not the case. For those who have the skill, they know the truth. Meditation allows those who practice it to slowly recover from mental and physical trauma, as well as allows easier channeling of magical energies to throw throughout your body. Mapping, Level 1, 20 out of 100%. Cost 0 AP. The skill is a must for all those that desire to know where they are. In effect, this skill allows you to see where you are and where you've been at all times. With higher levels comes higher information from it. Survival Instincts, Level 2, 55 out of 100%. Cost 0 AP. Sometimes there are going to be things that are going to try and kill people. Sometimes they'll target you for the next kill. This skill is essential in figuring out if someone is currently doing this. As the level goes up, the sooner the notice is given to the holder. Aura of Fear, Level 1, 50 out of 100%. Cost 3 AP. Fear is a primal emotion that most things have in the world. It governs all thought. Whenever it pops up, it almost leaves the thing in which it experiences it not coherent in the slightest. This skill allows those who have it to spread fear in a range of 30 meters to those who mean to do harm to the user. Fair warning, this is a mind-altering ability, so those who have mental resistance or greater emotional control have a fair chance of being unaffected. Okay, Survival Instincts looks good for this kind of situation. Might be able to tell what's poisonous and what's medicine. Alright, this grass looks like a makeshift bandage. Alright, it's done. It's held together with sticks and twine, but it'll do for now. I doubt that he would need it for long anyway, if he can find some magic plant or something. Wait, something's not right here. My bars are full. I mean, I didn't use any magic or abilities, but why didn't I lose any health? I can clearly see... my hand's better. There's only slight bruising now. My flesh has already grown back. It must be the life affinity benefit. Guess that explains why the system was talking about growths. If this affinity causes hyper-regeneration, it's no exaggeration that there's going to be extra flesh and other stuff growing. I'm just not too sure about the brain falling apart bit. Why would regeneration cause something like that? I mean, I'm glad I got this kind of body now. But how the hell is it doing this? Nanobots? Actual magic? I need to find someone, anyone, to find an actual conversation to talk to about this. Till then, I guess I have to stick with Stein. I rub my hand through his fur, sitting down next to him. His breathing is no longer ragged, and it doesn't seem like he's having nightmares anymore. Slowly, but surely he'll get better. Maybe I should get something for him when he wakes up. But I could try and cook those things. Can't let good meat go to waste after all. Just need to make a fire. How do I guess that problem's solved. I just know how to make one using materials around me now, which is weird, considering that I thought I needed a special rock or something. But how did it, remembrance. Now that I have perfect memory, I can just remember exactly how to make a bowline. Just need to find a string or, I can just rip up plant fiber. Perfect. I set out to my task, putting any loose grass and tree bark that I can find in the underbrush. I rip and tear until I have a pile of plant stuff. Next, I should just tie them together in a helix kind of shape, tighten it, add some spit and blood to make it stick together. Grab some sticks, tie the string along one end, and make a loop around the second stick. Then I take the rest of the plant fiber and put it in a little divot inside the tiny log. Now I just rub vigorously. Frick! Ow! Splinters are hell. Okay, sun setting over the trees, if I can see that right. Need to do this a bit faster before I can't see what I'm doing. Bracing myself against the ground, I rub the bow quickly while applying pressure to the top of the stick with plant fiber as well. Don't necessarily have any whittling tools, so I can't make any smooth top wood but to hold on to. After a couple minutes, there's a spark. It's not really catching, so I have to keep doing this. Then a spark finally catches. Quickly, I take some loose sticks and pile them around in a log cabin style. Making a little room lets the heat get trapped easier. I leave a little hole in the side though, so that I can blow into it. As the fire slowly rises, I leave it behind for a minute to gather more fuel. Eventually, the fire seems big enough to cook something over, and I have enough spare wood to keep it going for the long term. Now I just need to make a spinner. Unfortunately, I don't remember ever doing one before, so I don't know how. I do know that what I need first though is a couple of stands. I grab a bunch of big sticks, about 8, and arrange them into 2 teepees, tied together with plant fibers, and plant them firmly in the ground. Okay, I've got the stands, now I need the spinning thing. Now I just need a long stick and more rope fiber. I gather the materials. I don't really have the time to make it professionally, and I'll probably need to sand down the handle later, but it's done for now. Congratulations on creating something without knowing how to. For that, you earn skill crafting. Didn't expect to get a skill from that, but I'm glad I did. Means I'll probably get a bonus to making new things, and all the things I make to work a little better with more work. For correctly knowing what the skill did, without looking it up, you gain +1 int. Guess you can do that. Anyways, focusing on the food right now, I head towards the entrance of the cave where the corpses lie. Remarkably, they're not too difficult to lift. Might mean that there might not be much meat on here, or it could be because I have absurd strength now. Don't know. But some meat is better than no meat, in my opinion. After that, I guess I just go to find fruits and vegetables for a balanced diet. But that's the long game. Need to make sure that we're taken care of for now. I'm able to carry both of the corpses of the MBs to the fire and tie them to the stick with some loose plant fiber. Usually, a spit roast is 2-man operation, I think, given how long the stick is. But I can just lift one end of the stand and then lift the other, while only focusing on one corpse at a time. But I need something better than that. I need to make a knife. That way I could cut out little chunks that I want to eat. Thankfully, I can just put this on the fire since the thing doesn't seem to have any scales or fur. It was just a giant blob of flesh. That's good and bad, considering I need clothes. But I didn't even know how to peel off the fur in the first place, so I'd say it's a net good. If all else fails, I could just try and make myself leaf clothing. While rotating the spit, I might as well use some of the menu stat points to get better, rounder array of stats. I add 4 strength, 420, as well as add 3 to wisdom and add 5 to dexterity, so that the total is 25. And, if my calculations are correct, for gaining wisdom 25, you've earned skill perception. For gaining dexterity of 25, you've earned skill accuracy. Nice. I was right. Don't know what those skills are about, but I could test that later. I currently have 53 points in total. I could divvy it out so that each stat would be at or above 25, and I'd get a skill for each of them, but something is telling me to wait on that. I don't know how things work in this world. I don't know if I'm even making the right choices. I was never too good at too many choices. I'll just keep the points I have and spend them later. Alright, the first one seems to be good. Usually, if it's slightly burnt on the outside, the insides are nice and a little bit seared. I'll leave that one to Stein. It was the bigger one of the two after all. I pulled the stick off and slide the meat down and put it in front of Stein. I'm sure he'll appreciate it when he wakes up. Anyways, I got the food problem sorted. Nice. Now I just need to find mortar. Now, how am I going to bring it back to the camp that we got here? I don't have any cups or anything, not even a thermos. I could always try and support Stein to the water, but I don't know if his side will hurt too bad to walk. With any luck, with how green everything is around here, there's probably a river, a lake, or it might just rain a lot. I can make a rain catcher, but I want to know if it's worth it or not before I do. I'll just worry on the problem when Stein wakes up. In the meantime, I could try and meditate while doing something. With any luck, I could do that while maybe putting together my leaf clothes or something. With that, I get up, gather some leaves and sit by Stein. I try to meditate like before, but it isn't working as well. I think meditate only works if I'm not moving at all, or if I'm using simple, repetitive motions. Might become better with leveling or something. I don't know. I notice that through the darkness of the dawn, the moon is coming out over the horizon. Wow, even though I can't see much through the trees, I can tell one thing. That is big, bigger than the one I'm used to. Sitting high in the sky, partially shrouded by the forest, it lies there, where our moon would be like the size of your thumb tip if you looked up at it in the sky. This one's size is basically my entire hand, and I think that I can see tinier one orbiting it, or something. Oh, also, probably the most important thing to note, that there's not really white. Well, one is, but the other is just a light shade of blue, almost like the color of an evening sky. Wow, this right here. No matter if it's a skill or not, it's a good place to meditate. I slowly sit down beside Stein and lean my head towards the heavenly bodies. What do I do now? I got out the cabins, where there were probably monsters or something. I've got a tag-along friend with me. I can relatively survive fairly well out here, unless there's more of those creeps stalking about. I don't even, wait. The system all this time has references to other people. I guess it's just a question of what state those other people are in. What do they have, and could they help me figure out what's going on with me? I need to find civilization. Quest received. Quest, find civilization. Reward, local language skill, new class options, and 100 GP. Failure, death. Take quest, yes or no. Sure, I'll take it. Next logical step anyway. Why does it say I'll die though? I have a nice reliable source of food from the woods. It's going to at least rain at some point, so I can get water. I mean, it's not like there's going to be another goddamn monster from my nightmare. Oh god, did I just feel a rumble? End of chapter. Chapter 5. Judicia was having a rough day. She supposed that it had started like any other day. She woke up, did paperwork, wished her subordinates well, talked to the priests, and then she had a nice tea time with an acquaintance. All in all, it was gearing up to be an okay day. Then someone just had to bust the door open to her room, and she just got to put back up too. Judicia, something's terrible has happened. She leaned her head and looked at the guy who dared to disturb her tea time. It was Marank. Of course it was fricking Marank. Why wouldn't it be? He's the only one who ever came to her with trouble, with his tail between his legs. Yes, what is it, Marank? She could faintly hear Marank's tail softly thumping against the floor. Someone's destroyed some of my apostles. In the back of Judicia's mind, she had thought that this seemed like a perfectly fine thing to happen. Marank was a patron of monsters after all, so it was common to have this happen to him. It also wasn't really that difficult to see why he'd be upset, however, because apostles are terribly expensive to get within the Panopticon. But again, Every time anything of his got destroyed, he always came running to her to fix it, even if the problem was something like old age. Frank, I know that apostles are expensive. I know that they're gone now. But just because I was the creator of the Panopticon, it doesn't mean that I can... But Judicia, it was a joint effort between me and Hermant. Now, this raised Judicia's eyebrows. Joint efforts between gods were quite uncommon. So, it must have been a relatively new creation that they wanted to try out. This would have likely been a great opportunity for others to sabotage that relationship. She needed details. For gossip, of course. Okay, I want you to calm down. Explain what happened, step by step. Alright, so I made these little babies, not more than a couple thousand years ago, right? I thought that if I made them apostles of both me and Hermit, we'd get double the points we'd usually get for their lifetimes. I'm with you so far. But you know how I am. I want my little babies to shine in the brightest when they're in their prime. So I wanted them to hide in a cave for a while, build up their strength before taking on the nearest city of Vend. So far, it seemed reasonable. Vend was the opposite of Merank, so it made sense that he'd try and start a war again. Plus, she had heard that Vend had recently got an order of Hermans killed, so it'd make sense to collaborate with Vend's opposite for revenge. So it'd been about 100 years since they spawned from their parents, and I thought I'd given them a little treat, you know. I maneuvered some strings here and there, and got some little beasties that had a pack in there that were a higher status than the bugs, insects, and rodents that were used to. I thought that they'd be ready for that. Let me guess. They weren't. As usual, no. They weren't able to take down one. Did they get cornered by the rest of them? No. It was a loner that recently got exiled. So what's the freaking problem, Merank? I don't see anything here worth giving a crap about. Well, I think there's a new god that made something down there. That made Judicia skeptical. Usually, gods had big open celebrations regarding their births, as the Panopticon was always able to tell when a new god would appear. For a new god, one who was just born to have started something new in the mortal realm was highly suspect. Doubly so, considering that making a new creation right next to another's was in poor manners. Where's your evidence for this? Here, I'll show you. With that, he pressed some buttons on his link, and a window was sent to Judicia. What Judicia saw made her heart stop, if she had one to begin with. There, doing battle against those weird tentacle things, was a new creature. She knew this when she looked up the identification. It had no listing within the Panopticon. That shouldn't have been possible. Everything was processed through it, even gods. Her judges made sure to, and then she remembered an incident from 2 days ago. One of her judges had been killed by a sapient soul that was being reassigned based on its past life choices. It was rare for a judge to be killed, unless it was by her will, as competition and threats of divine punishment usually saw fit to have them elevate onto a physical presence worth talking to. This one was on the cusp of that, which was what made her so upset. She only had at most 23 judges, and she was hoping for that 24th to come in so that she wouldn't have to work for 30 minutes of the day, and then she could spend that time on more important matters. She had even designated the name of the 24th positional title. So, seeing the new creature that she had assumed was the cause of her judge's demise, she was reacting in anger. She designated the killer a sinner and reduced the sinner's luck by 50. But with that, her anger was quenched. Usually, that sort of designation got creatures killed within 1 minute of being brought back to life, often by its parents. Then they saw its status, wanting it dead before they were also cursed with the title. The sinner would probably spend 100 lifetimes having its soul torn apart and being put back together and reborn to start all over again. At the end of it all, she'd wipe its memories and then send it back down with a clean slate. That wasn't the normal penalty for a sinner's title, considering a sinner usually had a specific god that it angered, and those gods would typically include a descriptor of who the creature had sinned against. In that case, the sinner could just go to another god and absolve their sins. Ones that saw their actions in a just light, usually. This punishment that she wanted to give out to the sinner was considered special, as the crimes it committed were severe enough to warrant it. It wasn't an attack on her, but of the Panopticon as a whole workings. Judges were meant to be neutral presence within the Panopticon, and they usually dealt with matters between gods. Those who killed them, if they were able to, were sentenced with crimes against law, order, and the very Panopticon itself. So she had the full right to do whatever she pleased with the pitiable existence. She had been expecting its presence any time now. She had sent one of her judges, Absinthe, to track the soul's journey. She supposed, after 3 days, it probably had just a high amount of luck, probably around 50 before the deed, which was exceedingly rare, but still possible if they had jobs related to gambling or were priests of Fientes. But even other gods had to respect her order, so usually she'd expect their class as a priest or follower of Fientes to be revoked, and its bonuses along with it. However, something seemed off with the situation. She hadn't really looked at the creature before. It almost seemed something like a Magnan, but it was a little bit taller and a little less bulky. It also seemed to have a 5th finger, which was odd, as that was a trait of the Krang, which were noticeably taller with sharper heads. Whatever this was, it was new. New usually meant that it was either a freshly created idea from a god that had privileges to make creatures, or that whatever it was a newborn, and newborns always spelled trouble. Don't worry, Marank, I know what this is. I'll deal with it personally, and offer a refund for it out of my own pocket. Looks like you spent a lot with how naturally they floated too. Marank looked a little surprised at this, because usually his schemes didn't work. He made a note to remember this exact situation to try out later, probably in a few centuries. Thank you, Judicia. I always knew I could count on you. Yeah, stop smiling, will you? Those teeth don't do anything for your face. And with that, he left through the open doorway, leaving her alone. Well, except for the person that she was having tea with. Was that important, Judicia? Nothing to concern yourself over, Jirok. I just need to take care of some more paperwork that's found its way onto my desk. No problem. I was kind of sick of drinking tea anyway. Wanted to go back out and command my legion. Yes, hope global conquest goes great for you, Jirok. And I hope your faith survives at Judicia. And with a smile, Jirok vanished elsewhere to control his battle priests. With that, Judicia translocated to the main hub and walked to the opposite end, where she felt her. If she was right about her suspicions, she had a certain Daryl, god of banners and chocolate, to talk to. Oh, how she despised him. Certainly, the being was opposite her sphere of influence, and that wasn't the only reason she absolutely despised him. The reason that no one really talks to Dalvina, goddess of wicker furniture at Rome, is because besides their very existence within the conversation, or passing phrase was subject to its whims. No one could find him without the aid of Judicia. As her opposite, Judicia could always tell where Benj was. However, it was to be understood that there are rules to how gods act. Their sphere of influence is as much an influence on them as it is to their surroundings. Whether or not that Grendel, being of sandpaper and sandstone, is actively doing these kinds of things is always up for debate. But there is one thing that is known about the Sacrusa's plans. He actively enjoys throwing sinks in other gods' plans. Beside him, there was only one other person that Judicia suspected, but she was pretty sure it was fairly impossible for it to happen. Fuentes hadn't made any other Max-like beings since Jucros, and they had already limited that from happening again through further modifications to the Panopticon, and had gotten rid of any mentions of those accursed beings. The only way that they were able to even be killed was to completely encapsulate them in a zone of enhanced pleasure. Thankfully, the Panopticon had viewed that as a lucky happenstance, so it happened for all of the Jucros, otherwise who knows what would have happened. Be that as it may, A newcomer was highly screened before converting the soul to a compatible form. For there not to be one in the Panopticon could only mean that the Shickle was involved. Somehow, there appeared to be no other option. And as she fell up the stairs and through the halls of gravy and marmalade, she wondered why she had to put up restrictions to teleport directly into another god. She knew it was for a good reason, but at that moment, the sheer insanity of having to trudge through a maple syrup swamps made her question her decisions momentarily. And for that, she shuddered. No other god could make her question herself much like Clem, or have thoughts that weren't herself. Finally, she arrived in the throne room. It was the one place every god was required to have, and would let her instantly talk to Sheldon, even if he was visiting someone else in the upper reaches. So, what brings you to my domain, Mishfief? There, standing on the wall, was an enigmatic being itself. Judicia may not have recognized his new form, but she could still feel that he was her. There's a creature that I believe you've tampered with. Oh, I have no idea what you mean. The last time I was allowed to even create something was back when I created the Mimic. And even then it stands as the worst creation I've ever made. And with that, he smiled, showing piano teeth. By the way, I've gotten into interior decorating. What do you think of the constellation on the ceiling? That's not a constellation, that's a bunch of water. No, my dear, not just water. Tears! With that, she fell through the wall, laughing, reappearing on the throne. Ah, yeah. So why are you questioning me? I know you hate me. This, thing isn't listed within the design registry of the Panopticon. Leads me to believe he's a newcomer. Ah, that's delectable. Tell me, how does he taste? Bipedal, mammal, and for some reason, really good at resisting mind effects. So, a boring one, I take it. To you, most everything you don't make is boring unless it's working for you. Touching, but still the curve stands. Just from what I can understand as well, the center title is not having an effect on the creature, or if it is, the effect has been reduced drastically. Somehow, at this, Vendeg raised his legs in surprise and belted out a chorus of cutlery. Oh, sorry about that, my dear. Butterfingers, you know. Emotions are such fickle things, you understand. Judicia sighed as she pulled a spoon from her ear. Yes, I think, it's hard remembering the rules for your speech when you're constantly changed them. And that is why you'll never understand me and my parents. Just give me a straight answer, yes or no. Did you, in any way, cause the newcomer to come into existence? No, I don't remember any of that happening. All right, that means that there's been a breach in the barrier or something. I really don't want to talk to Daryl, though. Daryl is somewhat important and an interesting man, and he tries, Judicia. You say that because he is infuriating to most of us with his boring way of talking. Monotone is in this moment, you know. I really wish that god of boundaries and containment would just, be a bit better to talk to. If you really want that, you know what you'd have to give me, right? Judicia shuddered at the touch of her custard. She knew what he probably wanted. Even if he had signed the law into being along with all the other gods, Chur's-based instincts couldn't be ignored. She may have not remembered the time from before it was born, but she does know that it reigned supreme for a millennium as the most powerful of the gods. The only thing keeping it from destroying anyone's hard work was the Panopticon. Even if I wanted you to change his speech pattern, you'd probably just change it to the sound of pears on stones, all squelch and no substance. Even then, Bryce isn't worth it. O'Shea, well, it's been absolutely wonderful talking to you again. Come visit again sometime. Bye. With a wave of its hand, Judicia was sent away back to her sphere. With that removal of simplicity, Chaos could come and call. God of Chaos and Change could finally let himself relax. Now that no one was watching him, he could think straight once again. Sure, he didn't exactly know how long he had to do so, but it was always fun to switch from time-based thinking to insanity. Cole was always having a good day, no matter if his plans fell apart or not. For a failed plan was as successful as a successful one. Sure, he may not have had all the information right now, but at least he had a view of something new, something exciting, something that apparently no one had created. It had been a while since that happened. Plus, his peculiar connection to the Panopticon allowed for all sorts of fun. He had plans upon plans concocting within his mind, and very soon his penultimate plan would come to fruition. Thus, for the rest of the day, Judicia was distracted by her investigation by the sound of a cackling laughter that only she could hear. End of chapter. Chapter 6. So, I should probably be more worried about the rumbling, right? I mean, it's been about a day since it started, but it hasn't got any louder, more closer. When it first started, I'd fallen into a fighting stance because I didn't trust myself to be able to use the stealth skill that well yet. Nothing seemed to happen. I'd gotten into my new skills to see if anything could help. From what I understood, accuracy lets me hit targets with better ranged weapons, which is explanatory, but it also does double damage when I hit a specific point on an enemy because of a skill compounded with survival instincts. This can level up though, which is weird considering that it's a stat ability, which so far hasn't had levels. For perception, it was a little bit trickier to figure out its effects. When I asked the system, the descriptor stated that the skill lets me figure out whether the person is trying to mislead me in certain situations. So basically an enhanced intuition towards people. I also found out a special combination thing that it apparently did. It compounded effects from survival instinct and mapping, so that I could see hostiles on the map, as well as automatically update the map in a radius rather than the narrow path it covered before. This is insanely helpful once I expand the map, and it'll let me be able to see sneak attacks coming. When I checked the map to find the source of the rumbling noise, everything came up green. So I assumed whatever it was far away, since no matter how long I traveled in any direction, I never saw a red dot besides Stein and myself and a few squirrels. After that fruitless endeavor, I decided to just start meditating because I wanted to see exactly what kind of benefits I'd get from it. And that's how I've been stuck for the entire night and straight through into the early morning. Let me say this, early morning in the forest, kinda peaceful, if it wasn't for the rumbling. Also, made myself a little pack. Not really enough plant twine around here for clothes, and I don't even know how to make them. But I could at least put my stuff in a pack. Anyways, besides that, I've been trying to focus on my magical and physical capabilities as well. I found out exactly what my MP and HP value is based off of. Apparently, the total MP I have is 20 times my wisdom value. I saw it increase as I put stat points into that to get it up to 15. And while I was adding 5 to basically strength, charisma, dexterity, and constitution, I noticed how my HP is calculated. Apparently, it is my constitution value times my level. Now that, at least I know exactly how it's happening. I just blindly assumed it was what it was, but at least I was right about my level being involved. This, however, also makes me doubt the MP calculation that I just did, as it can't really just be a flat number times a variable. Something about that just seems wrong to me. I also got a skill for having a strength value of 25 called Endurance. It has also a levelable like accuracy. I guess any physical skill can be leveled up with continuous uses. Endurance has basically 2 effects that I could find. None of them hidden at all because I couldn't seem to find any compounding with anything. The first effect that it has is that I get a 25% increase on resisting physical damage. Figured that was good, considering that I wasn't exactly equipped to handle any large animals like Stein if they were serious in tearing me apart. The second effect stated that if I activated it, I had a chance of losing a skill. Apparently, if I use it actively when I'm in less than 10% of my HP, I just don't take any damage to my health. From how it was worded, I think I still take the damage. It's just that the damage doesn't carry over until 30-second timer is up. That's interesting, but I don't want to use it, even if I have a slightly better than 50% chance at keeping it. I feel like it's a coin flip on whether or not I keep it, and I don't like those odds. Besides that, I also tried working on how to do magic. Usually in fantasy stories, magical power has to be supplied or kept somewhere inside the body. So I've also been using meditate to try and see where it is, considering it's the only thing in my arsenal that I can use with magic, and it lets me focus inwards. Unfortunately, using the skill has been a curve when it comes to how long I can do it, which breaks my concentration. At first, meditate barely did anything in terms of MP regeneration, which was a problem, considering that the tick for its use was every second. As I leveled it up, I found out that every 2 or so levels, the MP regeneration is basically 1 less MP that I lose. At this time, I'm still at a downside, but because of the high levels of meditate, I can basically almost be at the point where I can use it and lose no MP. It's only 1 MP now, so yeah, that's what I've been doing so far. Also, apparently, every time I level meditate up, I have a choice to increase my intelligence or wisdom by 2, because of me getting a new epiphany about life each time I do. At first, it was something simple, like life is precious or some such shit. Like life is precious or some such stuff that popped up the system. Eventually, it got even more philosophical on me about determinism. I was kind of weirded out by it, but I focused on the positives. I think it's just a matter of whether or not something meets my luck stat to get a bonus stat point, because I've leveled it up sometimes and it didn't give me one. On the bright side, I know I have a greater than 50% chance to get it, so that's nice. Anyways, I chose to put the points from the level up into meditation towards intelligence because it was closer to being level 50. Why level 50? Well, I figured since I was right about the stat ability at 25 points, I figured if the stat abilities compound like that, then I would have my next stat ability happen at level 50. So far, I've only managed to level meditate up to level 9 so far, and I only was able to get about 10 more points into the stat. I don't necessarily want to use my free points that I have for it, but I can just gamble each time I level up meditation. Thinking back on all of this, I think I've realized something about my latest epiphany. The skills I have are sometimes not really skills. They are more like abilities that I naturally have. I wish I could just make a new tab in the menu or something to better categorize them, but I don't even know if I can change the menu to include the new tab. Due to users' desire on better eloquence of the Panopticon's database of personal effects, a new option has been created called Abilities. All the skills that have been considered by the user as not skills have been moved to this section. I guess I can influence it, huh? Neat. Good to know about that. But, there's a problem now. I'm just, so bored. Stein won't wake up, meditation is going slow, and this rumbling is just getting annoying now. I mean, if I can be a wizard, I'm definitely going to be, especially with the massive boost to intelligence that I have. From what I remember, wizards mainly function with how their spells cost during that stat. So, if I can get it high before I even figure out the magical ability, I can probably increase how much power I can put into a spell. At least I'll finally be allowed to be a pyromaniac for a day. Wait, I just remembered. I have a class stuff, don't I? I remember a while ago the system that I got access to some classes. How would I go about changing it anyways? Class? Current class? Unknown. Available classes: Berserker, Wanderer, Wise Man, Monk, Druid, Woodsman, Hunter, Fighter, Rogue, Warrior. Okay, so those are the classes that I have access to, and they all just suck. None of them seem to have anything to do with magic, except maybe Druid or Wise Man. But I don't really want to be stuck as a plant wilderness magician. That's just boring and makes me stick to a path that I don't really want to be stuck on. Sure, I'd like to do plant things now and again, but I don't want to be stuck like that. Much too restricting. Except, I already have a class apparently. It isn't saying what it is though, just states unknown like it did my name a while back. And that changed. But it doesn't have my last name. Does it only have access to what I think currently at the time? I don't know. Maybe. Help unknown. Unknowns. Unknowns are pieces of information that the Panopticon does not have access to when concerning you as an individual. To get rid of the unknowns and reap the benefits that it sometimes hides, it is best to try and fill them in. For example, in your case, you currently have a class that is unknown label. It would be good to remember your past experiences with the class that you had before the event which led to unknown forming in the first place. The Panopticon will fill in the blanks regarding what type of class it is. If it wasn't a class that you hadn't just started recently, experience will be given out at an appropriate degree. That's the first time the system's referred to me specifically. Is it programmed to do that? Or is it alive? Something seems off here, and I don't know what. So I guess I have to think about my previous job or something. Alright, I got nothing better to do than remember before Stein wakes up. So I guess I should start when I got into college. Originally, I wanted to go into aerospace. Something about the idea of building rockets for a new orbital station just made me get excited. Then after the first year I was there, I couldn't get in. My GPA wasn't high enough. So I decided to settle on the next best thing, computer systems. I figured if I couldn't build the rockets myself, maybe I can make an AI that could just build one for me. And then I'd have my own space platform to work with. That'd show them all. It was way harder than I realized though. Yeah, I was familiar with coding before I came onto the college scene. Who wasn't? But this was some advanced stuff. They expected us to write code that output textual responses with embedded graphs. Graphs, mind you. And even when I put in a workaround by dealing with percentages, they still didn't like it because you didn't listen to your instructions, Dave. Graphs are graphs, even when they're pi. Even though there were things like that, I did get a degree in ECE, so there's that. I figured that I might put my job application out there, and in the meantime, I'd just try and hard code my own AI rocket builder. I, of course, applied to aerospace companies, tech moguls and the like, but they saw my first year and just outright dismissed me. I had to go to work for a law firm, a damned law firm, for 6 goddamned years. That still makes me angry to this day. Thankfully, while I was there, I was still able to code things, as I was in charge of data storage. It was just ungodly slow. It took me nearly a year to get my AI to prioritize cost effectiveness. The charts alone took up nearly 3 folders, but yeah, I guess that was my job. I was a coder. I was a computer engineer. An engineer. I don't see any updates. Nothing is immediately popping up for me, and I don't necessarily see anything that's changed in my class areas. What more do I need? Do I need to dumb down the explanation further? No class labeled engineer in system. Looking for viable solution. Existing crafter classes do not mesh with job queues. Existing combat classes do not mesh with job queues. Found one meshable class with miscellaneous classes, Arcanist. Would you like to keep your engineer class with added Arcanist features, or would you like to have the class set as Arcanist? Option 1 or Option 2. Warning, if you change class, you'll not keep experience. Guess it was just being slow. Well, I never heard of an Arcanist before, but it does sound like something that I could practice magic with, because it's got some arcane in the title. However, I feel like meditation might let me practice magic anyway, and I'd much rather keep the experience from my previous job if it's not even going to be kept. Sure, there's probably not going to be anything modern in this world, judging by how I couldn't find my job. But, I feel like if I get into magic enough, I could get into golemancy or something like that. So, I'll go with Option 1, please. You have selected Option 1. Retrieving Arcanist features. Following features retrieved. Skills, Spellcraft, Manipulate Construct. Abilities, Read Magic. Calculating experience from class. Class training, college 4 years. Gained approximately 8 levels in engineer. Class job, law firm 6 years. Gained approximately 12 levels in engineer. Class hobby 10 years. Gained approximately 10 levels in engineer. Due to class reaching level 5, you've earned new skill planning. Due to class reaching level 10, you have earned new skill blueprint. Due to class reaching level 20, you have earned the new ability inspiration. For each level gained after you gain access to a skill or ability, you will also gain a level in that skill and ability. Skill planning raised to level 16. Skill blueprint raised to level 11. Ability inspiration remains at level 1. Remaining experience deemed too low to add any more levels. Class update finished. Event: there are gods watching you closely now. While some have deemed you sinner, this one would like to offer you a boon. You now have the option to choose a new class, Chaos Priest. If you do not pick this class, there will still be an effect on your current one. Will you take this new class? Okay, so that's a lot of things I have now, I guess. But also, what the hell is that? Why did it just show up now? Maybe because I didn't have a class that was known. It apparently didn't know whether or not I would receive a boon in that class or the class itself. I don't know. This is just pure speculation at this point. Also, what have I done that has gotten a god's attention? I haven't really done much except punch some things and eat some shrooms. And judging by the class name, it's a chaos god. Part of me really wants to change my class to see what happens. The other really doesn't want to get involved with powerful gods. Sure, I have the sinner title, and effect is going to ad infinitum, but I think if they would give me a boon, I'd just get that effect gotten rid of, instead of a new class. If I'm honest with myself, I don't think I could really worship chaos. That isn't me. So no, I won't take that class. Event: you've chosen not to take the new class in favor of your older one. However, because this is a boon from a god, you will still be affected by its power. You have been touched by chaos. Your class is now Chaos Engineer. For being touched by chaos, you've gained a new skill, Chaos. Guess that wasn't that bad. Doesn't seem like my class has changed, and I got a new skill out of it. Wait, something's wrong here. There's something different, and I can't put my finger. Oh. The rumbling has stopped, and there's a big red circle in the map coming closer. Whatever it is, it's slow. But that doesn't really matter when you're, big. Well, shit. I get up off my rear, meditating can wait, heading towards Stein. I quickly shoved the cooked mind breaker under his nose. Nothing. What am I thinking? Of course he wouldn't wake up to that. He hasn't smelled cooked meat before. What if I just, carefully, I lift his mouth open and slide the food in. Somehow, I'm able to lift his mouth up and down to simulate chewing. I can see movement in his eyes before he even lifts his eyelids. Stein, I know you're woozy from the fight, and I know that you're probably still all gummed up, but I have to get you in the right headspace. There's something giant coming this way, and I don't know what. I don't think that we can take it, considering it's 10 times as big as our dots on my map. We need to run now. Stein, while awake now, still looks woozy. I don't think he's particularly all there yet. I don't know if that's because of sleep, or if his brain is still splayed. But there's no time for any of that. Now I know that the wolf is heavy to pick up. I mean, if he's the size of a horse, he probably weighs just as much. However, I don't need to carry him. I just need to push him and get him out of the clearing. His eyes are barely open as I begin pushing him into the largest bush I can find. Not really easy to hide the sky. Oh God! The birds are flying away in the distance, and I can hear the rhythmic thumping getting closer. Oh God, it's so fast. Stealth! Freaking stealth! I put my hand over Stein's muzzle. I know dogs usually breathe through their nose, but better safe than sorry. I glanced over at my companion. Good. It seems whatever it was, he's snapping out of it, because he's finally noticed my hand. His eyes travel up my arm to my face. I put my finger to my lips and point towards the clearing. He follows my finger, and for a second I don't really see any comprehension in his eyes. Then the treetops begin to move. Out of the overgrowth appears the thing. It's not really like the other things, the mindbreakers or whatever. Then again, I don't think anything in the natural world would make that. Then again, this kind of also is like it. I half expected a T-Rex or something coming over, with how everything was turning out. To be honest, a T-Rex would probably be better, as at least I would have understood slightly how it worked. This was like a featherless chicken on steroids that had biceps. This damn thing was the size of a house, hard, wrinkly skin, and I swear to God its mouth was sideways. The only real way I could tell that it was because of the tongue ran up and down its lips. Oh God, I think I might not throw up. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it has eyes, but it's got a bunch of slits on its head. I think those are multiple noses or something. Why the hell would anything need that many nostrils? God, please don't tell me that it can smell us. Can't tell where its ears are, but I'm thinking they're somewhere in that eye, so wait. What if, could I, just stuff its face? If it doesn't have eyes, it can't really see where I am. Plus, the whole place smells like smoked meat, so I couldn't exactly smell me. I just needed to open its mouth. If I, put a bunch of ashen stuff in its nose, I could probably make it sneeze. That's all worthless, though, if I can't get up there. How do I, Oh, Stein! I looked at my companion. He's frozen in place. Crap, that's bad. Thought he was fearless. Got to step up. I waved my hand in front of his face. After a few seconds, his panic gives way to attention. He looks at me. Okay, how do I explain this to him? Wait, drawing, the universal medium. I pick up a nearby stick and draw up the plan. First, the figures. Stick me, stick Stein. Big old block for, whatever that is. Us behind a tree in a bush. Now, me on top of Stein, lying flat. Us walking slowly to a big old beast. Stein bites. I jump up and throw things into its mouth. Thing lies flat on ground with me in victory pose. Stein sits and has a wagging tail. I put the stick down and look at Stein. He's staring at the drawing, so that's good. If animals weren't smarter here than on Earth, I'd probably be crap out of luck. Stein looks back up to my face, stares into my eyes, and gives a single nod. All right, we're getting somewhere. All right. Sticking to plan, I grip onto his fur and start climbing up. I don't think this is causing too much pain, cause he doesn't seem to react as I climb on top. I pat his head and let him know that I'm up. He then stands and, oh God, how do I ride him? I rode horses a while back when I was sent to summer camp. That was ages ago. Oh God, I misjudged how hard it is to keep my balance. It's better just to lay down on him like I drew. At least then, I'll have 2 more limbs to hold on to him with. We slowly walk back to the clearing. The walking chunk of flesh is sniffing the campfire, probably trying to find the meat. Thankfully, I didn't eat all of my portion, so now it's focused on eating it. Means we're not going to be noticed, with how loudly those bones are snapping. We stalk closer. Slowly, I stand up on Stein's back. Whoa, this is hard. Okay, calm down. You have an excellent balance. You are standing on one of those tag wave machines. This isn't an animal. This is just that one time that you were at the Stoughton Park for your friend's birthday party. Yeah, that'll work. Especially with the sounds of the slosh and the squelches and the chewing. Yeah, okay. Almost, wait. It stopped chewing. That's not good. Stop, buddy, stop! I signal him by trying to stop. but I don't think he's getting the message. Crap. I can't do anything as Stein's just crawling towards him. We need to hide. Somehow, we need to get back into the safety of the bush. I don't know why I came up with this stupid plan. Crap! Seen us. End of chapter. Chapter 7. I can barely react as it lunges forward. Barely being the key word. It couldn't exactly see us, but it could smell and hear us, and that was enough to get my leg as I jumped. Frick, that hurts. Can't focus on pain. Gotta make it come over. Come on, ignore Stein, big guy. I scream in pain. I need it to focus on me. That, however, just spurs Stein into action. He lunges forward and grasps one of its two legs, biting down hard. If it was any smaller, I think Stein would have knocked it down with its face with that bite. Unfortunately, it's big and apparently has good balance. He just lifts its leg and throws Stein off of it. Crap! Stein's got the focus on him now. Of course the damn monster's gonna go after the one who hurt it. Why wouldn't it? I can hear the rumbles as it starts to charge towards Stein. I can't see clearly, but everything's blurry. I don't know if it's caused the adrenaline or the blood loss. But one thing I can see clearly though are the stat bars. HP 230 out of 640, MP 300 out of 300, AP 35 out of 35. If I take another attack like that, I'm a goner. Crap! If only I could, Wait, that's it. Didn't I get something called Aura of Fear? If I use it, maybe the thing will just, run away? No, it's probably too low level to work on it. What about my new skill? No, the class I got stuck with is a non-combat type of class, I think. Judging by the skills I got. My thoughts are hard to articulate with those goddamn sounds. The yipping, the gnashing, the gnawing, the snarling of the fight. God damn it! Wait, maybe there's something in there. Spellcraft. Maybe I can make the spell to save us. No, not how the skill works. It just allows me to make enchantments easier and also allows me to use runic magic. Not helpful. Don't even know any runes. Manipulate construct. Could be like an earthbender type situation. No. Just lets me mess with magic circuits inside items. Cool, yes. Helpful? No. Planning just makes a plan. Level depends on the foolproofness of it. Not helpful. Blueprint makes a blueprint of a thing that I've made or got blueprints for. If I have materials, I can instantly make the thing using it. Not helpful, damn it. The sounds of the fight are so distracting right now. Wait, inspiration! That's it! Inspiration. Due to inspiration's effect, you can no longer use it for the rest of the day. You've also gained knowledge pertinent to the task in which you're trying to do. Implanting knowledge now. Oh god, it hurts my head so much more than the mind control stuff. Okay, so, half my AP points to use this. Why wouldn't I take it? 'Cause I just found out how to fricking use magic. Alright, so from what the skill implanted in me, I guess, is that magic is a bit like throwing up at first. It's supposed to stay inside your body, so those who forcibly put it out into the world are actively ejecting the very thing that keeps them alive. From the skill, the sensation is supposed to be like the beginning to throw up, if you haven't used any outside of your body. Okay, going into meditation. The sounds of the fight and the ripping fade away as the skill activates. Since this uses MP, I can see the internal effect of what I'm doing easily. My MP pool is slowly going down through continuous use of meditation. Now I just need to follow the instructions, slowly reaching out with my consciousness to it. The will's important, but I need my mind to actively move towards the pool. Deep in a trance now, I slowly float closer to the pool. The inky blackness slowly surrounding it lights up as the pool fills my vision. Now I just need to, tug? I felt a brief resistance, as if I was putting on a layer of something surrounding my pool. A layer of something that is now broken, as the contents of my MP pool start to spill out. Okay, I won't have long now. Plus, if I don't use the stuff quick, I might die. Gotta do this. I exit out of my meditation, ignoring the messages from the system that are sent to me. This isn't going to last long. My magic is pouring out of every fiber of my body, so much that I can actually see the glow flow into the air and dissipate. Okay, focus. I reach out and try to grab the magic in my hand, but it flows out. Crap! Okay, just calm down. I was able to touch it before using my will. I can still do it if I try. I reach out again and grasp the wisps of vapor, this time putting all of my intent into doing so. I can finally touch it. Now I just need to shape it into something while I still can. Can't make the mana into a fireball, but I can make a weapon. A spear. It forms its edges, focusing on the concept of sharp. Something like this isn't necessarily sharp in the first place until you put the intention into the mana. Okay, it's done. I try to get a clearer look, squinting to see exactly what is happening in the physical world. No, God damn it all! Not like this! Reaching back as far as I can while lying on the ground, I launch it straight towards that ugly face. Maybe its sound makes it as it flies through the air. Maybe it's the fact that I was screaming the entire time. Whatever the case, the thing turns towards me from the mess on the ground and roared. That was absolutely wrong choice, as the spear just goes through the monster's head and flies off into the sky. There's a swift sound of a squelch before the thing closes its mouth and starts walking towards me silently. Crap! How is it still alive if that went through its brain? It must have a super regeneration or something. Crap! Do I still have my satchel? Okay, it's still attached. Even if I know magic now, I don't think I have much more for a second shot. I need to make this one count. It stalks closer before it opens its mouth again. I can see that the wound, while going directly through it, is starting to heal again. I don't know how, but I can tell that it's grinning at me, savoring the moment as it were. It slowly opens its mouth and licks its lips. Okay, it's overconfident and, as soon as the monster opens its maw, I throw in my satchel. It swallows it, according to plan. Now I just cower in fear and stroke its ego, while the satchel does its magic. Almost instantly, I can see its face change, even if I couldn't tell how. Where before it oozed smugness, now it looks like it had a bad stomachache. I knew keeping those mushrooms was a good idea. With a heavy whomp, it fell onto its front, with its mouth slightly ajar. Oh, well, now it kinda looks like it has rabies, with the foam crusting out of its mouth. And it's just lying there, kind of helplessly. How did I even survive this thing anyway? I guess that I can worry about it later, but now I gotta make sure. I step closer and the downed beast, and with the last of the magic I could make, I emptied another spear through its head. Hopefully, some of the mushrooms will reach its brain. One can hope. Wait, crap! Instantly, I hobble away from the beast and ignore my logs. I'll need to look at them eventually, but for now I gotta focus on my boy. I look away from the beast towards the bloody pile on the floor away from me. It's slow going, and I think the adrenaline's wearing off, because I feel a lot of pain now. It's getting harder to keep my balance. Yeah, the trees are beginning to waver. Crap! Quickly, I claw at the ground to get closer to the only thing that I could call a friend here. It takes a lot of my strength. Now, it kinda looks like it has rabies, with a pale foam crusting its mouth. But I finally get to him. Observe! Species, direwolf, level 75. HP 120 out of 1500. AP 0 out of 150. Effects, bleeding, mauled. God damn it, he's lost a lot of health. How am I looking? Stats. Name, Dave. Race, human. Class, engineer. Level 39. HP, 20 out of 780. MP, 45 out of 300. AP, 20 out of 40. Strength, 25. Dexterity, 30. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 45. Wisdom, 15. Charisma, 20. Luck, 52. Not too good, I guess. Makes sense considering I've lost a limb. Probably bleeding out right about now. Is this it? I mean, I could try to do something. Maybe I could try what I did before. But I don't think that, wait. I got affinities. Maybe if I feed him my blood or something, it'll let him get the same healing factor I got. Then again, he's just as likely to get Decay, and I'll end up killing him. Crap! I have these things for a reason, right? What's the goddamn point? There's gotta be something I can do. Wait, I still have MP. I must be able to regenerate faster that I'm losing somehow. I don't know, but I gotta look to gift horse in the mouth. I put my hands on him and I try focus inwards once again. I've got to grasp the feeling again of putting out my magic. Now that I've done it once, it's easier to do. But I can't just pull it in pure form anymore. I don't know whether or not the MP actually helps heal someone on its own. Wait, I see something. There are surfaces near the core. There are flat screens, but I kind of can tell what color they are from the brightness of my magic. One's green, but the other's a bit too dark to tell. Wait, I think those are my affinities. Finally, I've got something I can do. Hopefully, my judgment is right. Otherwise, I'm forcing my friend to die faster. I pull my magic from my core towards the screen and focus it to go through. There's a bit of resistance, but it finally works. I open my eyes to see the green flow in my friend. Can't really tell from all the blood, but I think it's working. His bones are being put back into place, and I think the wounds are closing. I did it! I finally saved someone. Oh God! I'm out of mana. Nothing's coming out, and I think that I am. So, it seems to me that Dave has finally lost consciousness. Kinda proud of him for lasting this long without a limb, especially for actually making one for himself. Seems like he's alright now. Thought that he'd died to that Grendel. Glad he didn't though. Wait, could I? No, best not. Might break him if I try. I'll just make sure that the recovery goes alright. Till then, I could always just, look through his memories. Yeah, might not be able to see through his eyes right now, but it'd be a nice distraction. Now, what should I start with first? End of chapter. Chapter 8. God damn it, why do I always have to wake up in pain nowadays? Rick! Thank God I didn't die after I passed out from blood loss. Why aren't I dead anyways? Last I looked, I was bleeding from a stump that used to be my knee. I opened my eyes, looking up at the sky above, noticing the orange tint of dawn still lingering in the east. I looked around to find Stein gone. Well, that's okay, I guess. Probably went off to go hunt or something. I don't see any tracks though. Wonder where he could have, oh. So I have a question. Several, actually. First, how the hell do I have a glowing, transparent leg? Pretty sure I never tried to make that happen on purpose. Then again, it explains why I was able to somewhat walk before. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it's there. I'm pretty sure that the creature tore my leg right off from the first hit. Then I was all focused on my mana pool and figuring out a spell to kill the creature. When I stumbled over to try and save Stein, it never even occurred to me to ask how I could get over there if I only had one leg. But how is it there? Why is it there? Second, why can I move my hand through my leg? I mean, my arm just passes right through it. It feels a bit cold, but other than that, nothing is happening to my arm or the glowing leg. Third, how does it work? I'm pretty sure it's magic, but I don't think it's casting any spells to do this. Wait, maybe there's something in the logs. I'm pretty sure I ignored them while the fight was happening. So let me pull up the log, maybe that'll help. History, 8 hours ago. Congratulations on purposely breaking your soul's membrane and accessing your magic for the first time. You've earned +5 int and the ability Mana Manipulation. For reaching level 10 in meditation, you have been given the choice of advancing skill or choosing another related one. For use in Magic Spear without knowing the spell, you've earned +1 int and +1 whiz and the spell Magic Spear. For gaining int of 50, you earn the ability Dual Thinking. For killing a named superior beast, Grendel, you've earned 10 levels, +5 strength, +5 con, +1 luck. For feeding, healing, and fighting with an animal companion, you've earned the skill Animal Companionship. For gaining a constitution of 25, you have earned the ability Passive Regeneration. Combination found between affinity, life, and ability Passive Regeneration. New ability formed, Physical Resistance. New spell formed, Growth. For using Regenerate without knowing the spell, you have earned +1 int and +1 whiz, and the spell Regenerate. Warning, newcomer effect ending in 1 day. 23 hours, 30 minutes. 23 hours, 22 hours, 21 hours, 20. 19 hours, 35 minutes. 19 hours, 34 minutes and 48 seconds. 19 hours, 34 minutes and 47 seconds. Okay, so a lot of things happened that fight. Jesus, just look, a lot of skills, just too many right now. Nothing here seems to be responsible for the leg, unless it's magic manipulation. But I'm not actively doing anything right now. Wait, observe! Magical prosthesis. Not too many people can claim to have made one of these. Has knowledge of the intricacies of the limb it is meant to replace, as well as the constant activation of magic manipulation, is required for the limb to remain present. This was made in part by your knowledge of anatomy, combined with the inherent ability Dual Thinking. Wait, how? I'm not really thinking about that right now. How is the ability I got doing that, when I can't even tell you to use the ability in the first place? God, I don't want to think about this anymore. Worrying has been all I've been doing lately. I need to relax or calm down or something. Sighing, I pull my mind back from the anxiety and focus around me. Where Stein had lain was the remains of a pool of blood. Well, it would have been a pool of blood if it had not soaked into the ground. There was a train leading away, but it didn't go very far. I think he's okay. Don't really know if that spell, I guess, could heal the bones or not, but at least he's no longer bleeding out. I looked over to the Grendel to find that its corpse is half eaten. Oh, at least Stein had a lunch, and the fire's out. Great, I mean, I could get more wood, but it's kind of warm right now, so I don't see much of a point. Oh no, my stomach did just growl. Yes, that means it's Grendel's steak for lunch. Gotta get up and gotta get more firewood then. I start to get up before I realize it. Maybe I should be slow with my magic leg. Don't really know what kind of force it could take. Oh, that's weird. How does that work? I only really expected my regeneration just to close off the leg into a stump, but it looks like the flesh is slowly filling in, downward from the knee through the magic leg. Huh. Well, I guess that's good. Judging from the MP usage alone, I'd have used it all up in a couple hours trying to maintain this. Probably would get longer if I leveled up meditation more. But what would be the point? I also noticed something weird about my HP. While it did level, I get the appropriate points. Something seemed off about my health. Usually, I'd have my level times my con, but a 49 times 25 does not equal 1020. Is it because I've lost a leg? Either way, it seems to be slowly going up because it just got one more for some reason. Wait, I just realized something. I might not even need to walk to get firewood. According to the log, I got a skill called Growth. Could I just, grow a tree that could be easier to turn into firewood? Let me look at the spell. Okay. So it looks like there's a bunch of good news. The spell doesn't cost any MP due to my affinity, and that means that it won't detract from my MP going to my leg, which is nice. The description, though, only says that it grows plants. It doesn't say that it has a set range to it, though. It's vague about how far it can go, which is weird. Guess the only way I can do it is to try it out. I try out a stance. I don't really know if I have to pour my MP into it, if it can activate by itself. Growth! Nothing's happening. That was, kind of disappointing, really. I wouldn't really like to be a druid in real life, but being a poison ivy type can be cool. Am I just, doing it wrong? Could it be that I need to set a target? Oh crap! I forgot. I have to help function, don't I? Help growth. Spell growth. Type multi-target. 1 bigger than equal to X, smaller than equal to 500. Wow, that's a lot of things I could do, so I have to manually target something for it to work. How do I target? Might as well do it again. Help target. Targeting. To target something, one must first specify to the system what object entity that they want to include for the effect to occur. That did not help at all. Didn't even say how I should target some... Wait. Maybe it did. Let me just check something real quick. Looking around, I try and find something that I could use it on. Sure, there were magical plants from earlier, but I don't really want to make something bigger that can already flash freeze/fry an insect. That's asking for trouble. Best just to stick with the sapling or something. Thankfully, there was some at the edge of the clearing. Now, let's try this. Growth! Sapling. The little sprout starts to shake a bit before I can see a visible growth. It was kind of like that time-lapse video where you see the tree grow, except there was on fast forward. I could see the stem of the sapling grow bark, and the leaves growing alongside begin to become branches. Leaves grew wider, and the sapling shot up about a bit of my height, before stopping altogether. All this happened in a span of about 2 seconds. So, I was glad I didn't blink. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to tell. I'm a bit confused as to why it isn't still growing. But then I think I know the reason. The sapling isn't a sapling anymore. It changed so much that it couldn't be targeted by the effect. So it just cancelled. At least, I think that's how it is. Maybe growth just has a spell effect that only lasts that long. I need to test it on something that takes a while to grow, even with growth. Further tests with growth on the other saplings around the clearing revealed a lot about how the spell worked. If I used the wrong name when identifying something, it didn't work. I could control the speed of the plant growth. If I used the plural, all available saplings near me grew at the same time, but at a reduced rate. I also noticed that if I said tree, I could further the growth of what used to be a sapling to something that I'd call an elder. It was taller than the other trees, about another tree taller than the others, and its branches overshadowed the rest of the trees. Its barks turned a bit green, and the leaves had a heavy glossy shine to them. I really wanted to test how far it could go, but once I tried growth on an elder, it didn't seem to take effect. Or if it did, it was at a reduced rate. You know, experimenting was a nice distraction. I didn't think about how alone I was. I didn't worry about my potential demise, and I stopped thinking about the crawling sensation around my stump. Oh God, just thought about it. Oh, quick, think of something else. Yes, civilization. I got a quest a while ago to get there, and then I'd be able to talk to people, apparently. I mean, I remembered it, but how do I find it? I could try find a river. I have to put off trying to find a source of water, hoping for rain. But drinking the juices of leftovers can only do so much. Maybe that's where Stein went. No, he left. If he didn't want to stay behind, then that's his prerogative. Right now, I gotta focus on me. First order of business, food. Before that, though, I need to get some firewood. So, using growth, I managed to grow some saplings until they seemed to be about the right size. Thankfully, I can fully stop the effect when I want to. Otherwise, I'd probably have to figure out the right word just to have them grow to the right height or something. I managed to break the branches into pieces before throwing them into the campfire. Sure, I'd have to start the fire again, but this saved a lot of time. Having done that, I guess the next step would be to head over to where I had planned on sleeping, as that's where I put most of the tools that I had made, basically the bowstring and the starting stand. I started the fire again using some of the branches that I had grown. After I was able to get started and kept it, I headed back towards the tool area and grabbed the one thing that I was missing. I grabbed the rock that I had sharpened to cut those mind breakers earlier, and started to work on butchering a piece of the grendel. The grendel's flesh is kinda tough to cut, my rock barely doing anything to get through the skin. Luckily, Stein already tore a big chunk out of it, so I just have to have some choice bits of meat from the area. Wait, did the poison mushrooms infect the meat? It probably wouldn't affect me, but did Stein get it? Is that why he left? Crap! No, don't worry about him. Worry about yourself. Just focus on the meat. Focus on the smell of smoke. Focus on the taste of getting into your... Oh God, it tastes horrible. It's like I don't even know right now. It just feels like I'm eating I got into the intestines, didn't I? Crap! Literally. Well, I have a bunch of things that I could do today, but finding water and getting the taste out of my mouth is right near the top of the list. The first thing on my list really had to be getting myself some goddamn clothes. Now, I would like that, because everything is just uncomfortable right now without them. I get hot and cold too easily now. I wish I had pants. I could really try fashion myself something out of all the wildlife around here, but I don't think I'd be too good at doing that. I could try and tan the grendel hide. I remember that you have to dry the skin for a bit before trying to use anything like leather working, which I don't even know how to do. However, I don't think that I could cut it into smaller pieces without the proper tools. So, although that's the first priority on my list of things to get done, I guess I'll have to table it for now. The second thing I could do is find a water source. There might be a lake, stream, or river nearby. That also might be where Stein left to go. Maybe I could track him with survival instincts. Nah, doesn't seem like that's part of its wheelhouse. It's probably more or less a danger sense, or something. I don't know. Maybe I should just try and find water. That seems to be more, urgent requirement. Maybe I could find Stein too. He was able to rip through the skin of the grendel, so, maybe if I get him back, he could help me make clothes. Yeah, just, order things out, step by step. It can be manageable. So, I guess I just have to pick a direction. Good old Stick can do that for me. Won't you, Mr. Stick? Wait, no. Stop. When you humanize objects, no, just no. I picked up the stick, put it in its end, and let it go. It fell to the ground, pointing away from the cave, kind of in the direction of the twilight rose from earlier. Huh. Should I be worried? Nah. No, just a coincidence, so, setting myself to wander in that direction, I activate Observe to see if I can catch anything interesting or important. Nothing seems to be catching my eye, though. I thought maybe I could find another cool flower or magical plant or something. You kind of expect more of it when you went in the same direction, right? For reaching level 10 in Observe, you have been given the choice to advance the skill or choose another related one. Oh yeah, that was kind of something that happened during the fight too, wasn't it? I also have to think about that too, don't I? Wait. Maybe, help, advance. Advance! Within the panopticon, the term advance can mean one of three things. The first is the advancement of skills. The second is advancement of spells. The third and final one is the advancement of classes. To better illustrate what occurs between these three options, Keen Eyes has reached level 10. It may be advanced to become Eagle Eyes. The spell Spark has reached level 10. It may be advanced to Burning Hands. The class Tailor has reached level 25. it may be advanced to expert tailor. So, if I choose an advanced observe and meditation, I could get better skills. I assume that they start at level 1 though. However, if I keep them and I can get some of the skills to them anyway, it kinda sucks that the advancement does with spells. Unless it's not saying something here. Knowing the system, it probably won't unless I find the right keyword or something. I've got nothing better to do except try it. With how the newcomer is looking, I might not be getting any new skills after the effect goes away. Now that I think about it, why is it an effect? I mean, I get why I have it, but why is it an effect? What is causing me to have the effect? Shouldn't there be something? I know, in other games, constant effects are usually caused by titles or something. Shouldn't there be something like that in the system? Congratulations for finding out the existence of the hidden function without consulting other people. For that, you have received +2 Wiz, +2 Int, and the privilege of viewing the hidden function. You can view the current titles within your stats. Titles: Newcomer, Sinner, Survivalist. Alright, do I just say titles, or is it just my stats? It's in my stats under my classes. Apparently I have 3. I understand 2 of them, and the cause and the effects that I get, but the third one doesn't really seem to do anything. It's just called Survivalist, and I don't really remember receiving a message saying that I earned it or anything. Help, Survivalist. Warning, help function does not work when inquiring about the purpose of titles. If you want more information regarding titles, please consult your local... No help there, huh? Shame. Thought that this would help with everything, with how it's been working. Thought that it'd at least get some history when I got it, or at least a description on what it actually does. I guess I'll just start walking. I'll tell you what though, if I wasn't lost, alone, and trying to stay alive, this would be a nice nature walk. The sunlight is streaking in through the branches above my head. I can hear the faint chitter of some of the squirrels and some weird equivalent. Birds are chirping overhead, singing their songs of territorial disputes, or maybe mating calls. Who's to say? The thing that I noticed, though, is that the bugs are more prevalent than I thought that they'd be, which is a problem, considering I'm basically naked. I don't really want to be more of a wild man than I already am. I'm already not doing myself any favors walking around with nothing but a leafy loincloth. So, with a bit of hesitation, I push on, although a bit faster than before. Sure, there were still sights to see and sounds to listen to, but I just swept past it all, activating sharp hearing and listening only for sources of water. Eventually, the sounds of the forest started to fade out as I focused in on one specific sound, the trickling of the river. Quickening my pace, I ran through the trees, hoping to get some liquid in me, noticing only how parched I'd been. As I ran, I remembered that, supposedly, a man can only survive without water for 3 days, although, by my count, it had been a little longer than that. Perhaps I'd gotten some moisture from the food that I'd eaten. After a couple trees, I could see it, the river. It was probably the widest river that I'd seen in my life, but it was also pretty shallow. It was probably 4 to 5 meters wide, while it only went down about 1.5 meters. I could see dozens of rocks underneath it, as well as some small fish that darted about, hither and thither. The bank didn't really have a sand or dirt. It was just more rocks surrounding the river. I immediately dived forward, scraping my hands on some of the rocks near the edge of the river, as I began to drink in greedily. Sure, it's not clean. It's probably full of bacteria, but it was clear. I had no container, and I probably could survive it. After all, if I could survive something that literally caused my bones and organs to decay, I could survive getting a bit of dysentery. As the cold, crisp water washed down my throat and got rid of the unmentionable taste that shan't be discussed, I almost upchucked it, but I managed to swallow it down. After that, I just slowly sipped it from my hands. But then I noticed something a bit further upstream. It wasn't a normal animal, to say the least. Well, if anything can be called normal here. Whatever it was big though. Half of its body went across the river, while mine could barely make it to the 8th across. Its body was covered in a shaggy fur, but it wasn't, I don't think it was fur. It more looked like, plants? Yeah. Kind of looked like a bunch of little leaves and grass just growing over the main body. Its legs looked a bit like dogs coming off of the main body, while it had a tail that looked more akin to a sort of ivy than a solid structure. I pulled my gaze up towards the head, which was still drinking. Its head. How do I explain what I'm looking at? Its ears weren't really ears. They looked more like knots that you'd find sometimes on a log, with its head being covered in the same grass leaf stuff, while also somehow looking like bark in places where the grass didn't cover. Like its eyes. Crap. I'm staring directly into its eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Claw didn't really expect his first foray into the world to certainly become what it has. He had expected to basically get out of the cave, maybe hunt some of the forest creatures, drink some water, find a mate, and basically live out the rest of his days peacefully. He did not expect to run into a giant floating ice. Judging from Gloom's actions, which is what he decided to call the white creature he was following, he didn't think these things deserved any attention whatsoever with how calm he was being. And after a while of walking behind Gloom, he started to feel something he hadn't in a long time. Fear. Something here was causing him to fear for his life. That didn't happen since, forever ago. He only ever knew the fear from when he went on his first hunt. They had encountered, he didn't really remember what the clan had called it. He just knew that it ate a lot of his members whole before dying off. Ever since, the clan designated the forest as apex territory. So feeling like this here seemed off to him, especially since the deeper into the cave was as safe as you could be. Then, he felt something breathing down his neck. He turned around only to find himself face to face with a giant maw. It could crush his head in one bite, and it took the opportunity to do so. Thankfully, it wasn't really strong enough to crush bone, so Claw got in a few swipes, but it didn't seem to do anything to the thing wrapped around his head. Then he began to feel more teeth gnawing on the parts of his body. He started to run in a random direction, hoping to bash them off, or something, but it didn't seem to happen. Claw ended up collapsing on the ground, hearing shrieks go off in his skull, drowning out his own thoughts. Eventually, it all stopped, and he was left in darkness, being slowly fed to the piece that could fit his entire body on their tongues. It was only when he woke up did he realize that he was dreaming. He could really tell that it was happening, nor why he felt that he was in pain. All he knew was that Gloom was in front of him. At first, he tried to get away, but he found that he couldn't control his muscles at all, really. It was as if they wouldn't respond to his will. He didn't like this feeling. Becoming still means becoming someone else's food. Becoming still means starving of hunger and thirst. He silently whispered, as he couldn't even move his mouth. That didn't stop him from tasting something, though. Driven away from his misery, he finally noticed what Gloom was doing. He was feeding him, much like someone would feed a pup. He didn't give him water, but then again, getting the food itself was probably as much as it could do for him, given how tiny it was. He was grateful for the thing's help. He didn't know how it had gotten him out of the situation, but he promised that when it led him back to his pack, he would not eat all of them, only the scrawny or the old. Caring for him had promised at least that much to Gloom. So he sat there, biding his time till he was able to walk again. He spent it just sleeping or eating, at least until he was rudely awoken. When he came to, he could actually feel his body again. He could tell because he was being crudely dragged towards a bush, while the ground let out the sound of thunder. Groggily, he tried to follow Gloom into the bush. It was a bit of work, but he was able to push himself close to the ground. They were both silent, waiting, watching for whatever was coming. When it first appeared, Claw thought that it looked kind of like a... He wasn't too sure, but he'd say that it was big, weird-faced, wingless, featherless chicken. He began to suspect, due to its size, that it could easily overpower them at this moment. He wanted to just leave. He didn't see that it had any eyes, so it probably relied on smell. If he just ran downwind, he'd probably not get its attention. However, before he could leave, Gloom grabbed him. Claw looked down to discover that Gloom had drawn something down. Claw wasn't a particularly good artist. He put a paw on a birthstone, same as everyone else, but he didn't find it that important. It was just a bloody paw print after all. See this though, it made him appreciate it. If anyone could draw up plans to hunt prey, or even mark down where they'd been seen it, that would make hunting much easier to do. From what he'd been able to tell, Gloom wanted to get on his back, stalk up to the thing, antagonize it, and then Gloom jumping and throwing his... Claw couldn't really tell what he was drawn there. Claw looked down to see what he was talking about. It seemed like he had made something to wear that held, from what he saw, those mushrooms that had rendered him sick. Oh, he understood now. They were going to sick the creature to death. It wasn't how a hunt normally went, nor was it really honorable. But Claw was on his own now. He no longer had many brothers and sisters supporting him. Only Gloom did. So, with that brief thought, Claw did not see anything wrong with his plan. So he let Gloom onto his back and began to stalk the creature as it ate some of the meats that Gloom had brought. This was Claw's element. This was the reason he was alive. Sure, he used to do this with others before, but now he won't have to share any of the meat. Unless Gloom would like some. He wouldn't mind sharing. There was more than enough meat to go around. It would be fair to say that Claw was more focused on the hunt than the passenger right now. Sure, he'd made sure that Gloom was capable of staying on top of his back. But other than that, Claw was getting a bit bloodthirsty. He hadn't been in a proper hunt in months. His whole clan had to hide in a cave while feasting on the insects and fish that were in there. It wasn't like the good old days anymore. So when the big beast had finally turned its head and roared in challenge, Claw had put the plan of his own and met it with his own. It started out in the best way for Claw. He struck first, dealing a powerful strike against the thing's face, leaving lines of blood dripping. He was then struck back with the foe biting his torso. Sure, it couldn't fit itself entirely around it, but it still punctured a lot of important things in there. So, it could be understood that Claw's fighting capabilities were rapidly decreasing. Especially when the beast seemed to somehow recover from its injuries almost instantly. Claw did fight with all of his might. He broke his namesakes against the thing's hide, before resorting to just tearing at the flesh with his teeth. That was the moment when the fight had turned against him, however. For the beast had decided to do the same around his neck, and with a snap, the fight was over. Claw was tossed aside like a hindrance. He could not feel anything anymore, not even the blood or guts that were starting to leave his body. All he could feel was the warmth of his body leaving him. Claw thought that this was probably one of the better ways that he could go out. It certainly wasn't the best. He hadn't been fighting to protect his clan and dying with honor. He hadn't even secured himself a legacy, but at least he had someone fight by his side till the end. He could barely see Gloom fighting for their lives. His vision was blurring and beginning to darken. From what he could see, Gloom was far more powerful than he had been given credit for. In fact, he probably shouldn't have pushed aside Gloom to begin with. While he may not look all that impressive, neither do white abominations, and they could do much the same as Gloom could with their horns. This, however, had far more power behind it, where the little ones had ones that shot out only a fair few paws away from their horns. Gloom's could travel at least a grown clanmate's length while still retaining the power. All too soon, Gloom could see that the whole that had done nothing, much like Claw's powerful strikes. Even though he couldn't see it, he was sure that Gloom was visibly smirking as the thing opened its maw to swallow him whole. And then Gloom tossed the mushrooms in. The foe swallowed it whole, like a fool, and had instantly taken to sickening effects. The plan had been completed. They had taken it down, even if it cost Claw his life. This was a much better ending than he thought he'd receive otherwise. Rather than dying and being eaten by his foe, he had fallen in the hunt, a victorious one at that. No greater honor could be bestowed upon the lone warrior. He smiled a bit. It was the only thing that he could control with his limited muscles. He could see Gloom finally notice his state and start to head towards him. Something was different about the way he walked, but that wasn't what Claw was paying attention to. Gloom's face held an eerily familiar emotion, something that Claw felt time and time again as his brothers and sisters long past. Grief and anguish. On death's door, he could only watch as he saw Gloom release tears. Claw's thoughts at that moment wanted to be put into words that could be understood by Gloom. Sure, he may be dying, but Gloom is alive and with such a great victory over it. If he hadn't rushed in a glory-crazed state, no one would have had to die. It was his fault. Gloom no longer had to worry about him anymore. But these thoughts went unsaid, especially since moving his tongue had become harder than ever. His vision faded to black. He could no longer see anything. He had hoped he might have made enough of an impression on the gods to let him have a place, having his fill of fees and, due to spell, regenerate, effect dying has been reduced to effect major wound. What? Alright then, that's acceptable. Claw's vision came back in from black. Color began to fill his vision as he saw Gloom pour himself into him. He could finally feel below his neck after a crack in it. His organs began to flow back into his body as his blood began pooling, and his skin and muscle grew back in. Claw couldn't believe his eyes. He had found a shaman. It was such a rare occurrence that his clan only had about 2 clansmen become them within his entire history. After a while, he finally decided to check on our Gloom, but it looked like he'd passed out. Claw decided to get up. He needed to think. As he stood up on his legs, he carefully made sure the shaman Gloom was not inconvenienced. He walked towards the beast and had decided to intrude upon him at his shaman's spot, and tore into him. It was twitching anyway, so he wasn't too sure whether or not it could recover. But after it stopped moving, he decided to eat further. After eating his fill, he decided to find water. Afterwards, he would lead Gloom to it, of course, but right now he needed something to parch this thirst after battle. As he walked through the forest and smelled of the water, he thought on what had heard. It wasn't something that was unknown to clan history. A long time ago, the voice had spoken to a few of the clans, before they settled off in places unknown. Other times, it was when a change occurred within an individual. He'd never heard the elder's voice before. He doubted he might ever hear it again. So, he decided upon something. He would not eat Gloom's kin. Doing so now, after being saved twice, only deemed him dishonorable. He would follow Gloom for a while longer, wherever Gloom might live. It might end up being a good hunting spot. He took the elder's voice appearance as a sign of good fortune for the creature. So after a bit, he noticed that the sun had come up. Sure, it wasn't all too impressive, but to Claw, it felt like many moons had passed before being able to see the sky in its bright glory. Sure, he might have appreciated the nights better, but neither the moons were out, so he couldn't have cared much less. Along his way to his destination, he began to feel something occur within his body. It wasn't the usual stomach grumbling, though. This felt like sickness. Oh, he recalled all too late what exactly caused the beast's death. It was sickness. Eating things that contained sickness usually caused sickness. Maybe, if he wasn't able to drink a lot of water, he might throw it up. He couldn't know for sure until the event. You have ingested a magical agent. Since this is your first encounter with this specific agent, you are undergoing an evolution event. There's a chance of error. Due to the spell Regenerate, specific agent does not appear compatible with your current state. Secondary compatible agent found. Chance of death, error. Due to lucky influence, chance of death has been reduced to 0. Would you like to evolve? This wasn't supposed to happen. What is this? Claw was ecstatic at the message. 2 occurrences from the elder voice within the same day. That was unheard of, even in clan history. This is what people talked about. This was the change. Claw couldn't even begin to say no, especially for some reason. There was no risk involved at all. So, without further hesitation, he barked an affirmative. Affirmation received, commencing body modification. Claw began to feel the changes occurring within his body. Flesh was rearranging and his senses were changing. His injuries no longer mattered in the grand scheme of things, since his entire body was being shifted around a core concept, a core being. His limbs were changing shape and size. His vision had been enhanced. He could see colors and things which he could not before. Even his mind changed. Where before it was stuck in the simplest idea of the world, now he was aware, all too aware, of what was occurring around him. Where before he couldn't care less about his surroundings, now his surroundings were the only thing he could keep focus on. He could see the flow of some kind. It was going through him as well as other things. The animals excreted it, the plants absorbed it. Most of all, he could feel more from the sunlight hitting upon him. Where before it was warm sensation that felt akin to a restful slumber, this now felt energizing, like he could take on the world. However, doing this didn't have its downsides. When before he felt thirsty from too long without water, now he felt parched. Everything inside of him was somewhat dry. He didn't know what that meant, but he knew it probably wasn't good. Usually, blood was wet and needed to be kept inside the body. He needed to get water quickly. So, with these new senses, he found a source of water much faster than before. It almost seemed like his fur itself pointed towards the right direction of water, which was confirmed when he lay down on it. His fur seemed to absorb some of the water below him. He felt dry though, so he started lapping up as much water as he could. There was a bit of a strange new sensation though. Where before he could lap water straight to his throat, there was now no throat to go to. Puzzled at first, then he noticed something new. There was a hole in his tongue, and he could just suck water through it, and it felt like it was going in the right place. Congratulations on evolving into a timber Murafasa. Why though? Why does this beast turn into a... Claw was excited to learn about what he is. He hadn't heard about this particular change before though. Usually, they'd have some kind of bigger build, sharper fangs, tougher skin, sometimes even longer legs and better hunting strategies. This wasn't one of those stories, which he now recognized were just simple stories. Where before the history seemed like a sure thing, he now realized that telling could be changed over time, maybe with some errors or things that which occur. He felt he was better in control of his faculties. Where before he thought wavering from one thing to the other, he now was able to focus on individual things. However, even with that new focus, whenever he tried to form a plan, nothing really came to mind. Now that he no longer needed to hunt, what use was there in making plans? What would be his purpose in life? A very quiet voice inside of him said to try and fix himself. If he no longer felt hunger, he was no longer natural. But another thought of something else, and it was a much bigger part of himself. Why did he get this evolution, which he now realized was the proper wording for some reason? He ate the beast's poison meat, which now he also realized was a physical thing rather than an illness. There were a lot of things that he now realized about himself and his surroundings that he had not thought of before. After eating it, The elder voice had stated that he would probably die from eating it, if it had not been for the shaman. And then there was that ability it stated. Claw was sure that he didn't have that kind of ability within him. Nothing in him screamed at the concept of luck, of all things. It was sure it was, once again, his shaman's help. His shaman. He hadn't realized he'd gotten so protective of the little creature, but he realized that why shouldn't he be? Without the little shaman, he would be dead twice over, as well as without this change that happened for the better. He modified his earlier plans a little bit. He would protect the little shaman with his life. It was only fair, after all, for all that he'd done. So without a second thought, he went back to drinking his fill. It was a bit after that he realized he could still drink a lot more within his body. It felt like, even though he was no longer dry, that he could fill the space within himself with water. With nothing better to do, and figuring that Gloom was probably still asleep, he resigned himself to continue drinking until his new cave within himself was filled with water. And he would probably do so the entire day, were it not for some tingling sensation that he could feel in his head. It wasn't really a physical sensation. It was more like a kind of feeling he had whenever something had seen him on the hunt. It seemed more heightened now, though, which, he supposed, was a good thing. Usually, better senses led to better chances. So he looked up to find Gloom, alive and well, and drinking his fill. At first, Claw wanted to go over and make sure that there was no, debilitating injuries. Judging from his weirdly colored leg bit, he probably had a lot of bruising. Or maybe he lost a lot of blood in the fight and his shamanistic rituals he performed. Then he realized something. Would Gloom have recognized him? He did seem a bit different now. Where before he barely was taller than the shaman himself, now he seemed to tower over him. He was also covered entirely in some, green stuff, and probably made up of green stuff now. So he wouldn't be used to any of it. Thus Claw got stuck with the problem on how he was exactly meant to get across who he was. Ability animal companionship is taking effect. Really? You're really going to do this after all that build-up? You're just going to undercut it like that? You're not even giving the chance to refuse it. Why do I work with such... Claw didn't necessarily understand what was happening at this point in time. He understood that it was probably another thing that the little shaman had access to. It probably wasn't for the ill either, considering companion was in the name of the ability. He wondered what exactly he should do at this point in time, when he heard something. Calm, peace, friend, stone. Claw didn't understand what was going on, but he could tell that maybe Gloom didn't either. His face stated that he couldn't really comprehend the barks and yips coming through his mouth. Yes, it is me, friend. Did you literally call me Stone the entire time we were together? Together? Stone? Big now, what? That's not my name, Gloom, but fine. You may call me whatever you like. Stone, no, what name? I was bestowed a name Claw for my sharp strikes. Then again, a new form probably requires a new name. What are your ideas? You know name self? No, that's wrong. If we are to name ourselves, it would be the biggest lie that we could tell ourselves. No honor or humility in naming ourselves. Understand little, but no to naming. Yes. Plant, maybe? It is what I am now, so I do not mind something that is simplified. I have yet to really develop any characteristics besides that with this new body of mine. Is your name Gloom? Gloom? What Gloom? Name friend. At this, the newly named plant had to snicker. The one who had been following him, who had been caring for him, was named for what he does. So, how are you talking to me? Ability? Yeah, plant didn't really understand most of what he said. He probably wouldn't until Friend got a better hang of speaking, but he understood that he was doing this on his own. Plant was probably going to. So I'm kind of aimless, as most of the plans I've had usually revolve around getting food to eat. Now that I don't need to eat, I don't really have much of a will to do anything. Any ideas, friend? We leave the forest, find, make friends. Plants could tell from the subtext that he could also probably tell one other thing. Whatever's to happen, he'd stay with friend, even if he might not be able to have children anymore, which he probably couldn't now that he was a plant. He realized that there was a second way of living through others, stories. He was sure that no matter where they went, he and friend would go on many noble hunts together. Maybe even the clansman would tell stories of his adventures. Yes, that was the word that they'd used. That was the word in which he'll strive to fulfill. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Looking directly into the eyes of the creature in the water near me, I weighed my options. I can either run like hell and probably get caught. I fight it and probably die trying. Or I try that new skill I got. I guess I was going to find out what animal companionship does. Animal companionship. A feeling of familiarity washes over me as I continue to stare at the creature. A sense of connection that I couldn't quite place. All right there, you just don't go make any sudden movements. Stay calm. I don't want to cause you any harm. Just want to get by peacefully so I can find my friend, I started to say, when I finally realized why the creature seemed so familiar. Stein! With the following conversation that I held, it was to my surprise that the screen Goliath was Stein. I figured he might have received an affinity from eating some of the poison that was excreted into the meat, but I didn't think he'd, change. Actually, with that in mind, why didn't I change when I ate those mushrooms and that other stuff that somehow got into my body? According to the system, there were some body changes that I underwent, but I don't look any different. Do opposing affinities cancel each other's transformative effect or amplify? From what I thought, it'd be a combination, cause that's how it usually goes. But this might be nice to have. Now I won't have to figure out how new body parts work. Either Stein's transformation or the animal companionship skill apparently allows us to communicate, because I could sort of understand what he was saying to me with the barks and yips. It seemed that he had a name, Claw, and it seemed a little put out that I had renamed him Stein, although neither Stein nor Claw was a good name for him anymore. He agreed and asked me to rename him. So I went with Kojo, figured I'd stray from the German to Japanese naming conventions. New form means new stuff after all. Also, figured since he had evolved, I'd observe him to see what had changed. Species, Terimba Marafasa, affinity fauna, name Kojo, title Lone, level 76, HP 2220 out of 2530, AP 125 out of 250, effects recovering. It was nice to see that my first friend here was doing well. He also seemed to have a title of his own. Probably means he got kicked out of the pack or something. I can always ask. We have all the time in the world nowadays. Wait, I just realized something. Why didn't I get more information besides that? Shouldn't observe? Oh yeah, I need to choose whether to keep advancing this particular skill or not. So while I drank some more water, slowly along with Kojo, I explored a bit by testing my advancement of Observe. You have chosen to advance Observe to its next stage, Analyze. Is that it? I thought I'd get something a bit flashier. Don't get me wrong, from the description it seems a bit more powerful Observe. It provides the same information that basic Observe did, but will also tell me the components of the materials that I analyze. It's just that, I thought, I'd get maybe a stat increase or something for doing it. Should I also upgrade meditation? A part of me wants to see what kind of similar skill I would get if I passed on the upgrading of it, but meditation is too good not to. You have chosen to advance meditation to Kundalini meditation. There's multiple types of meditation. I thought maybe it'd make me a new skill outright that automatically does things. Wait, Kundalini is overpowered. It's basically meditation without having to sit still in one place. It also has some other effects listed as hidden, which is strange, but it probably won't end up being too bad. I need to test this. Oh. Resetting the skill also apparently puts the MP cost back into what it used to. That sucks, but I guess there's always going to be a price to pay. Probably also means that my analyze is at the same level that observe was at before. Let me check. I'll just look at the water or something. With any luck, I can find the contaminants or something. Analyze! Water. Alright, so it's not good right now, but it'll be great in the future. I just know it. Wait, if I could talk to Kojo. Hey, Kojo, do you have any idea of getting out of this forest? Kojo stopped slurping the water up and looked back at me. Out forest. Thought you go family. Kojo's inquisitive look bored into me. No, I think I got magicked into this cave somehow. Don't even know where I am. Kojo turns pensive as his wooden ears twitch a bit. No one way, many moons ago, visited outside forest, easy hunts, ran from large green. A follow, must promise. So large green probably means plains or something. But a promise. Sure, anything buddy. What kind of promise? Anything happen, you run. No fight like big beast before. Cannot promise life. The look Kojo gave me was deadly serious. His moss eyebrows pulled downwards into his eyes, conveying a level of sureness that I don't think I'd seen from him before. Yeah, don't worry, bud. I promise I won't attack anything. If something too dangerous, I'll run. Kojo nodded in satisfaction. Okay, Tutu must go other way. Be quiet. At this, I shot him an incredulous look. Other way. Cave go two ways, we go safe way. No need go dangerous way. Kojo's words stopped my heart. We went, the safe way. We had poison mushrooms, mind-warping eyeballs, and giant mutant T-Rexes before we were actually safe. What could possibly be worse in the other direction? What could possibly make the other way more dangerous than what we went through? Many wolves, not sure if respect you me, could want kill us both. So, it's not a powerful being situation, but unimaginable numbers. Okay, how many are we talking here? Not sure. Last remember, at least 4 packs. Not really enough information to work with, aren't there? How many in a pack? 5 fives. 5 fives? What's that supposed? That's 25 in a pack. There are 4 packs on the other side of the cavern. That's at least 100 horse-like wolves. Some maybe like Kojo with evolutions or something. They want to kill us and eat us. That's not good. Can you even hide when you're larger than you were? Yes, become nature. Well, that could work, probably, if he means what I think he means. Become nature. Hide as nature. Close eyes, no one tell. Can you hide? Could I hide? I have the stealth skill, but I haven't really used it much, and I would rather not test my luck again. Maybe not. Don't have a good eyesight to spot where the packs might be, so I wouldn't know where and when to hide to begin with. If we cover with leaves, can hide on me. It sounded reasonable, and I could probably level up my stealth and hearing skills, but something's off here. Yeah, that might work. Wait, do we even need to go through the cave? Couldn't we just follow along the outside of it? Work, sure. Like better even, can't through. Can't. That doesn't really bode well. Why not? Stuck. What do you mean, stuck? While you sleep, I wonder. Surround cliffs, water come cliffs. Not comfortable drinking next to cliff. Come further in drink. How would cliffs get water up? Unless he means a cliff face. Wait, are we in a caldera? So, we're stuck in a valley, surrounded by high cliffs. Yes, try climb, pause no keep. Doubt you either, that why go back in? How long was I out? For him to have even tried doing this. I mean, he physically changed his entire makeup. I don't even know how long. Wait, I would. The time limit on the newcomer title effect. Effect, newcomer, 10 hours, 25 minutes, and 13 seconds. So, I have 10 hours left for the effect. I wonder what's going to happen when it ends. Will I end up unable to get skills as easily? Or does it have to do with experience gained? As of now, I can't tell. Either way, I was only out for about an hour or so. How the hell could he change that fast? Wait, speaking of physical changes, could you even fit in the cave with the new size? If crawl should make through entrance and exit, everything else big enough, think. Visions of trails we had went through flashed through my mind once again. I shook it off though, and tried not to dwell on it. After what we went through, I don't think it's worth it to go back in. After went, we beat bigger beasts than waiting for, just number problem. Trust me, we make through. Alright, if you say so, Kojo. But could we maybe take our time? I want to bathe in the sunlight for a while. It's been long enough since I was not currently worrying or fighting or anything stress-inducing. I think I need this. Otherwise I might snap during the next problem we've got to take care of. No physical harm nearby. No snap. Should be fine, Dave. Should be. I'm almost big as a beast now, so doubt others mess with easily. Yeah, thanks, big guy. And with that, Kojo stood up from the river, his wet moss absorbing the water. He stretched his back, causing a couple of twigs that got caught to snap off in his form. While he flexed his thorny paws and shook his bushy tail, the sounds of his body moving sounded like the slow creaking of a tree, ready to fall over after a storm. His trunk-like legs began moving slowly, with him looking towards me. Not to be outdone, I tried to perform much the same. I flexed my back out, stretched my arms and legs, but the real cracker was when I manually took my head with my hands and popped my neck hard. I always did that before any exercise that I did in high school, and it seemed like it had been a while since I'd last done it, while I was out, because the resounding crack produced nearly unbearable amounts of ecstasy. I almost wondered if this was what all those people who had their necks just snapped in half in those spy movies felt just before dying. Then I realized that I was thinking about death again, and forced myself to stop. If I think about that, then I probably will focus on how I might end up dead here in the wilderness. Following closely behind Kojo, I focus on activating the new Kundalini that I had gotten. At first, nothing really seemed to happen, at least until my vision started acting strange. In the beginning, I thought I'd probably needed to keep my eyes closed, or focusing on my breathing. But it seemed as long as I focused on the movement of my body, it would seem to, pulse something through it. It wasn't really clear what I was doing, or even what the skill was doing, but it was definitely doing something to my vision, as colors seemed to bleed from everything. As I looked around, I noticed that some objects had color auras surrounding them now. Most plants had a greenish mist surrounding them, while any animals I saw had a brown dust that seemed to emanate from them. Kojo's aura was a halo of the purest green, well, that's certainly strange. I think I can see my affinities bleeding into the area surrounding me. At least, I think that's what it is. They're basically the same color as my affinities. So, come to think of it, how can I tell that it's my two affinities? I'm only emanating a single color. Questions for later, I suppose. I closed my eyes to steady myself away from those questions, only to find that the colors remaining in my vision. So I guess this might be a spiritual ability of some sort. I don't seem to be able to control what I see, but maybe as I advance, I can narrow the focus on something. I don't know, but I guess this explains the Cthulhu Rex. Don't need eyes if you can see souls or something. Wait, if it could see our souls, damn it! We're always out in the open to anything that could use this. To me, I think I can see a bit of the definition in things around me, but after a certain range, the colors seem to bleed into a singular pulse. Interestingly enough, the sky gives off basically nothing, just the regular blackness that is my eyelids, unless this is a limited range to see, or that as the actual color coming from the sky. Can't take anything for granted here. I look up from my inspection to see that Kojo has left me behind, and I run up to catch, but this is bad actually. If I move too fast, the meditation just gets cancelled. Damn it! Do I have to level this up until I can keep up with any fast movements? I need to get his attention. Hey, Kojo, can I ride on your back? Seems more comfortable with all the moss and all. Plus, my feet had a couple rocks stuck in them, probably from the river. Kojo looks at me before nodding, stopping, and lowering his body. Climb then. Big form means more movements. Rather you keep than left. Well, good enough for me. With that, I jump up on him and start climbing. Thankfully, it doesn't seem too difficult to climb up, especially since the trunk-like legs have little knots coming out of them. When I finally reach the moss, I find that it's a bit hard to grasp, but manageable. Almost feels like a wet piece of fabric with how thickly it covers his back. But it doesn't rip off when I pull all my weight on it. I swing my leg over, attempting to settle Kojo's back. But I think I misjudged how wide Kojo's gotten. It's almost like my legs are straight out once it gets over the curve. Somehow, something seems to grab my leg and hold it steady while I pull myself on top of him. Kojo, are you doing that? Kojo's head turns towards me. Yes, but I can do things now. Don't do much, but can move my body some. Helped Dave get up. Did Dave get up okay? Yeah, buddy. Just thought you had some creepy plant stuff parasiting off of you or something. It's fine though. You're welcome to keep going. Kojo nods and then stands once again and begins to head back towards the cave. The motion of his body is a bit disorienting at first, but I think I've gotten the hang of it. It's slower than his wolf stride, so it ends up being better for my purpose. But I kind of feel bad for lying to him about why I wanted to get up here. It had to be done though. What else could I have said? Hey, Kojo, I need to be carried while I advance some skills so I stay alive longer. What? Oh yeah, this'll definitely help somehow, I guarantee it. No, it's not an attack. What do you mean that's useless? Bah! Then I'd probably be on walking duty while he deliberately slowed his pace and not talk to me while we got to the cave. Or worse, seem like a bad friend or something. Already lost too many of those already, whether by poor conversational skills or otherwise. Now that I'm up here though, I guess I can focus on something to do while we head towards the cave. I activate the meditation again, as well as analyze, because if I have it constantly active while I look around, maybe it'll get better. Might need another requirements to level up, I don't know. I've put most of my leveling of skills hidden, so I've actively have to check whenever I want to. I just figured with how fast it was going before, it might have just been annoying, and probably dangerous to deal with it all the time. While the Kundalini was active, I tried to move my magic around. If my magic was somehow still seeping out of me, that was probably bad. Maybe this was a visualization of my mana being spent doing leg of the entire time while my body regenerates it back. By regeneration, and all the meditation being done. But I digress. I have to use this chance to figure out what's happening here. Otherwise, I might lose my prosthetic for good. Which reminds me that I was kind of being stupid activating it earlier, since I was barely recovering 2 MP the entire time I walked to the river. I have no idea how the leg's been activated this entire time. But if I lose it, I might not be able to bring the magical prosthetic back, and I'd be stuck until my regeneration finished regrowing my real leg. Right now, it's just above the knee, so it's doing something. But it might not be doing anything after this, if regeneration runs out of mana or something. So I try and do what I had done before later in the fight while I looked around. Now that I've done it once, it seems like I can trigger it instinctively. As I look around internally, the area I look at had a couple of symbols floating around it now. Some were colored, while others were not, and some of my mana was going through them. That's cool, I guess. I wonder what those symbols do, anyhow. I've decided that this is definitely my soul. I guess it's good to know that I have one. But it seems that I might have had to break some of it to get that magic spear in my hand. Who knows what could have happened if I had just shattered it completely? Would I have just been bleeding mana everywhere? I'm not willing to find out. I look outwards while closing my eyes to see the mana slowly moving farther away from me. The mana immediately surrounding my body isn't really touchable, per se, after a few centimeters, but I was able to suck up a bit of it and back into my body. I gathered the reclaimed mana into a foggy sphere. For some reason, the mana doesn't want to seem to go back through the hole that I made, which is weird. If mana can come out, it surely should be able to come in. Maybe it's because some is coming out of that hole to maintain some spells. Could be why, but maybe I could just force it through my shell, trying to maintain pressure around my soul. I try and squeeze the sphere into my core. Nothing seems to happen at first, so instead of picturing fingers or hands squeezing, where there could be points that aren't squeezed, I try and instead make bigger sphere around it and shrink it down. It's easier thinking in terms of geometrics anyway. With that, the mana seems to almost give slightly before it's forced into a container itself. Unfortunately, I wasn't expecting the sudden give, so I had started to squeeze my soul. It was kinda too late to push back now, as I could feel groans coming from the very being. It wasn't painful, because I only felt a little bit before my sphere of force went through my soul. It was kinda creepy, to be honest, as if it felt just like moving stuff around my core of my being. That wasn't really enough to get me to stop. For finding out how to control your magic intuitively, and for discovering how to compress it without being told how, you've earned +1 Wiz, +1 Intellect, and the ability Mana Compression. So, this is also a thing that I can do. But hey, not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. More wisdom points means more mana I can hold. The more mana I can hold, the better I can use the regenerate spell I have. Wait, something's wrong. We've stopped moving. I opened my eyes to ask Stein why we're there, only to see what had stopped him. The cave had collapsed. Quest received. Quest, escape from the Kadara. Reward, new title, 10 levels. Failure, imprisonment. Time, indefinite. -10 levels, -20 luck. Accept quest, yes or no. End of chapter. Chapter 11. So, what are we gonna do, Gojo? We're literally stuck here. I gesture madly in the direction of my ire, as I sat on the dirt, packed hard by my non-stop pacing. There lay the ruins of an entrance of a cave, or rather the rubble and dirt that now covered what remained. We'd been stuck for about a couple hours now. At first, I had the idea just to pull the rocks and shift out of the way. But that's how the dirt ended up raining down and packing it all, somehow. I swear everything is just going to crap right now. I don't have a luck stat for a reason. Then again, I don't even know what could possibly be used for anyway. We could always try climb out, Kojo suggested. I looked towards Kojo, who sat across from me. He gazed into one of the many trees around us. Our conversation had gotten a bit better. As it seemed, with more communication, the animal companionship skill seemed to grow. It even had passed level 10, but there wasn't a notification or obvious benefit to it. It might need something else to do that special event thing, but I'm not too sure. I have no idea why it isn't doing anything, and this is the first time I haven't received rewards for doing my dutiful service of grinding. It scared me a bit, cause I had a thought that maybe I could only get a certain number of rewards. But that just seems ridiculous to me for some reason. I'm going to have to find out the specific conditions for this later on. But right now, I need to focus on my current situation. Apparently, though, the situation seemed to be trees. None seemed high enough, except towards the middle, where a lone, I want to say birch? I don't know. The bark was colored in a mix of white and brown. Whatever it was, it rose significantly taller than its surroundings. The sun seemed to make the leaves shine for a moment, before movement caused the leaves to flutter around before stealing back to the branches once more. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. From what I can see, there's some probably giant bird up there. Well, it's either that, or there is some weird plant stuff growing on it with it. Plus, how would we even get out of this giant hole from there? It seems far away. Kojo seemed to stare more intently, as his moss bushes seemed to rise briefly. Oh, see now, yes, not good idea. Also planned on jumping down, new bodies seem more durable. Kojo, I'm not a plant like you. I don't think I can just root myself to the ground and regrow myself. Looking down, I see the remains of a regenerating leg. As of now, only the foot was left to regrow, and I could only feel a little bit hypocritical. Okay, maybe I can regrow myself, but not too good. Thought you'd be inside. Excuse me, what? Inside what, buddy? Me? Doesn't seem like have stomach anymore. No feel hunger. Assume keep in there, then pull out. Look, Kojo, I'm not saying that it's not gonna work, but I am saying that you have to make sure that you can do something before you try it. You can feel like you can do something all you want, with it fading all the same. Who knows if you still have, acid in there or something? Wise, will listen to advice. If that's wisdom to him, I don't even want to know what his common sense is like. Well, what have you thought of so far? I'm kind of drawing a blank on what we could do. Kojo briefly looked towards my way, opening his mouth. Well, could dig, could wait help, could climb tree, ride bird, you could stay, eat, grow plant. Something about the last one just seemed to, click. That's it! I quickly stand up and head towards Kojo. Okay, so, I have this spell ability, whatever. It causes plants to mature and grow. I just had an idea. You're a plant. Right now, right? What do we use on you to better dig out the entrance? Kojo seemed a bit put off by the sudden influx of information, but his composure seemed to resolve. Could do that, yes. How fit in cave, though? Barely fit in entrance before. After this, would I even any more? Is permanent. Yeah, you're right, bud. I hadn't thought of that far ahead yet. Just latched onto it. Also, I think it might be, most of the stuff I've grown has basically stayed at that state that I left them. I don't know if it's a time issue or what, but none have suddenly become acorns again. Grow could work though. Part trees can cave. Have grow part rock like water does. Yeah. Let me grab some seeds or something. There must be a nut or an acorn around here somewhere. I get up on my feet and begin looking for some detritus. It doesn't take long to find a few nuts I can grow, and I also come across another twilight rose. Something tells me that I'll probably need it. I don't know where the feeding is coming from, but I can see how this thing might be useful. If it can flash freeze and flash fry bugs, I could probably use it as a refrigerator for food or a makeshift stove when it was raining or something. Maybe even a potion, if those exist around here. Then again, they probably do, with how magic's a thing. But I need to focus on the present though, because the future can wait until I actually am able to get it. Now, I think I'd be a bit crazy just to pluck it out in the ground. I have no idea what'll actually happen if I touch it. I could burn my hand, since it's daytime, but I think I have an idea. Pushing my hand towards the flower, I slowly start to push my foot towards the plant. If it's made of magic, then it shouldn't just activate its effect. However, what am I supposed to do here to get it? Maybe I could get the seed. It would probably be easier to carry around than the whole plant, considering my leaf fanny pack isn't really too big. But how do I make it a seed? I don't exactly have pollen or anything to make it give seeds. Wait, I think I know how to game the system. Growth, twilight rose. With that single rose twitches slightly before the ground beneath it begins to shift. The roots grow while the rose itself grows with multiple bulbs, with its thorns lengthened in size and gaining a menacing purple glow around them. Its vines begin thickening as its volume increases. Then it slows down a fair bit, but I need to keep pushing it. If I'm right, the rose bush doesn't give any noticeable change besides the thorns growing a bit more, until something begins growing out of the bulbs themselves. Little blue and red pods, some bigger, while others having mixed colors begin falling to the ground. I reach down and gently touch them. They're a little hot or cold to the touch, depending on the color, but it's more like touching an ice cube or a warm sidewalk. I pick up both sets, along with some nuts on the ground surrounding the nearby trees, back to the collapsed entrance. While walking over, I put the rose seed pods in my fanny pack, and I finally reached the entrance. Kojo is laying right beside it. Now, I have no idea where exactly I need to place these, but I think it would be alright if I just threw it in the general arc through the pile of dirt and rocks. Some could tumble down into the cracks to the bottom, and if I just grow them all 10 of them at once, maybe it'll work out. Well, no time like the present. I hastily spread the nuts through my hands, sieving it out in places where I don't think I've put any. And with that done, I step back. Growth. Nuts. Leafy shoots spread out through the rock as a rumbling begins to spread. Rocks begin to tumble down as roots as thick as my leg writhe to the ground, searching for a nice place to rest. In their writhing, they knock a few more rocks off, and even burst through some, trying to find water, I'm guessing. The roots are flowing over the rocky surface of the ground before they find purchase within the softer soil out in front of the cave. The leaves begin to peek through some of the remaining rocks, as the tree's growth causes them to fall either inward or outward. As sudden as it started, it stops. The rocks seem to have been either pushed aside or ground up in the nut's unstoppable but blind search. I couldn't really tell if we were able to get straight path back into the cave though. Sure, there was now a dark recess where the trees had been growing, but that's all I can see. Slowly, I walk towards it and stick my hand into it. Moment of truth, I suppose. And, like a blind man looking for his cane, I stumble into the darkness, and almost immediately fall on my face because of a goddamn rock the size of my head, stabbing my goddamn toe out of my freshly grown foot. And somehow, Dave, you okay? Yes, Kojo. Of course I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be okay with all the yelling and pain? Assume hardier than that. Just because I don't have a lasting damage from it doesn't mean I can't feel pain, Kojo. All right, but is there passage? Seems like it. Goes all the way through. Just too dark to actually tell anything from outside. Okay, you go ahead. I'll catch up. What are you talking about, Kojo? Wasn't this your idea? Just push through the detritus and get over here. Doesn't seem stable. If push myself, might get more collapsing on me. Yeah, suppose that's true. Maybe I could do something in here. Would appreciate, but wouldn't like it if you took all day. Is that sarcasm I hear? Didn't figure you were very much for that, Kojo. But the problem still remains. How am I going to keep this cave from collapsing in on Kojo when he tries to go through? I could just put in more nuts here and there and have them grow to the ceiling. But the problem with that is that they only seem to like soft surfaces to grow on. Might not be able to grow any at all to support them through the passage. I have an idea, Kojo, though I gotta tell you, I don't know if you might get hurt by this, so I suggest backing up a bit. Hurt? Yeah. It's gonna be some magic, maybe. Oh, rituals needed for Clearmore. Don't know why I didn't in the first place rather than this growth. There's a reason for that, Kojo. I won't tell you why, but I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. For all I know, anything I try to do will get me blown up or something. So, without further ado, I reach inside myself once more. Sure, I could stand still while this is happening, or even close my eyes. But the Kundalini is active almost all the time now, so I might as well pace while I shape my mana within me. I'm gonna be honest here. This is new territory. I could try maybe divining the secrets about why different symbols do different things. But right now, I don't necessarily have all the time in the world. Someone's counting on me to be quick with this. So, I have to think here. Growth has its limitations when the plant is growing isn't made for the environment it's in. I also don't really see much else around me with my limited dark vision, so I can't just pluck a cave mushroom. I could try do another magical construct or something. I at least know the magical prosthetic spell now, so if I just make a giant version of it, I'd have legs supporting the top of the cave. But I don't really know what the spell's components actually are. I can't tell if I activate it with the intention of big or something. I might just have a giant leg coming out of me. It'd be much safer just to try something different. I could try and make my own spell, like with how I made the magic spear spell. Then again, all I could remember feeling was raw intent and fumbling around. I don't know if what I was doing was wrong or not, but I'd rather not experiment before I'm actually able to talk to somebody with experience regarding this. What does that leave me with, though? If I push my focus towards the one thing I haven't really acknowledged the entire time since I awoke, the grey affinity. Its haziness almost invokes a sense of dread that I haven't really felt before. If I'm right, then if I just put raw mana or something through this, I'll get a basic spell that has the affinity belonging to Decay. Now, I don't actually know what's going to happen when I put it through this. If I do it right, I can just destroy some of the plants covering the entrance. Hopefully, what I get isn't an area of effect spell. Otherwise, I might hit Kojo with it by accident. I don't think I can handle killing a friend on accident again. Okay, enough dwelling on the past or worrying about consequences. Just do it. With those mediocre, I suppose, words of encouragement, I start to work. I compress my mana down as much as I can. I notice that I am able to do a bit more than I could the last time. But that's probably the steadily increasing amount of skill levels that I should be getting. I focus on directing that energy flow towards the screen. There's a bit of resistance as the strand presses against it, but then it busts through. With that, I could feel something flowing through my hands. I look down to see what changed, only to be slightly startled. My hands have, dust flaking off of them as an aura of grey seems to seep out from them. That's kinda cool. Almost forgot I could actually see mana types. I wave my hands around, my eyes naturally drawn to my skin slowly falling off before being replaced. For using Decaying Touch without knowing the spell, you have earned +1 int, +1 whiz, and the spell Decaying Touch. So, that's what it's called. Judging by the name, maybe this could help. I need to see what the spell has. Help, Decaying Touch. Decaying Touch, level 20, 10 out of 100%, cost 20 mana. This spell is a taboo amongst many self-respecting mages. Why would you force someone to undergo rapid decay when you could far easier just throw acid or a fireball towards them? Those are at least much easier to heal than this. In fact, healing doesn't really seem to do much help, unless it's high grade or has the holy aspect towards it. With this spell, you are able to hasten the decay of anything that you touch, whether that be alive or dead. The higher the level, the faster your decay can affect the object you're touching. Warning: the higher the level Decaying Touching gets, the more negative feedback you will receive. This translates into negative health regeneration and possible loss of limbs. Due to affinity life, you have cancelled out a low-level version of feedback, as well as half the damage it can do. Due to the affinity decay, you have automatically learned the 20th level of the spell, as well as doubled the damage it can do. Max attack 220 per second. Feedback 0. This is the first time a spell has an attack attached to it, isn't it? Also, apparently the most information I've gotten out of a spell before. Kind of concerning, given that it actually has a high amount of MP I need to use. Then again, my affinity didn't make the spell free to use like the other spells I have. I mean, the only thing I'm using MP towards is the last half of my foot, so I can use this to be better at combat. Wait, if it's a touch-based spell, could I, channel it through my magic spear? Something to test later. From the description, I think I can use it on rocks, as well as trees, maybe. I mean, it says anything I touch, so it should work. I lean closer and just brush my hands against the rocks. I don't really know how to describe what exactly is happening here, but it seems to me like the rocks are just breaking apart into dust. Neat. Just gotta cover my mouth so I don't breathe any of it in. So I could just keep going through the entire cave-in, I suppose. I have this on, and I'm only losing about 5 MP a second. I'd have to use this fast, but it's doable. I wave my hand wildly through the entrance, clawing away at heaps of rock and detritus. Then I finally reach the trees. I don't really know what kind of thing would happen if I touch it, so I'm just not going to. There's always time to find out later. So clearing out the rest of the rock debris, the sunshine came through the entrance, revealing my form, covered in dust. Coughing, I managed to cancel Decaying Touch before yelling out of the cave. "Kojo, it's safe. It's safe to come back." I watched the woods before noticing something important. Kojo did not leave. He was there the entire time. Somehow his moss fur actually changes color. He had somehow just crouched low to the floor and became the ground. I don't know if he somehow merged with it, or if it's just a color swap, but whatever he's doing, it's damn impressive. "Kojo, dude, that's awesome. How are you even doing that?" "Try to become forest like I was saying earlier. Figured should try it while you're busy." "Well, your natural stealth is off the charts. I don't think you need practice, unless you want to move while you're like that." Reasonable. So, spell worked, I assume." Oh yeah, it did. Was able to bust through the rocks, no problem." "Why didn't you do it in the first place?" "Didn't know I could do it till now, I guess." "Fair enough. So, ready to leave this place?" "Sure, no time like present." "Oh, idioms are getting across now. That's good." "What?" "Nothing, buddy. Nothing important." I pat him on the back as I head back into the darkness of the cave, Kojo walking right behind me. I may not know what could be beyond, or what dangers might lurk in the shadows, but I know one thing. If I'm able to conjure magic weapons, beat up mind flayers, and heal my goddamn friend from the brink of death, I don't care what happens. No matter what, I think we'll be alright. End of chapter. Chapter 12. So, that really didn't end well for you, did it, Marank? Honda commented, who was sprawled upon the ground. His front paws twitched slightly as he flexed his claws in boredom. No, it did not, Marank hissed, while staring at the orb in front of him in anguish, tail thumping the ground in quick, hard strokes. "You know," Honda yawned and stretched his back, "you could have just ignored him like I do." "That's easy for you to say," Marank turned away from the orb, gesturing wildly. "He basically elevated one of yours while destroying one of mine." "Isn't that the way of things, though? Aren't monsters meant to be destroyed and animals respected?" Honda tilted his head, almost lost in thought. "There is literally no difference between us. Honestly, I don't understand why we're two separate beings." Marank stalked over towards his bone-white chair and sat down upon it. Gazing up, he could see the rock give way to bone and meat, leaking blood upon his floor. "No matter how much you protest, there is a difference between yours and mine. Yours revel in suffering. Yours ache for blood of mind and pain of being. Mine only exist to live and enrich the lives that they live. Yours experiments in cruelty, while mine are upon the limits of what could." "Yeah, I get it, Blowhard. Just because we enjoy different things, that automatically means we're different gods. I get it." Marank looked irritated as he rolled his eyes and blinked his slit eyes. He had heard this many times before, after all. I know that you know. I just need to remind myself, lest you win and combine us. Onda looked up, ears splayed out wide, nose twitching. Marang had a blank stare for quite a while, before managing to let slip a grin filled with gleaming, pointed teeth. One of these days, Onda, you and I will become one. That is the day in which the fauna of the world will rejoice and be made anew in our glorious image. Only then will we be whole and complete. I think that we're plenty complete, apart as we are. I would rather not become like Luant. With that, Onda bowed his head in respect, while Marang scoffed. Luant was a miracle, Onda. He became more than the sum of his parts. And now he only exists as part of something I doubt his original intentions were to become. Does that not make him better than what he used to be? Grants and Swelk can only become more with him, you know. His original aspect was better by itself, by complementing those of good or evil. Now he only exists within their minds, while having no control without being given some. At this, Marang did frown. You'd be right there, Onda. If we were to do so, knowing which of us is the stronger will would be the toss of a coin, and I doubt I'd make it through, judging by what they said the pain amounts to. Pain does not do wonders for me, as I'm sure you know. Yes, at least on that we can agree on. Onda looked towards the orb, viewing only darkness and the occasional glowing of his believer. By the way, did you really expect a cave-in to actually succeed in stopping them? Unfortunately, that was my plan B in case the Grendel did not succeed with his new status as a monster priest. I thought maybe it was an enhanced power, its death would at least trap the newcomer within my domain. Even with it being so new, I'd figured it'd take a while to get out. Then I'd figured out how to cast magic and kill Grendel. Honestly, I cannot see how this could have happened. I was specifically told it had been given a sinner status. Should have sent the monstrous acolyte. At this, Onda looked away in thought towards the orb, before pulling up a screen next to him. He does. It just doesn't seem to be all that effective towards him. Maybe it'll have more of an effect once the newcomer's effect ends. Or it could be that this new species was made with that in mind. Who's to say? At this, Marang looks off, seemingly into nothing, staring hard, willing the stone in front of him to burst into flame, which it soon does. You know, I'm tried figuring out where this, Dave has come from. No god claims to be its maker. That could be a lie, though, for all they're willing to give one such as I. That's why I've invited you here, the deity of beasts. I was wondering if you had brought me to laugh at your attempts. Now that I know why you want to, though, I have to ask, why me in particular? Surely you could pester Judicia to aiding you. You are technically on her side through this. You have certain set of skills that I need. One in particular, that you are naturally born with. Your nose. What would you have me sniff out? You do know that I do not work for free, right? Marang sighed before bringing up his own screen and sliding it over. Ah, that's a fair amount of faith. Are you sure you're able to withstand that much? Yes. Now on to the matter in which I require you. I did some investigating on my own, something that Judicia wouldn't approve of, should she know. I went into her domain and looked upon her judges. I went to the place where the crime was committed, something that she would sweep under the rug from most. I could not find anything that remained, except this. Marang pulled a piece of cloth from out of the air. This, I believe, will let us actually affect Dave, cause if I think what's happening is happening. His grim facade slid away into an ear-wide smile, we've got a little insurrection going on. You think that the judge wasn't killed, but hitched a ride. How do you suppose that would happen? Their law is as rigid as the creators. I do not know, but what I do know is if you have a smell, you can connect, and possibly remove the judge from Dave's head, and finally make that thing vulnerable. After so long without a potential champion, you want me to get rid of the thing that made it somewhat possible. If you hadn't given me so much, I wouldn't even consider this, you know. With that, Onda began to stalk out of the rocky enclave. One could hear his claws clacking upon the stone, bone and blood, before seeing the blood's residue disappearing off of his form. Why are you leaving? I need you for this. Onda looked back to see Marang glare angrily, standing atop his bone throne. I need time to think. If I decide no, I'll return the faith. Don't worry. With that, he exited the cavern, which was Marang's sanctum, and stepped into the space between domains. Onda had a lot to think about, so he decided to slowly walk towards his domain. While being there was helpful and made him more comfortable, he felt that at least he had to be at least but uncomfortable to think this through. Could you quit it, Naran? Onda stared up into the up. I mean it, Naran. I'm trying to think up. It's important. This one knows. It's just doing what it's for. Well, if you're here, and I can actually hear you unlike usual, I assume that you're here with some advice to give. Law is calm, stagnation is comfortable, but it is not exciting, not new, not helpful. One would suggest letting them go, maybe make case for judicia. It is weird to hear you have an opinion. Something must be wrong. Not opinion, simply what this one thought you might want to think upon giving your proclivities. Also, maybe because what? This one does not think it should tell you specifics, but there's been something that'll occur, something drastic that'll spell the end of faith. The end of faith, you say? Souls will be destroyed completely, and you think Dave is the one to stop that? He is untethered, not a part of the stream of possibilities. Only he maybe change something. Don't worry, Naran. I know it hurts you to talk, or even express your opinions. Just know that whatever it is that'll happen, I'll support them. Silence surrounded Onda as he stared into the sky. The voice of Naran, god of history and tellings, could no longer be heard. For Naran immediately was returned to his rightful spot, writing the current events of painstaking detail. Onda, on the other hand, had begun walking back, and as Onda walked up the shining steps and passed through the barrier to Marang's sanctum, his mind could only form a whimper like a pup's. For what he had in mind would require as much cunning as he could conjure, for one doesn't just cheat the master of monsters. He could feel the sanctum's influence press upon him as he returned, its slimy presence clinging to his fur. Marang, I have made up my mind. Whatever it was that Marang was doing on his screen upon his throne was ignored as he tore his gaze towards his guest. Well, what is it? His smile gleamed almost too wide, and one could see the red pooling in his mouth. You could hear the gnashing of his teeth upon his tongue, but it was of no consequence as the answer drew his attention away from the pain. I'm in. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Darkness seemed to cling to the stone of the passageway as we moved back into the caverns. I don't recall it being this dark before, but now I might as well just plow through with my eyes closed. My only solace is that Kojo seems to be able to navigate, and I keep my hand on his back as we move forward. Although, I'd never know if there was a hole or something. Thankfully, my mapping skill is allowing us to retrace the path I took earlier, and there were no holes then, so I can only hope that none have appeared in the meantime. Unfortunately, my mapping skill is also showing me a lot of red dots directly in the path ahead of us. "Kojo," I whisper, "you said that there weren't going to be any problems going back in this cave, right?" "Yes. Why?" I could feel Kojo's mossy hide against my hand. I squeezed it gently. "Well, you know how I have magic with me. At least, I think it's magic, anyway. I think there's a lot of enemies ahead of us." "Hearing?" "That's not really picking up anything. If I strain, I can barely hear." "Far-reaching level 10 in sharp hearing. You have been given the choice to advance the skill, or choose another related one." "Why? Why are you like this, universe?" "What?" "Nothing, buddy. Don't worry about it too much. Just let me rambling. But I think I can hear fighting. I don't really." Kojo, without warning, springs forward, out of my grasp. I can hear the claw on the stone as he sprints off. "Kojo, where are you?" "Don't worry. I'll return to you. I must make sure of something first." "If it's nothing, you'll see me sooner. That much I promise." Kojo's loud bark yell echoes around me, and as suddenly as it came, it's gone. Even with my max hearing skill, I can no longer hear Kojo anymore, which is strange considering I can hear the fighting. He might have his own stealth skill, or he's already there. "God damn it, Kojo. You leave me here all alone. What if you get hurt, huh? What if I'm left alone again? Ever think of that?" He's gone, though, and my words, no matter how angry and desperate they are, aren't going to reach him. For the echo of my last despairing shout dying away, I'm left alone in the dark. If I don't strain my hearing, I hear nothing except the sound of water dripping into puddles. For the first time since coming here, I feel the harsh grip of loneliness again. I had been able to set it aside for a time, but like an old friend, it crashed right through the window in my heart to steal out of the fridge of feelings. So, with nothing else better to do, I walk forward. I could run, but there seems to be no need. I still can't see, and running blind seems to be a sure path to injury. And Kojo promised that he'd be back if it wasn't a problem. I guess while I'm walking that I could deal with a couple issues. Just like sharp hearing, my stealth also reached max at some point. So now I have to decide whether or not to keep them, or, no. The choice is obvious. Just freaking advance them. You have chosen to advance stealth skill to the next stage, advanced stealth. You have chosen to advance sharp hearing to keen senses. Synergy found between ability keen senses and ability survival instincts. New ability formed, precognition. That's, unexpected. Certainly good to have after all, but the description always helps, so I call it up. Precognition, level 1, 10 out of 100%. Cost none and 1 AP. Your keen senses and survival instincts have linked to give you the ultimate edge in combat. Most warriors would kill for the skill, and some have. This skill will always allow you to perceive attacks before they happen. With more levels in the skill, you can sense things earlier. That's, neat. So I have a spider sense now. That's cool. Probably helps a lot with other skills too. I'm wondering why it has 2 costs listed, but I guess that's not too important right now. Walking in silence is kind of, no, not thinking about that right now. Just gotta focus. Listen to the advice of my meditation. Focus on the movement of my body. Feel the pounding of my feet against the stone. Listen to the heart beating in time with the breath that flows through my body. Alright, I think I'm calm now. Just in time, too. apparently because I'm out of the darkness. I made it back to the cabin where I ate that fungus. Just don't think about how stupid I was, and I think I'll be fine here. And I can also see the glowing pillar that I woke up next to, which somehow feels like a long time ago. The pits around the cave have grown silent, and I no longer hear the skittering that happened above my head. Curiouser and curiouser, I will myself to look up at nothing. Not even a tiny centipede. Something's wrong here. When I was here before, the skittering was like a dull roar on the undercurrent of every other sound. Even the ones coming from the pits. The pits, they're just, silent now. Everything's silent. I can't even hear the sound of battle that's further onward anymore. I don't know if that's because I reset my hearing, or if it's just because the battle's over. I walk past the pillar, barely giving the glowing mushrooms there a thought, as I move past and walk along the bridge over the rocky chasm and head back into the tunnel I came from. As I get closer, I realize that, thankfully, the fighting hasn't stopped. I can hear the sounds of howls, barks, yips, and even, is that a yell? Leading with anxiety is not one of my strengths, and I fall to the floor, trembling and hunking myself. I need something, anything to comfort myself. If only I had someone to talk to right now. You know, you can always walk away from this. I turn my head away from the floor and stare up. To the side of me stands a slightly transparent apparition. His appearance is much like mine, although I didn't really expect him to turn up here. Usually, he shows up in my dreams or just in the mirror to talk to me sometimes. Yeah, he walks around me before kneeling down to speak at face level, rather than talking down at me. With that new skill you have, unless anyone actively is searching for us, I doubt we'd even be noticed if we just snuck by the battle. Sure, he tilts his head, confused at the hesitation evident in my tone. So why are you just standing there? Because, Kojo might be in there. Realization dawns, and he stands back up and begins to laugh. The dog that you only care about for companionship. You know, if that yell you heard is from anything close to human, you can just leave him behind. Find actual companions now. That's not fair to him. At this, his face loses all suggestion of happiness or joy, only showing anger and disgust. Was it fair for Beck? That's a low blow, subconscious. Those are the only kind I have. He chuckled once more, as his face returned to joviality. He leans against the rock wall. I'm going in there, aren't I? With how you've been acting lately, I wouldn't put it past you. He inspects his fingers, trying to find something in there. Why are you even here then? Why are you actively trying to push me away from what I want to do? Believe it or not, I want what's best for us. And what's best for us in this situation is to leave him behind. We don't know what's fighting down there. We don't know if it's as bad as Grendel or as easy as a squirrel. You're right, but so am I. Fine, but don't say that I didn't warn you. By the way, I'd look down if I were you. I looked down to what he mentioned, only to find that there was no longer a blue glow from my foot. It's completely healed now. Strange. Usually, he only knows what I know. Is that an effect of me having a double the will? Was he the one fixing my leg? I look up to find him gone with nary a trace of his existence. I shake my head. These are questions which I probably will never be able to answer. Now that I can see, and I've made up my mind to help Kojo or whoever else is in trouble, I run through the caverns, only pausing to veer left or right through the winding tunnel, until the sound of battle is all that I can hear. When I pass a turn and join a familiar fork, I see it. The battle. Wolves are frantically biting, scratching, clawing, stretching. There are only 4 individuals that I can even make out in this mess. The first, who's in the center of it all, is Kojo. His moss is whipping about him like angry tentacles, grasping any of the wolves that come close, and rips it apart, leaving my friend covered in blood. Somehow, the blood seems to be absorbed by Kojo before heading towards his next target. The second is a wolf with a scar across his jaw. He seems to be leading the pack across the way, further towards where I woke up in this world. He's probably the leader of the pack I snuck through. He is currently fighting the one-on-one with another wolf. I can't see much besides his face because he's currently biting another wolf's neck. The third that I notice is, I don't know what it is. There's just something floating above all of them that's kind of, transparent. It doesn't seem to be doing anything much though, so I'll just head on towards the final thing that I can see. It's a person, and it's probably the closest to me. Now, I call it a person, but I feel like there's something off about it. It has the same general build as one, certainly the same features. It's got 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, a torso, all the bits for a standard person that I'm used to. It's just, green, and it's a pig ears on top of its head. So, this being a world filled with magic, it's probably an orc. It's a bit taller than me, probably by a couple feet, and it seems to be, commanding the enemy wolves. He hasn't even noticed me though. This is a perfect chance to find some form of civilization. Just, ignore the wolves and, don't need to do that right now, do I? Kojo would walk to hell with me if he could, wouldn't he? Now that I think about it, why did he start following me to begin with? Why did he help me? Why did he save me? I'm thankful, but, no, it's not good to doubt him. He saved me multiple times in the last few days. Why shouldn't I give him the benefit of the doubt? Alright, so, what can I do? There's multiple combatants, and this seems more like a legit battle than the hunting skirmishes that I've grown used to. Then again, I'm only used to hunting one thing, the only experience that I've had in fighting for my life with these things trying to eat me. And there seems to be 20 times more combatants here than the few mind fecks I tackled. Wait, what's the first rule of any combat scenario? Always target the enemy commander. Thank you, Mr. Crap, for your history of war class. So, how do I do that without anyone noticing? Once I attack, I think the wolves will notice and start attacking me. That is, if it's loud enough. Oh God, I think I know what I need to do. Just, decay his head at max power. God, that'll just, after this, I might throw up. Alright, so, I activate my advanced stealth. Only have about a few seconds to pull this off. Decaying touch. Grey mana flows over my hands, causing them to flake. Dead skin falls onto the floor slowly as I sneak behind him. No! He stopped and, did his ear twitch? Oh no, feck, I need to rush it. Dropping all pretense and advanced stealth, I rush forwards. I was only 10 feet away at this point. It all comes down to a matter of reaction speed. If I'm faster than his muscles, then this fight is basically over. I rush forward and time seems to slow as my hands get closer to his head. Then they stopped and round a blue barrier and they stuck in place. I can't move my body at all. Crap! With that realization, the thing turns around in front of me and I finally see its face. Damn! It really is an orc. One that is looking at me with a pig-nosed sneer. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Excerpt from a treatise on classes granted by divine grace to Xanthus in his 23rd year as a priest of Neron. There are some rather specific issues which must be overcome and requirements which must be met for an individual to receive a specialized class. Unless, of course, they somehow chance upon it via pure luck. as is the case has sometimes been. The first issue is that no one actually knows how to receive a class, unless they have one of 5 resources available to them. There could be the voice of God, actively trying to help an individual, or something like an apostle, devout, priest, or even cleric. Information might be available from a library or bookstore where an inquisitive and dedicated searcher might find a book regarding a class, or, in rare cases, classes, which has its requirements previously discovered and documented. One might be able to find the requirements stored in a church athenaeum previously dictated by a god that was discovered by a devout worshipper, and then annotated and preserved by the priesthood. A god might grant knowledge directly to a blessed and devout individual, such as one who's worshipped hard enough. Finally, a truly lucky individual could be a part of an ancestral tradition or familial class. There are, of course, additional hurdles to finding a specific class using these methods. Most quests that are given by voice of the gods, or by the gods themselves, do not necessarily allow an individual to accomplish the requirements for the class they desire. Most quests just allow an individual to obtain generic class, get better equipment, or even just acquire money. It is almost unheard of for a quest to be geared towards the class that the individual would like, unless that individual had found an acolyte or apostle of Faentis. Those instances pertaining to the voice of gods have been known to have some amount of influence being put upon them from the acolytes previously mentioned. However, those certain voices of the gods, once identified, were quickly snatched up and sequestered or paid extremely well by high-ranking officials, and others who have copious amounts of money. There are, of course, other less influential voices of the gods, costing less, but having different set of problems associated. Most generic priests are not inclined to just hand over the secrets that they've acquired from their respective gods, although, while most that are willing to give them up have cost less than the acolytes of Faentis, they are still not cheap and also have far less influence on the contents of their god's class message. Additionally, the priests may have been expressly forbidden from sharing the specifics of the class that they have knowledge on. Finally, some priests aren't really of the helping sort, and the individual might just have an easier time surviving in a domain. The same limitations hold true for searching for a church athenaeum. The other options become progressively more complicated though. Most towns, even if they have a library or bookseller, are not going to just store a random book titled How to Acquire a Class, let alone the specific class the individual desires. Even major cities are unlikely to have such a rare book sitting on the shelf. People in general also come with their own considerations as well. For example, in a certain farm village, there could be a person that has obtained the farmer class. Well, they are more willing to give out the requirements which led them to the class, as it is most likely would be an easy class to obtain. There are other classes whose requirements might not be hard or easy enough to warrant the class. On the other hand, for a more high-classed individual, such as an archwizard, may not like the requirements being widely distributed, as I feel that it could cause unknown destruction upon the country that they reside. The requirements themselves put certain type of person into them, and any other that tries will inevitably fail or die. Or it could be any of the other variety of reasons, be they personal or not. Even if the individual finds a church of a god who is willing to grant the knowledge of a class requirements, if the individual's soul was pledged to another god at their birth, had a previous consideration towards certain ideology, or the individual just does not mesh with that god's realm of influence, they might not hear any response, even with their most devout of prayers. In some cases, the individual might even be cursed for trying. Luckily, such restrictions can often be easily overcome by doing a series of dedicated services for that god. Unfortunately, getting the class specifics from that god might not even be possible even then. If the god which the individual spent time in the service of is part of a certain aspect or realm of influence, they still might not be able to provide the requirements for the class which falls under the auspice of another god's realm of influence. This, of course, leaves the most reliable but least controllable way to gain a class, dependent completely on the luck of the draw. Familial classes which can be passed down are extremely hard to obtain. Families which have met certain class requirements often collect the first legendary class of that kind, and such families can often and do set their own conditions as to whom the class can get passed on to. The usual requirements, although not absolute, is that the recipient be a kin who has completed a number of tasks set to them. This does tend to avoid the class being passed on to the less desirable candidate, like a murderer who is now trying to become a holy warrior, whose aspect is of bronze, but can also lead to the requirements for the class being lost to slight alterations in tradition. Eventually, the tradition shifts too much. The actual requirements are no longer part of the activities, and the class is lost to that family. Most legendary classes are no longer available due to such mistakes, lost in time and translation. All of these hardships, complications, and other difficulties lead to one reason why historians are often sought. Historians are bestowed with the ability to look into the past by their god, Neron. No one is exactly certain how, but based on hints accidentally dropped by certain historians, some speculate that Neron literally places a copy of his tomb in the heads of those chosen to be his historians, although he only ever allows them to look at a few pages at a time. This is, as it sounds, more of a hindrance than anything else until the historian gains the experience needed to pass and search through the contents and find the pages with the desired information. This often takes at least 50 years before the historian is able to find specific information on request. One historian described it as searching for information on Lord Father and instead putting up a scene of a woman gardening, watching a random court case for a taxable carriage, or a man just baking some bread. Because of this difficulty, some historians can go a little crazy. If the god someone worships gives that person a skill which randomly makes them believe that they are a different person every time they try to use it, more often than not, that person will get lost in time, as it were. If they delve too deep, they might even come back believing themselves to be the baker of yore. Often, this isn't too big of a deal, unless they unfortunately go through the events of the collapse of Joran from the eyes of the conqueror Sovnak, or are put through an event of sudden, inexplicable assault. Then they could turn into a murderer, a crying mess, or someone completely insane. Now, I'd advise each and every one of you reading this to take the time and thank the gods that there are no more absolute insane people in the world than there already is. Gods know that it's basically all up to them whether or not we get murderers with access to all of our abilities inside of our heads, all the time. He had heard that historians were an odd bunch, prone to losing themselves in the past that they searched. Unfortunately, that is exactly what Garong had to deal with. The historian he hired was supposed to look into the class that was his family's legacy and find the actual requirements, or even just instructions to get the requirements. From Garong's long-dead great-great-great, however many greats grandmother, Celeste Fortin. As far as he could figure out, she was the only one in his family to have gotten the legendary class, but it had never gotten passed on. Sure, the class wasn't the greatest, nor was it the most powerful, like a sage or a conqueror, but it was called a legendary class for a reason. From what his family had taught him, it had the potential to overturn entire kingdoms if used right. So, when he finally was able to get away from his family, leave his town, and journey until he finally found someone who could give him the cold, hard facts, it was understandable that he wanted to absolutely murder the possessed man that had been in front of him. Historians were, as he found out, expensive to get, and then cost even more to actually make sure that they didn't become the very thing the hires sought. His historian had almost guaranteed that he wouldn't get lost in the time finding his information, and had thus charged him extra. However, when he had received his ungodly amount of payment, in Garung's eyes at least, his historian had managed to become Celeste, which complicated matters a tad. Garong had no idea when the original mind would come back, nor could he, as only Naron could be able to coax it back with the help of some other gods of mind. So he was forced to grovel, lick, work, and all other sorts of menial things that he had thought he left behind in his old home, before the hag-possessed man even released any information. However, at this point, he had managed to get the information on all the requirements that he needed for his class. Thankfully, he had already met most of them, according to the local analyst. He had met the strength requirement of 50. He had managed to acquire the prerequisite class of Beast Tamer a long time ago. He had managed to reach the class of level 50. He had also been able to reach a constitution of 25. All that was left was an event requirement. At first, Garong couldn't really understand what that kind of thing would be, or even could be. Selesh was apparently prohibited from saying what exactly the event had to accomplish was. From her understanding, based on her experiences, the event could literally be anything, as long as it had to do with the class, and the voice of the gods recognized it as such. She could only provide her own experience, although she wasn't sure if they were still applicable in this place and time. For her event, she had subjugated and tamed the majority of the white-furred Yetish population that lived amongst the mountains. She had told him that she was unsure whether or not it was the location, the creature in question, or even the time in which she lived that allowed her to be granted the class. But from the story, Garong had thought that he'd figured it out. To become a Beastmaster, one must simply control the entire population of the beasts within an area. That was what felt right to him. That was the course he felt he had to take, and for the past couple months, he had driven himself to do so. He didn't know if the quality of the beast had any impact or not, but he figured given his abilities, there was only really one thing that he could do. He had to travel to a domain of a god. He figured if he was able to capture the entire population of a beast within a domain, he could outdo his ancestor, and probably gain access to an even better legendary class. Something told him that that was the right course of action. So he headed to the second nearest domain that he knew of, Growit's Caldara. Growit's Caldara was, in fact, one of the domains of Barank, which he surmised would be teeming with monsters and beasts. It also came with a better caveat than the actual nearest domain. That one was the domain of Daryl, which would have come with the caveat that a person was stuck within the domain until the person could destroy, beat all of the things that existed within that domain. This sometimes included other people who had found themselves stuck inside the dungeon. At least Marank's caveat, you cannot leave until you've shed copious amounts of blood, left Garung with the possibility of survival, rather than putting him up against other people whose classes might outshine his own. So, once he reached the domain, he tried to find a relatively good beast to capture. Sure, he could go for capturing and taming the entire population of Trats. And while that would be safer to do, he wanted something interesting. Something that screamed him. He had waited nearly 2 whole days trying to make a decision before he was approached by a lone wolf. It was bleeding heavily from its leg, and due to the copious amounts of fur surrounding its head, you could not even see its eyes anymore. He saw an opportunity then, so he tamed it, healed it, and hunted for more of its kind. It was slow going, of course, as in the beginning he only had the one, but eventually he had ended up with around 50, and judging from the wolf's information, there was only one other population of them within this domain. This one, however, was certainly the largest, at around 25 individuals. They clashed with them, managed to kill some, but obtained 3 more. However, recently, his quarry eluded him. He had been stuck for a couple weeks trying to find the last vestiges of the population. At some point, he would find traces of them, paw prints in the mud, some kills strewn about in haste, being left behind, that kind of thing. It was only when he saw tracks leading further into the cave, into the side of the Growit's Caldara, he knew that he had them cornered. They were essentially trapped between joining him, fighting him, or taking their chances with the advanced beasts further within. and thus he brought his entire might with him. All of his wolves backed him as they fought their once brethren. His skills allowed him to enhance the strength and agility of most of his subordinates quite noticeably, as well as allowing some of them more fighting prowess. Yeah, he had been stuck at his class's max level for a while now, but there was a reason that most parties had wanted him specifically on their team. His skills mostly relied on strengthening others, rather than himself, sure. But his raw level and his stat values were so high that he could manage most other people one-handed. As more and more wolves were brought under his influence, he could feel the changes happening. His breadth of power was expanding, and the class he had was slowly becoming more. Then he felt it slow and stop. It was done. Even with all the fighting that his wolves were doing, and all that was left, his class had finalized. He was now, and would forever be, a Beastmaster. His moment of elation, while great, was perhaps a bit too short, he surmised, as, with his new senses and class benefits, he could tell that something was casting magic behind him, and it was closing fast. He turned around and caught the forearms of, he wasn't really sure what it was. It kind of looked like an LOA, except wasn't. With a bit further inspection, he noticed the ears were shorter and quite a bit more round. It had a weird nose type he wasn't familiar with. Whether or not this thing was intelligent, he couldn't be sure. Many monsters and beasts had the ability to camouflage as a sapient and trick their prey into walking into their mouths. So he wasn't too sure on that front. What he could tell about it, however, was that the magic was surrounding its hands. That was a staple for any magical trap that he'd seen back when he was part of a team. Whenever they made a mistake or tripped something up, an arrow, a spear, or even a bolt would appear to stab this inside of you. This magic causing instant decay. Thus, the only remains you would see would eventually be rotting flesh, bones, or even dust depending on the severity. The severity of this magic would have turned him to bones. He grinned at the thing in front of him. Whether or not it was intelligent or a beast, it was no matter. This thing could survive the rigors of decay. That in and of itself was something worth noting. He had not heard of anyone who had been able to cast it without suffering some debilitating illness or disease which killed in a couple weeks, days, or hours depending on the severity being used and how much it had been used. And this thing, this wonderful thing, had managed to do it without spitting up blood or causing its hands to deteriorate besides a few skin flakes. Whatever the case may be, this thing had attacked him, and he was going to have it. So without further ado, he jabbed his hand straight through the thing's stomach, before having his arm retreat back just as fast. With a baleful cry, the thing fell to the floor, its magic destabilizing. That's the thing with mages, though, Grunk thought. You interrupt their casting with a big sensation and it goes poof. Unfortunately, it wasn't a big a problem as he thought it would give the thing. Apparently, the thing had regeneration. Sure, it wasn't exactly the fastest, but the fact that it still had it said a fair bit about it, especially since it had stopped bleeding out of the orifice rather quick. You've got a nice body, don't you? Why don't you fall under me then? He activated his animal submission skill, but it didn't seem to affect the thing, although he did see a slight wince on its face. So, you've also got mental resistance skill, I take it. A bit bothersome for me, but that's perfectly fine. The thing about resistance is... Garong leans in closer, his nose almost touching. Resistance falls eventually. So that's where he stayed, continuously pouring on the effects of his skill. Every so often, the thing would try and run away, just like it had the first time, but Garong would just stab it in the stomach again to keep it in front of him. Sure, it was an effort to continuously pour the skill into the thing, but Garong wanted to test his new Beastmaster skills upon it once it became his. With the effects he could pile onto this thing, it would be a formidable siege weapon. Sure, he might have had to pull his attention away after a while. The wolves, without constant supervision, were more than likely to just fail at their given tasks without constant monitoring. The wolves may have been smart, but it wasn't like they had any knowledge of tactics. It was to a few of these questioning sensations that he got over the link that made him look away from his current task, to find that, yes, the plant thing was still at large. He hadn't known when it had arrived, nor why it started attacking the wolves only he had, but he was sure of one thing. He couldn't tame a plant. He tried multiple times, but the effect seemed to slide off of it. He made sure to tell the wolves that, while ripping and tearing were good options, why not take it to one of the cavernous pits around here that one of the turned wolves had passed on information about. However, looking away from the thing that he was trying to subdue was almost the most costly mistake in his short career as a legendary class. He couldn't tell when the thing had gathered energy, nor when the spell actually activated. All he could tell was that in one moment he was fine, and in the next there was a spear going through his chest. Thankfully, it wasn't near any vital organs, like the heart, but it did somehow just appear in his stomach. With a sigh, Garong removed the spear and shaped flesh so that no intensive bleeding would happen. His pack was outside the cave at the moment, and that was where he kept his potions. He could always shape the flesh with his affinity, but that didn't really help grow any back. More often than not, that would just delay the problem, as all the bleeding had basically been turned into internal bleeding. He had to give props to the thing. He had entirely forgotten that this particular spell existed. It had been a while since he started out, and most people didn't really look into the various variations that magically conjured weapons could take besides a sword and a bow. He had only ever seen one instance of a magic spear in the capital, and even then it didn't seem all that impressive. He only realized now that that was the point. He turned around to face the thing, only to find it was already in his face, and the punches it did, while not really all that heavy, had been laced with enough speed that it didn't really matter what kind of strength was behind it. He was being turned into mincemeat after just a few seconds. That would not do. He had already conquered most of the wolf population here. It was fine to send some in between him and his adversary. This, however, turned out to be another costly mistake. He never specified which ones, so it was up to them to decide. That, with their built-in loyalty to him, had made all the wolves stop what they were doing, turn towards the battle, and abandon all other actions that they had been pursuing. This, while helpful towards his personal fight, did give breathing room to the other wolves in the cave, the ones that he was here to subjugate in the first place. So, while taking a breather, they all rallied behind the plant, before coming together as one towards the new battle. This, however, would also take a bit of time to organize. Enough time for something interesting to happen. You see, most weapons that are conjured by magic tend to not stick around for long. Most people don't really have the finer amounts of control necessary to continuously pump their weapons for the duration that they wanted it. Most people that had access to enough mana to generate a mana weapon weren't really warrior material. Sure, most adventurers could have magic that they're capable of using, but more often than not, that was just a ratio trick, or an item that could produce the effect, never actually magic conjured by a person. Sure, some were willing to obtain magic, even with the chance of magical dissemination that could happen from time to time. But almost all who would go through it successfully were scholars who had the knowledge to do so, as well as the knowledge to stay away from battle. Most adventurers who even had access to magic mostly did it so that they would not have to rely on potions anymore. Plus, it was more of a case that most people never had affinities for healing magic. That's where magic weapons came in. If you figured out what the spell actually does, if you had enough magical control, you could change the purely magical weapon to take on one of your affinities. This leads most people to secretly conjure a sword of fire, a bow of wind, or some other nonsense. If anyone did see, they would most likely just say that they had to learn a different spell. Only if you looked into the book relating to the subject would you actually see that it could do that. But as it always has been, most adventurers weren't really keen on spending their time in a library, unless it was to look up a new combo that they could perform with their given skills. No, more often than not, they'd be out hunting bandits, destroying roaming monsters, or getting rid of some dungeons. That was why it came as a complete shock to Garong that the spear that the thing had held did not fade away, and also seemed to utterly destroy his buffed-up wolves. Sure, adding 100% strength and health to a target creature of your choice was an excellent idea for buffers. But when it came to it, in the raw, magical aspect, it didn't stand a chance against something which turned your muscles into dust within 5 seconds of contact. So Garong did the best thing he could do, since he noticed that his entire army was so dumb as to continue running headlong into being wiped out by one person with a spear. He ran. Well, getting that thing would have been nice, he thought. I'd much rather live to see another day now that I've gotten my legendary class. And if he had anything to say about it, that would be it. He would have run out of the cave, chugged a couple potions, and went back to civilization, and start taming the thing a beastmaster was known for taming: dragons. Sure, he would have definitely gotten better equipment for the task, as well as a couple people to back him up. Like in his adventuring days, back when he actually got him money. Unfortunately, that path might be closed to him, as the plant creature was currently between him and the door. Thankfully, he had one thing that he could use. It would mean not being able to use it during his first dragon taming, but right now he figured the situation called for it. So, with a heavy heart, he activated his speed talisman. His body suddenly felt so energetic, like he could control every fiber of his being to motion. But he knew that it was just a sudden change doing things to his perception. So, with his advanced speed, he ran under the plant thing's legs and jumped on top of the wolf behind it, to finally put himself in an advantageous position. Unfortunately, that's when the Starlam burst from the ground. For all of those who don't spend much time in caves, a Starlam is basically a monster that camouflages itself as a stalagmite. When prey gets close, it basically pokes its head out and tries to eat it. This, of course, would be much scarier to the average person, if the thing wasn't the size of the average foot. It was meant to eat small lizards or bugs after all, not people. So, for whatever reason, the Starlam thought that it would be high time to check if any bugs were nearby. This had the unfortunate side effect, at least for Garong, to cause him to rip the monster in half with his leg and trip into the ground. This was enough for the plant thing to catch him and begin to strangle him. It wasn't really strong enough to do so, however, only enough to keep him in place. That was when Garong noticed something rather peculiar about his surroundings. He could no longer hear any of the mental conversation. No one was asking for his help. This could only mean one of two things. If he had been in his right mind, he would have figured it out. However, with the talisman pumping energy into his body, he could only think that his beasts were coming to his aid. Unfortunately, reality had gone the other way, and so he was unprepared for what came next. It came as a complete surprise to him when he turned his head away from the plant, only to find a serrated spear tip 5 centimeters away from his face. Then he was no longer able to think of anything at all, as it all faded to black. End of chapter. Chapter 15. I'm kinda at a loss here. Okay, maybe if I just go over what I did, maybe I could figure out what's going on here. It's better than nothing, I suppose, since I'm stuck here. So after me trying to quickly take care of the commander, it said something. I couldn't really understand the oink growls that well. Then it proceeded to stab me in the stomach multiple times, while I think it was causing my head to progressively pound more and more. Sure, my regeneration helped a bit, but it was getting slower over time. It probably needs energy as much as I do. It was just a matter of how much I had in me to give to it. Now, for the headaches. I couldn't really tell if it was adrenaline or not, but it did feel similar to what those mind fecks did to me, just a tad less, put together. So I just endured it until something changed. With my mental resistance up, there wasn't much else I could do to stop it, except make the orc throw some variety into his attacks, like a punch to a head, a kick to a leg, and things like that. Something did change, though, after a while. At one point, the orc's attention was drawn away by something while he was stabbing me through the chest again. I don't really know what caused it to. Maybe Kojo was able to grab his attention away. Who's to say at this point? Especially since, well, after that, I thought about what I could do. Then I remembered I had a somewhat ranged spell, my magic spear. I didn't really know how much space I needed, but I definitely didn't have enough. I conjured it anyway, because I figured maybe magic doesn't care about space requirements. I was right, in a way. Making my spear appear just made it go straight through the orc until its length was what it normally was. I was surprised to say the least, and I think the orc was a little bit too. I pulled it out, and I think with the addition of the weapon, it was a little panicked. At least, I assumed so. Why else would it cause every single wolf that he had to just, come at me? At first, I was as scared as hell. I did not want to go all out like that, just being torn to shreds. So, I thought, maybe I could try inspiration again. It did nothing the first time. At that point, I was just panicking. I did not believe that I could handle all those wolves, so I just activated it again as the first one tore into my arm. That was when everything changed in the battle. Information flowed into my brain, and as swift as I could, I put that information into action. To better explain what I did, for a spell, it seemed like it always followed the same type of pattern. As of yet, I haven't even tried to change up the pattern for the weapon, but there was one thing that I was fine with doing. Apparently, the kind of mana you feed to the spell. What I was feeding my magic spear was plain mana from my soul. But if I put it through the decay filter, then magic happens. Suddenly, my plain old spear that did slashing, piercing, and probably magic damage gains one more type of damage. And oh boy, does that damage do something. As soon as my spear butt meets with the skull of the wolf who first bit me, his flesh begins to turn to dust from that point on. At first, I was a bit freaked out. I mean, the most I'd been using Decay on was inanimate stuff and trees. Nobody cares about trees. Well, I assume Greenpeace and hippies do, but I doubt any of those exist here. If magic's involved, you can instantly grow a tree back anyway. But doing that to a first wolf, I think it made me realize something. This power I have, that I had tapped into, I don't know if I want to use it. I understand fighting for my life. I understand even killing or maiming. But I just, doing this to the wolves just didn't feel right. So I tried to pull back. I tried to limit the amount of magic I was using. I still used it, but at least it wasn't decaying things as fast or as horrible. Then, if I hit a leg, the leg just stops functioning after a while, and the wolf had to limp over after me. That's enough for me. So I just hit any that got close and barreled through the rest. It worked, but it wasn't fast enough. Somehow the damn orc had sprinted away across to the other side of the cavern. I don't think I'm half as fast as that, but I did have one thing that I could do. I had a spear. And while a spear could be a melee weapon most of the time, there was one thing a spear had over a regular ass pole. It could be thrown. So I did just that. I was a bit concerned, given that Kojo had managed to get in front of the orc and just started tearing into him, with a bunch of wolves beside him. I was a bit worried, given that I could hit one of them, but I thought maybe my accuracy ability that I had could do something to compensate. However, there was a bit of a problem with actually just throwing the thing. Magic spear always seemed to dissipate once I let go of it. I think that it has something to do with the amount of magic I put in. I was somewhat proven right at the point in time, as I just pushed everything I had into it. Sure, it started glowing and causing dust to just come up from everything, but I'd managed to do it. With the spear flying through the air, I knew that I was on the right track with the magic weapon.
However, it did in fact just hit the orc a little too hard. In the face. With a lot of decay magic that it just dispensed all at once before dissipating. I don't want to think about the scream of agony that I had heard, nor the pile of ash that floated through the air. It makes me want to throw up. Anyway, after that, every single wolf in the cave stopped, turned towards me, and began running at full speed. The next few moments were a blur for me. I'd used up all my magic, all my stamina. Basically, I'd given everything for this fight, and my regeneration was much slower than normal. So I had a lot of health just shaved off of me. So, with that in mind, and the adrenaline just wearing off, I let whatever come. I was sure that if I died, at least I got rid of the main guy pulling all the strings. And if that's enough for Kojo to get the rest of the wolves to back off of him, then so be it. Let whatever come, that may come. And then I awoke like this, lying on my back, thankfully still in the same position, except there's a few important things that my brain notices. It's dark and I can't feel anything, not even my own bodily functions. Basically, I can't hear my heartbeat or feel my breathing. There's just nothing. I mean, this could be a dream, but it's not really like my usual ones. Most of those, I'm just mentioned being in a dream, or even just realize it, and I'm just pulled out. This one, not so much. That could mean a couple of things if I include magical nonsense. One is that it isn't my dream, but someone else's. Hell, that's probably going to be a thing if I keep advancing in meditation-related skills or something. One is that this isn't a dream, and I have exhausted myself so much that even when I'm awake, I could just be sent dead to the world. It would explain why I feel pressure on my back. One could be that I've been found by society, and they've locked me up because of the Senate title. I mean, it could be that. But I haven't seen any Error, MIGW compromised. Finding change. Change found. Beastmaster Garung's premature death. Cause altercation with Chaos Engineer Dave. Situation fix found. Implementing. Done. Chaos Engineer Dave gains 5 class levels for brief error. Chaos Engineer Dave is revoked of title Newcomer. Chaos Engineer Dave is given the title Destiny Breaker. Displaying pre-written declaration. To those who have managed to disrupt the MIGW, congrats. MIGW was basically made to be unchangeable. For reasons I will not disclose what MIGW is. Just know that since you've been able to affect MIGW, you might do so again. Beware of future consequences. Declaration ended, resuming normal parameters. Congratulations for killing legendary class holder. For that, you have been given 10 levels and the title Legend Slayer. For reaching level 50, you have gained 2 benefits. These include the following. You now have the choice of taking another class or increasing the levels of your current one. See available classes, go to class choices. You have also been given an extra 10 stat points to dispense. That's a lot to process. I guess it was fine of them to get rid of the newcomer title, since I wasn't sure what it did anyhow. Wait, why is everything getting brighter now? Oh, I understand now. I was being dogpiled. Literally. Are they asleep? I listen, but I only hear slight breathing and the occasional thump. Since I'm stuck in here, might as well deal with things that I could deal with. I've got a lot of stat points now, especially since the battle helped me get over level 60. Raised my total count to 99. Should probably use them now anyway, since I don't know if the value system can go higher than 99. Most games I know have a hard cap limits there. So it's best to use them now before I get rid of the ones I receive from leveling. Assuming that I'm right about all of this. I should probably start from the top and work my way down. I don't think strength is all that good, to be honest. Sure, I could get more, but 30 is enough for me. I don't plan on being Arnold Schwarzenegger's model here. I am fine with the current definition I've got. Guess that means next is dexterity. Honestly, I would like to bump it up to 50. If I'm right, my speed will just increase dramatically. Plus a new stat ability is always handy. Also, should probably bring up Constitution to 50 as well. I need all the health that I can get after all, if I'm going to be meeting things that have the classes that I've dealt with. Speaking of, apparently there are legendary classes. That orc, go wrong, I think, was the Beastmaster. Guess that explains why he was trying to dominate my mind, I guess. Anything can be a beast with the right mindset, after all. Also, the titles I've gotten don't make me excited. Sure, I got rid of the newcomer title, but I didn't even know what that thing did to begin with. Makes me think the titles are just for show, literally. It might be a categorization system that the system uses to deal with specific people. Destiny Breaker just probably only follows people who've done what I apparently did. What did I even do, anyway? Was I not supposed to kill Grung? Still feel bad about that. Thankfully, there isn't blood or guts or anything. Otherwise, I'd probably be throwing up a lot more. Also, maybe it's just me, but is it normal to feel this way? To just not care? I mean, it happened. I can acknowledge that, and I can say I remember that I did that. But why do I feel nothing? Should I feel something about killing someone? I was a person who probably had a family, had a life of its own. So why can't I feel anything about the action itself? I don't know. I need to take my mind off of this, maybe go over the survival instincts advancement. So, at some point in that fight, I had managed to level my survival instincts all the way. And of course, I went to advance it. Who wouldn't? It helped me so far with finding food based on intuition, and the skill did advance during it. But looking back at what it actually is, strikes me as strange. Survivalism level 4, 40 out of 100%. Cost 0 AP. There are people who often take survival instincts to the extreme. These people often take it so far as to make it an art form or a policy of theirs. This is what happens when they take it thus far. The skill provides the user with some knowledge of the 4 fundamentals of survival, as well as a passive boost to most physical skills. I mean, from what I'm getting, there's supposed to be a knowledge in my brain now, but nothing's popping up like it would for inspiration. At least, it also does boost some physical skills I have. Oh wait, I don't have that many. This just seems like a crappy trade-off to me. I don't even have the vague sense of what's edible now or not if I just pull up a picture of a berry. But you know what? It's no good just worrying about something I don't understand. Focus on the things that I can do and do understand, like the allocation of stat points. Might as well do that already. For gaining a dex of 50, you earn the ability Speed. For gaining a constitution of 50, you earn the ability Recovery. Generic sounding names, but alright. What about their descriptions though? Speed, level 1, 0 out of 100%. Nothing and 10 AP. There are times when people don't need strength, where they don't need magic, or even when they don't need others. All they need would be their own body. This can equate to pure strength or pure wit. Either way, these people who obtain this ability can say that their strategy is better with it than without. While inactive, the ability improves reaction time proportional to the level. While it is active, your general speed will improve over the duration it is kept active. Recovery, level max, cost 50 AP. There are times in which having a good spell or a special affinity isn't enough, where your body just can't give anything anymore. This is where this ability comes in handy. It can be used for one of 3 things. One is this ability can perfectly get rid of all instances of poison at once. The second is that this ability can recover half of your maximum amount of health. The third and final one is that it can be used to completely recover your total mana. No, they may be generic, they are still good, and what I was kind of hoping for. Well, I still got a bit over 50 points to allocate now, but I can think about that later. Right now, I gotta figure out how to get out of this. Dang. Don't think I'll be getting quietly out of this now. There's a wolf head right in front of me, staring at me. End of chapter. Chapter 16. at the end of the fight with the wolves who had been attacking his clan, even those of his clan who had turned on them, they were all sniffing around in confusion, as if trying to catch an elusive scent. Then they looked at him, and Ter found himself as the sole clan leader who had not succumbed to whatever that had been. The others were confused, and when Ter asked his clan to start taking stock of what damage had been done, the other wolves noticed and started following his orders as well. None of those who had been clan leaders gave an opposition, so Ter suddenly found himself to be accepted leader of a larger clan than he had ever seen in one place. He considered it to be a temporary thing, likely to only last until the clan leaders recovered and challenged his right to lead. Because of this, Ter was thinking a lot on his rock. Ter didn't think much of gratitude. Sure, he often gave his family more to fill their bellies if they impressed him or performed better than he thought they might during a hunt. Others in the new clan might think he was being heartless, especially as he was only temporary leader. But it was more a matter of pragmatism for him, even if he didn't know the specific word. He did not waste his time with the pups who could not hunt, nor the lame who could only hinder the movement of the whole. Sure, with some, time is an option. It almost always was. Pups would grow, the lame would strengthen. But this wasn't something that he could fix with time. This was something he had to deal with right now. Nothing could have prepared him for this moment, but he grabbed it by its antlers and forced it to the ground, like he would any hunt. Sorry, but, Ter opened his eyes and readied himself. It was one of the new ones to the clan, someone who hadn't yet received an encompassing scent of the clan. Without a scent, one often had no name, no defining mark. Sure, even without a scent they had names, but having a definitive scent of your pack was more of an instinctual need than a societal issue. The scentless wouldn't have usually been a problem for Ter. Lone wolves showed up now and again, asking for aid or even to be a part of the clan again. He suspected those were ones who couldn't be lone for long. But what was happening was on a much bigger scale than a single wolf coming in. He could not perform a ceremony, nor invite the wolf to hunt to prove his worth. There was just too many for that to be done. All that could be done was to accept them for now and wait for them to prove themselves later. Given this, Ter assumed he knew what the problem was and huffed a sigh at the work ahead of him. Well, what is it? Do you need another huddle to get that scent back on you? No, I'm fine, but yeah, he's awake. This confused Ter. Why would one wolf care so much about another singular one? It could have been a mate, but most of the women and children were dead from previous, battles. That was the word that Ter was looking for. It could have been those who had been part of previously rival clan heads, in which case it was indeed probably a huge issue. Who's awake? Is it one of the other clan heads? No, it's our savior. Ter's eyebrows went up a tad. Ah, he thought. That was it. Ter had almost forgotten about the creature that had ended the hunt of terror. Sure, it was in the back of his mind, but after a couple of trying to deal with the tensions between previous rival clans, he just pushed that issue under the carcass. Thinking back on what occurred, he could only grumble. After this day, he might no longer hold a position as clan head. The responsibility of being a leader was not really all that important to him, but it did mean that he could take naps longer than anyone else and get first choice meat of prey. That was usually enough for him. There had been a battle between his clan and an odd assortment of wolves, many belonging to other clans, all working together. Then, from deeper in the cave system, this thing had come out of nowhere and battered away his clan wolves like pups and turned the ones that harmed it into dust. Under normal circumstances, this would have meant that the whole clan would work together to destroy the attacker. But these were anything but normal circumstances. Seconds before the creature's appearance, he thought all had been lost, and that they would be forced to join something that which was more fearful than one of his deepest nightmares. To think the thing that had been hunting them had apparently every other wolf clan around, was not a rival clan, but an upright. A single upright that took the individuality of a wolf and replaced it with blind obedience to it. He was sure that when he saw its capture his daughter, all was lost. Although there had been a moment's reprieve, although he could scarcely believe it, his son, of all things, had come back and fought for them. Sure, his son may have been different in appearance than before, but Tear could still smell his particular scent. That was Claw, no doubt about it. Although now he appeared to be more like a name of plant than any other. Sure, it wasn't a name born of battle or blood, but it was highly descriptive. When you talked about plant, you knew who you were talking about, especially since the battle. He could scarcely believe the heights to his son's new battle prowess. When he was sent Claw away, he was concerned. He thought that maybe Claw would not be able to survive as a lone wolf. But he was no longer worried. His decision to have him leave the clan was a good one. He had grown from it, after all. The only unfortunate thing in all of this was that in the chaos, he finally realized why Tuft had acted the way he did. He was under the control of the upright as well. It was with sad thoughts his mind returned to when he made good on his promise and tore out Tuft's throat. Tear's mind returned back to the present, however, as he realized he'd been staring at the wolf in front of him as he processed this. Unfortunately for the scentless, Tear's thinking face was also its hunting face, and that long moment of silence was enough for the scentless to finally gain a scent, and it wasn't all that pleasant to smell. Tear realized that it was his own fault, so he didn't ostracize the pup, but there was something he had to do first. "Bring me to it." The wolf nodded resolutely before leading him past the other members of the new clan resting up. Most had given their all for this fight. Others seemed to have given up, given in to the oppressive feeling that they had within their skulls. Tear gave those wolves a couple hours to make some sort of recovery before calling their time. He still remembered the 9 bodies he had led gently to drown. They had died as warriors. They would be remembered, of course, in stories, but it would not do for their coats to be as patchy as their minds before heading off to Onda. He stared at the wounded licking their wounds, and the wolves who sat quietly staring at something only they could see, and the crying ones, begging for their pups and mates to come back. It was enough to drive any clan head to tears if they heard it. Thankfully, most of the old heads had been moved to a separate part of the home. Those who weren't wounded too much to be able to walk at least. He wasn't headed to that part, however. He was heading towards the lake that was located further out from their home. It was the closest source of water and of the life moss. It was also where they had moved many of the wounded who could not remain awake because of their pain. Those included, more often than not, the many who had lost paws and teeth. It was a gruesome sight to any, but Tear had grown used to it. He feared that he may become uncaring after long, because if this kept up, all the life moss would shrivel from how much they were taking. The creature had been in dire state when it was brought here. According to his son at least, the thing could heal itself given enough time. So any wound it might have occurred during the battle would soon long be gone. That did not mean he had energy though, so they moved him to the water. There, Blonde stayed by his side for hours. When Tear had begged him to come and help in the recovery, he had refused. When Tear had asked why, Blonde's only response was that he was indebted. Tear did not fully understand what debt was, but he felt like it was probably something akin to gratitude. So he let Blonde be and returned to stopping the infighting. That was hours ago, and he had feared what might have occurred here when he was away. Thankfully, nothing seemed to be amiss as he returned. The life moss lighting the ceiling had recovered a bit. No one had yet cleaned up the broken bits of rock over from the markings that they had caused making laying stones. And the water still held its fish, nibbling away at more of the bigger insects. The only thing that seemed to be a problem to Ter was that most of the laying stones had no one upon them. Blood was still fresh upon the ground, so Ter assumed that most had died in the time he'd been gone. This troubled Ter, as he wasn't too sure how to perform mass honor rites. It had been a while since his elder teachings, and most of the elders had been killed during the Hunt of Terror. Only about 4 remained, and they always seemed to be bickering near a corner of the cave about some oft-begotten head of yore who did something that he couldn't for the life of him remember. So, with a heavy heart, growing heavier with each empty seat they passed, he was brought up short by the sight at which he could barely dare to believe. All of the wolves, all of his clan, and even some that were not, were still alive. They'd even gotten their lost limbs back, and some had even gotten their teeth. This seemed strange to Ter. Sure, he was happy that they had recovered, but life moss never worked this fast, and it never restored a wolf's teeth. So he ran ahead of his stentless guide, pushing and shoving through the crowd that was gathered by the shore. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. The sheer amount of wolves talking was too much for his old ears, and his senses were being discombobulated. It was only after he saw the telltale grin of his son that he regained control. "Stop!" Instantly, all the wolves grew silent and began to stare at him. Some were part of the original clan and bowed their heads in respect, while others had no clue what this one wolf was trying to pull here. That is, until the shadow of ignorance fell on their face and they too bowed their head. It was like a ripple in a pond spreading out, wolves taking notice and stopping what they were doing to pay respects. With a more steady gait, he more easily walked through the crowd, wolves parting before him, not wanting to get his ire. Some younger ones were too excited to see him and tried to get his attention, but he ignored them. There were more important things here than catering to the whims of a single wolf. He could feel it in his soul. Something about this moment was important. He just didn't know what. He looked at his son, standing by the thing's side. For some reason, Plant was speaking to the thing like it could understand him. That, however, stopped when Plant finally noticed him. "What happened?" Plant towered over his father. Ter had almost directed his question towards another wolf, but he figured that he should at least directly talk to his son. "Friend here just did some healing. He is a shaman, so I asked if he could do it." Ter looked at the fox upright. Its face, it was hard to tell for Ter, but it seemed almost constipated. "You asked him?" Plant nodded before lying down so his head was at eye level to his father. "Yes, he's able to talk to me. Don't know why he can't understand anyone else." This almost sounded like what the other upright was capable of, to Ter at least. All of his followers were able to understand his orders, from what he could get, but it was more of a head thing than actually speaking. "Is he?" No, don't worry about that. He is not like that." The thing turned towards Plant and started barking. It almost sounded like a wolf, but it was different. Its barks were more varied than the wolves. Sure, wolves were able to convey a lot with just a few particular emotions applied to certain howls, but these were more articulated. This thing could move its tongue in ways that wolves could not, and that was enough for a multitude of concepts better applied to different words. It kind of sounded like no. Ter put that thought away. It's best to stay in the moment and remember that nightmare. "He says he's sorry about those he killed. He felt that by doing this he'd be square. Fair. Plant nodded vivaciously as he laid down beside the thing. "So this thing, his name is Friend." Silence stretched for a while. No one would dare interrupt the clan head, as the clan heads were known for fits of violence. Thankfully, Ter didn't take this too personally. He just realized how caring Plant was to his new follower. "Really? That's his name?" "I know. When I was first told it, I couldn't believe it either." "Well, tell him that we appreciate the help. There have been enough dead in the hunt of terror. Blond nodded before repeating his words to Friend. Tear followed the changes on the face of Friend. His face was very expressive. Sure, he couldn't recognize what some of the facial muscles represented, but he realized this thing probably didn't rely on scent as much as the average wolf. He's asking if we're expected to do anything. Friend was looking at Tear expectantly, for what he wasn't sure. No, he's done enough for us as it is. Right now is a time for recovery. There's too much tension here. Too many clans with too many ideals. We need to fix this, and that needs time and effort. Something which I'm sure he can't give, given he can only talk to you. While Blond translated, Tear looked at Friend in the eyes for the first time since the thing had shown up. As the words were spoken, Tear could sense no change in Friend's intensity nor in its face. Nothing seemed to give away what it was thinking, and even if it did, Tear doubted that he could tell with the weird face. And, at the end of it all, Friend nodded towards Plant, stood up, said a few short growls, and started walking towards one of the laying stones, sat on it, and closed its eyes. He said he's sorry that he couldn't do more. He doesn't want to be, in your hair. I think that means to be a problem from how he said it, but I'm not sure. Either way, he says he's going to be leaving at the earliest. He doesn't want to bother you more than he already has. Tear looked back towards Plant. Even with his son's enhanced size, Tear could tell that he was sulking. Even in a different body, the same characteristics tend to come to the surface. Why are you sad, Plant? I thought that he would stay here. He liked me, so I figured he might not back down when it came to your wishes. Seems he and I are different like that. Yeah, I suppose so, my son. Even though I gave an order a long time ago, I need to tell you something. Tear debated whether or not to continue, to splurge his emotions out in front of the rest of the crowd. Eventually, he managed to find the words that he wanted to say. You can still be by yourself if you want. Try to do something great with yourself. But I want you to know this. Even if you haven't founded a clan yet, or even got a mate, you've still made me proud, just by being who you are, and by achieving what you've become. Tear laughed for a while at the end before turning his attention to the rest of the crowd. Well, if you're all right now, I guess there's no further delay in this then, Tear breathed. Go on and hunt ready. The crowd, a bit taken back, quickly ran over each other towards the entrance of the cavern to take down the biggest prey that they could find. Even in their fear-addled minds, they knew that the clans needed the biggest amount of food that they could find. It wasn't every day that they all came together, after all. Why are they going? I told them how to make it through the Purple Room and beyond, as well as how big the prey there is on the other side. They should be fine if they're all smart enough. Tear sighed a bit before looking back towards his son. Before speaking, though, he noticed that Friend's eyes had opened in an almost manic expression. He was no longer sitting on a rock, and he was raising his front leg ahead of him. Tear chuckled before speaking once more in a hushed tone. Thanks, and keep an eye on your friend. He may be a savior, but his reflexes seem to be lacking. And with that, Tear gave his son one more nuzzle before heading back into the main cavern. He had a lot to deal with, after all. As he finally reached the entrance, he looked back and took notice of the rocks again. This time, no fits of terror or sadness hit him like before. Only pride, and perhaps, if he was being honest with himself, a smidgen of gratitude. End of chapter. Chapter 17. So, didn't really expect that to happen. Honestly, when I woke up from the wolf's face in front of me, I thought I was about to get eaten while I was in that weird pseudo-world thing. Thankfully, I was just being treated for injuries near the best indoor lake that I've ever seen and the best damn cave that I've ever been in. Well, I haven't been in many caves to begin with, but I've seen them online, and I'd never seen anything like this before. The light that's coming from the lake and lighting up the entire room. is as it came from. Who cares? Anyways, I was just stuck in a dog pile. Literal dog pile. So when I woke up, all the wolves seemed excited around me, but I couldn't really understand them that well. I tried to use animal companionship on some of the more excitable ones, but it turns out it's a singular target thing. I have to switch to the different target animals each and every time, and I can only understand a single animal, basically. I can only have a single companion at a time, so I'd have to switch the target of my companionship each time and could only understand a single wolf at a time, and I called bullcrap on that right off the bat. Cause there's only one animal that I would want to talk to, and that's Kojo. Well, I don't even know if it's right calling him an animal anymore, with how organized these wolves are, and from what Kojo has been telling me, I think that these are some of the world's people. Now, I'm kind of confused as to why there's a skill that labels them as animals, but I'm sure once I find out who actually knows something, I'll be able to at least get a better grasp on what's going on. Speaking of leaving, from what I can understand, and from how the leader of the pack looked, I was not welcomed here. Even with all the healing that I wanted to do for myself and the wolves around me, he wanted nothing to do with me. Sure, I might feel that they should be grateful, maybe obligated to provide me with, something. I saved the proto-village after all. Don't I deserve a part of the feast? Actually, no. Never mind. They don't have silverware or fire, so they probably expect me to eat the meat fresh and raw. Honestly though, I think they kinda understood what was going on around here, at least. Apparently, there were some wolves that weren't part of the original pack that were being controlled by that one guy. Yeah, I know. I'm still surprised. Apparently their mind stuff wasn't actually me hallucinating or feeling too much pressure from my first battle with an actual person. That guy could control minds, and he had been using that power to take over the wolves. There's something there that I don't know what it actually is, but I know something's wrong with that. Why would you come all the way out here to mind control some animals and settle on the wolves? No offense to the guy, but if I wanted a good mind-controlled minions, I could have gone to a tree and, I don't know, grabbed control of a goddamn leaf falcons, or whatever they are. These are people, and if that guy understood that, then I might be a bit... No, don't say it. Even in your head, you can never say it. Now, where was I before? Oh yeah, we're leaving, and the reason is wolf politics. Actually, it might not be politics. However, I'm imagining some dogs in suits barking at each other on podiums, and it's too adorable not to think about. So I might as well take a moment and imagine the whole thing playing out. With this thought running through my head, I looked over towards Kojo. He's talking with the wolf. I think it's the leader. Or, well, maybe some other wolf. Can't be sure. When he gets back, is he crying? Are you okay, buddy? Do I need to punch him or something for hurting your feelings? Thankfully, Kojo was chuckling a bit at my remark. Good. That's good. I think he's beginning to understand my sense of humor now. Otherwise, I probably could have made a big mistake. Yes, don't worry about it, friend. It's just some emotions coming up. That's not normal. I don't think I ever heard him cry before. Well, what happened? Why are you crying? His face turns to look towards the opposite end of the cave. As he stands up, I can tell there's a little bit of a smile coming to his face. I was saying goodbye. Really? That's it? Yes, I know. I should control my emotions better than... What? No. Let them out, man. Who cares? But the real question is, why was saying goodbye to that emotional? That was my father, friend. A lot of pieces are coming into place now. Why don't you stay there? I think I can get out of here fine with what you said is true about the cave. I'm not meant to. That's concerning. If it's like a fugitive or something, what's the one word describing a person that was ejected from the community? I'll think of that later. Right now, gotta focus on my buddy. Did he force you to go? No. I wasn't forced. I was just, something that had to be. I could be punishment, or it could be a weird ritual thing. That definitely sounds false to me. It wasn't. I agreed with him. Kojo begins walking towards the exit, presumably. I'll just trust him on this judgment. He's even living in the cave for a while now, so he knows best. After a while, though, the silence just becomes too much to bear for me. All right, if you say so, when did you leave? A few days ago. Wait, sorry? Before I ask the question that are kinda serious, it was literally days ago, and now you're crying. Well, yeah, I'm comfortable doing that now. My eyes are drawn to the glowing moss on the ceiling and the fading glow as we exit the chamber. Idly, I wonder whether or not we should go back and get some fish for sustenance. But there's probably going to be a lot of good food coming up anyway. I draw my attention back to the green form I call friend. You weren't before. Kojo turns to look at me. No, I never was. Now I think I'm able to. Because of plant magic. He chuckles a bit before turning his head back towards the mild darkness of the cave. Some of it, yeah. And I think I realize what I want to do now that I'm out of the family. What? His moss bristles slightly against the air. Why do you think I'm with you? That's a good question. He could leave any time he wants. Wait. Am I forcing him to? God, please don't let me be controlling this good boy. He's the only friend I have, and I don't want him to just be friends with me because of magical nonsense from my skill. Thanks, dude. Kojo's tail slightly wags a bit before it twigs in and pops back into place. No problem. The least I can do since we met. I guess so. I saved his life several times, but so has he saved mine. Honestly, I don't even want to keep track of it anymore. It would probably just end up as a competition or something. We walked for a while after that. I had no idea what Kojo was thinking during this entire trip, but I know what I have to do. I need to figure out what we're going to do next. Sure, we had a vague plan of find civilization, but how am I going to find Kojo? It's not like he's normal. Or at least, I don't think he's normal. From what Kojo has told me, it's been a while since a wolf has ascended. Don't really like the usage of that word, but whatever. I could always just pretend I'm a beastmaster. No, don't think that'll work out well. If what the system says is true, then he's probably unique enough that no one is going to buy the fact that I'm a beastmaster. Unless, I have a hunch, it's not really sound, but maybe his class evolved. I mean, I can't figure out much else to do with the separate leveling between me and my class. Maybe, at a certain point, the class becomes something greater. I don't know. Until I find someone that can give me the answers I seek, or even a library. Wait. Even if I find a library, there's no guarantee that the language skill is going to work with writing either. No, Dave. Just focus on the current problems. Something that is immediate. If this is like any generic fantasy world I know of, there's probably going to be a tamer class. I'll just pretend I'm that. Why not? I can't really think of much else I can do. Plus, if we're going to civilization, then what is Kojo going to do? I don't want to leave him outside in an inn or something, simply because it's too small for him. I don't want him to follow me for the rest of his life. I want him to have his own. Maybe if I ask about the past, I'll get an inkling as to what I might need to do. At this point, the darkness is almost as bad as the trip we went through to get back into the cave. Thankfully, there was enough light from, somewhere, that I could at least tell the general shapes and locations of things, even if I couldn't see much detail. That meant that it was relatively easy to find Kojo in the darkness. Turning my head towards him, I opened my mouth to ask one of my more pressing questions. So, important question time, I guess. What caused it? Was it me? I know you said you've seen me before. Still crazy to me. Kind of. I saw you, let you go, and that was, straw on camel's back. The last straw. but I think you're getting the hang of the idioms. Getting the hang of. Oh, yeah, I see. Sorry that I kind of forced you away from your family. No, with how my family was, I think it was inevitable. Especially since we've been pestered by that one orc for so long. And my sister. Oh, a new juicy tidbit. A sister, you say? I could tell that Kojo twitched a little, but he continued walking like nothing was a problem. Yeah, she's... Kojo seemed to trail off before silencing himself entirely. I waited for a bit, worried he might have found something further ahead in the cavern, but he kept walking. That could only mean one thing, estranged relationship. Really, is it that difficult to talk about her? No, I just don't want to give you the wrong idea. Don't you have siblings before? The question caught me a bit off guard, but I marched on. No, best not to think about things best forgotten. Huh, that's a shame. Would have been at least somewhat helpful when explaining her. He stopped for a bit before I could hear him sighing heavily. She is intense. She took everything seriously. Every slight against her, whether or not you intended it, it was usually paid back tenfold at what she thought was fair. She held everyone to a standard that only she and a select few could meet. And she always tried to, pick on me. So, an older sister? No, younger actually. That's kind of the reason I left to begin with. Much more passionate than most. She wanted to become the new clan head at the time I left. My father and I think she's been spoiled too much, but we don't want to see her hurt. That's why I left. With how the clan head is usually picked out, things tend to get deadly. And I would much rather my sister not have to kill her brother, or I, her. What do I say to that? I don't have a frame of reference for this. Well, do you regret leaving? Do you regret trying to protect your sister? Kojo stops walking forward. I stop as well, mostly because if I hadn't, I would have bumped into him. No, Moon is alive still. That is something I can't thank Onda enough for. Just seeing my sister slumber peacefully was enough for me to relax. Even if she came close to death the other day, with your help, she still lives. Some questions, I suppose. Dude, how did I help her? Kojo let out a scoff. You did not have to help my family fight for their minds. You did not have to heal my family back to the prime and remove aches and pains they dealt with for most of their lives. Believe it or not, friend, you are a helpful existence. Yeah, I guess I did help, even if it was just some woos. Thanks, Kojo, for your words. Not many people had appreciated me for what I did. Kojo chuckled a bit and resumed his pace. I followed along as he continued lambasting. They should. It's not every day that a wise man is born, you know. Wise man? Wise men aren't born, buddy. They're made, and I hardly qualify. Kojo seemed to muddle over the sentence I said. I say seemed because I have absolutely no idea why else his head would tilt like that. I suppose. Silence stretched out after that, only briefly interrupted by the drips of water. Thus we ventured on in comfortable silence. Sometimes I think I see something besides us in the cave, but I can't hear anything regarding that. Plus, Kojo doesn't seem to notice it, or if he did, it isn't worth much thought. So I just continue on behind him. This went on for quite a while, so I decided that this was probably the best time that I could do to better investigate myself. What do I investigate, though? There is not much that I can do by myself, unless, do skills have an effect on my soul, or whatever it is. I mean, most don't use any of my magic. Wait, something's changed. My MP bar has changed. It's more of a, sphere now. Did I do that? When was the last time I even looked at that? Why did it change? Is it my perception? Before I thought it was just a measure of something, but now I know where it comes from. Do I have a more accurate representation? I kinda don't like that. I like the new form it is, but I don't like that it changed without me even noticing until now. You know what? I don't even know what I could do to stop that kind of thing. This interface isn't exactly easy to navigate through. Most of the things I want to know are just results of me trying things for several hours. If I could change it, I'd probably have found out by now. So, to get away from essentially topics best left for later, do I have a source of AP? I know where MP comes from, and I can actively move it about. So what about AP? Is it just general energy, or is it something else? As I walk through the darkness, I try and peer inside myself. If my mana can be found there, maybe whatever AP is also there. It's worth a try. I see the general amalgam that is my mana and the screens that are my affinities, and the glow as prominent. But that isn't what I'm searching for. I need to find something else here, if there is anything else to find. I search through the, I guess you could call it the darkness. It isn't just the absence of light, but more like the absence of anything, that you could call it darkness, as that's basically what it is. But with the feeling that comes with the staring at absolute nothing is not really properly conveyed. It hurts your eyes, or at least whatever I'm using in here, to actively stare at those blank parts. At least, it did until I stared in a particular direction, and it didn't hurt for some reason. Curious. Very curious. I slowly move myself over. Wait, how am I moving my perception anyway? Is it like the astral projection I've heard about? Looking down at myself, it doesn't really seem to be the case. I'm not a glowing thing. I just, don't see anything. It's not nothingness, but, I don't see any form. No, Bad Dave, you're on a mission. There's no time for existential dread over how you don't have a body here. Eventually, I think I start to see something. It isn't necessarily what I expected, though. It's a river. It's not really filled with what you'd expect in a river, though. It's not really water, but something green, I think. I think that's it. But I think it's best to stop now. For some reason, my feet have stopped moving, and I can't tell why. I can always come back here anyway. Now that I know its general direction, I can just appear there. So, I open my eyes to, not-so-tall trees, birdsong, and daylight. Completed quest. Escape from Caldara. Depositing rewards. You have gained 10 levels and the title Unbowed. End of chapter.
Chapter 18. This is amazing, Kojo. He turned his head towards me. How? The forest is just a regular forest. He smiled cheekily at me. Oh yeah, but something feels different, almost uplifting. His eyes widen, and he turns his head back towards the landscape. Ah, you're talking about the aura. Wait, hold up. That's a new word. Something that I don't think I've heard before. Is the animal translation stuff actually real-time translating? No, wait. Focus on things that you can get answers to. What do you mean? You know how when we went into that forest, back in that valley, and there were magical plants and weird animals. Weird direction to start with, but alright. Yeah. Well, we entered a domain. Another new word, and apparently no further explanation, judging by how Kojo turned his head back towards the forest and just continued walking. I, of course, follow right behind, but I still need this conversation to happen. What's the domain? He stumbles a bit, his legs missing their rhythm, before finding their pace again. Oh, you must have lived somewhere peaceful then, yeah? Yeah. We don't have something like a monster walking around, so I think it's alright to say that. Okay, so this might take a while to explain. Do you want to get up on top so that you won't have to focus on anything other than my words? He stopped walking, stooped down, and turned his head towards me.
I don't see why not. Thanks for letting me on you, buddy. I begin to climb on, but the moss just starts putting me up in surges. No problem, friend. Just feel like things probably need to be said and asked. At the final note, I found myself laying down on his back. So, why is it so important that I sit down? Kojo stands back up and starts walking with purpose once again. It's a bit hard to time myself to the rhythm of his walk, but I eventually get the hang of it. Do you know what a god is? Getting a bit sociological there, but I guess maybe they exist here or something. Maybe it's just a natural phenomenon they can't explain. Sure, Kojo. At this, his back loses some tension I didn't realize it had. Good. I didn't know what I could say to explain that bit to you. That makes things easier to explain. So, a god likes to be in certain places, yes? He stops and sniffs around a bit before continuing on. Is he, asking for my opinion on this? How am I supposed to know? I mean, I guess. Certain gods like certain places more than others. They influence that spot so much it starts to gain their traits. That is what that inner part of the Caldara was. So, a domain is a place where a god likes to be. He shakes his head a bit, causing his torso to shift and me to slide around a bit. No, simply a place a god likes. That particular bit was some place a god liked a bit too much. It put a lot of aura in there. That is why it is a domain. It is filled with something that feels different to other normal places. Ah, so there's somehow just a sort of pressure differential then. Makes a bit of sense. Thanks for telling me about it, Kojo. No worries. If you didn't know, then you'd probably die later on. That makes me slightly worried. Is there a reason I'd die? Are domains a normal thing? No. From what my family says, domains are a few and far between. It's just that those that do exist tend to hold the most dangerous predators and hard to catch prey. Ah, so probably more of the same from what we had to deal with in there. Oh, okay then, I'll be sure to be careful if we come around any of that. So I've got to ask something, Kojo. Sure. Why did you want me on your back for that? It didn't seem like too much of a difficult thing to answer. Simple. I lied. You're just slow. It is easier just to carry you to where we are heading. Wait, is he saying I'm fat or something? No, he's not like that. Plus these days in the wilderness ain't exactly bad. I'm just glad that I was able to make a little cup of water in the cave. Without it, I don't think I would have been able to go this far. The crafting skill made it a bit easier to do, so I'm happy with it now. As we pass between the trees and the birds swoop low to grab the insects clinging to the branches of the trees, I ponder some of the things I've put off thinking about. For example, why did I only receive half of the points I normally get for leveling up? I should have gotten 20, but I only received 10. Was that the effect of my newcomer title? How can I tell unless someone can explain titles to me? I already tried asking Kojo about it, but he didn't know anything about them. And now I'm looking at my skills list properly and looking back at the system history. Why hasn't my physical resistance skill leveling up? It's level 10 now, so I should have gotten an update from the system. But I haven't received anything. I mean, I assume it should still be leveling up, as if it was actually done. It would say that a level was maximum, but it doesn't. I don't know. I just wish I could talk to someone about skills. Wait, I haven't asked Kojo about that yet, have I? Hey, Kojo. He didn't make any abnormal movements, but his ears do turn towards me. Yeah. Do you know about skills? Yes. Why do they sometimes not level up? Level? Do you mean advance? No, I mean level. Like you can tell when it's getting better. But it's not for some reason. At this, his ears turn back. Ah, that is just practice and other skills helping it along. I don't think he's getting it. Wait. How do you know about skills anyway? At this, his head seems to tilt to the side slightly. Why wouldn't I? Well, I mean, this is gonna seem silly. What? Do you have a little screen that appears in front of you when you say certain words or phrases, like stats? Oh, don't worry, friend. That is just the voice of God. No, it's, wait. It was a voice to start off with before I turned to the written notifications, somehow. I still don't quite understand if I did it right or not. I could try and show him what I mean, but, would he even have an option to do so? I mean, I didn't see any writing in the caves, even if it would have been primitive or crude because of their claws. Kojo's voice once again snaps me out of my remunerations. Why would you think that was silly? Where I come from, we don't have anything like this unless, wait, how do I phrase this? I can't just say video games. Wait, I know. It's from stories. Strange. Your kind must have been torn from it a long time ago. Torn? What do you mean by torn? His pace slows down a bit as he starts to inspect the trees. Keep in mind that most of what I've heard is basically stories, but there are some things that can't hear the voice without outside help. These are mainly things like rocks and trees that surround us. There are things which can hear the voice, but it almost never makes itself known unless something unusual were to happen. Like for me and mine. Then there are things which can always hear the voice. They are usually uprights, like yourself. Didn't expect that impromptu lecture, but I can welcome it. Plus, it answers some things about how other people might be, considering. What does it have to do with being torn? The torn are a myriad of things that used to be able to hear the voice. Whether on their own actions or the actions of others, they have lost the ability to hear the voice. Usually, anything torn is ignored, as more often than not is inconsequential, unless it's an upright. Then things happen. Things? I wonder if we can elaborate. This could be a nice cover story or something. What things? I don't know. Some say gods do not like it when an upright becomes torn. Others say that it is a punishment. It is hard to know when the elders do not agree on the facts. Oh, I'm just fishing for information that doesn't exist, aren't I? Sorry for quizzing you, bud. Everything is just confusing for me here. I understand. From what you say, most things are new now. His moss ripples slightly as we pass by a patch of sunlight, and with that one ripple, I'm reminded of something that I'd put in the back of my mind. I still have that weird green river that I have to look at. Hey buddy, I'm gonna try to do some introspection real quick. You okay being by yourself? Don't worry. Most things in the forest do not bother those that are bigger. Well, I guess that is much reassurance as I'm going to get. Best to start. I close my eyes and head into myself. It is far easier than any other time I've done it, but that might just be attributed to me getting used to doing it. This time, however, it seemed I was able to instantly transfer between my soul and whatever the green river was. Handy to know. I try to shift the liquid inside the river like I move my mana in my soul. Nothing seemed to happen. Maybe I need something other than my will. Should I use my mana to move it? I was jostled out of it by Kojo. I felt like I was close to a breakthrough, damn it. What's the matter, Kojo? Why are you moving around so much? I opened my eyes to find no more trees, much more sunlight, and perhaps the most startling thing of all. There, in the distance, in the middle of the plain, was the road. Well, I haven't been here since I was a pup after all. This is usually where other uprights cross. To where? Why? I don't know. Thanks, Kojo, for taking me this far. No problem.
I just hope you know what you're doing. Most uprights do not like me. I doubt they would even now, considering how big I've gotten. Yeah, don't worry about that. I have a plan for that. Bullcrap my way through it. Like most difficult things in my life, I stood up off of Kojo's back, tentatively walking forward, and laid my hand on top of his head. The wind seemed to gently breeze across my face. It was calm, peaceful. Nothing could ruin this. Frick! Why the hell did a sack fall from the sky onto my head? Crap! Completed quest. Find civilization. Depositing rewards. You have gained 100 GP. You have gained the skill Common Language. You have gained the option for a second class. End of chapter. Chapter 19. The stench of burning filled the air. The house had come down on them all. There were several people being treated from the collapse, but the one who was receiving the most treatment was the one who had been thrown into the war. She was the one that Marshall cared the most about. He could still remember the events that all led up to this, if only something had gone differently. Marshall! He looked away from the scene to find Beckon, one of the people who had followed him into this mess. Yeah, Beckon. She looked almost sad as she stared into his eyes. It wasn't your fault, you know. May wasn't in control of her actions. You know that. The words strike a chord in him, but he's torn from any piece of those words might have brought him by the response from the other person who had come into this with him. Screw that noise, Beckon. We should have known something was off from the moment this all started going down. Ghosts speaking directly into your head, migraines almost every time we took a break. The signs were there. We just weren't paying attention to them. At that, Marshall looked towards Grull, who was standing over the odd substance that used to be the perpetrator. Grull was sifting through the remains, trying to search for something. Grull, you can perhaps stop going through the murderer's ashes or whatever they are. Grull looked towards Marshall. All right, Marshall. Still, I can't believe what all of this trouble was for. He stared at the impression in the wall, bigger than the body stuck inside of it. Yeah, I got at least some of it. It was an automated carriage for Norelik's sake, even if it wasn't an ungodly shade of pink. Beckon walked towards the outside of the building's ruins. There, in the middle of the street, was the entire reason behind all of this chaos and mayhem. The work of the late Tinker Feeler, or at least that was the assumption. She did try and keep it safe. She must have known that our perp was coming for her. She had all the riddles and magical locks that anyone could afford with her job. He gestured to the glowing chains that were in the back of the official government carriage. Growl glowered at Marshall. His attempt at levity wasn't at all that successful. The actual way to find this place wasn't through haphazard riddle, but a scavenger hunt of them, layered through all the people she'd ever worked with. It was utterly ridiculous, paranoid, and, apparently, necessary for this one man. Still, didn't stop us from interfering with it, did it, Marshall? Just had to do what the ghosts were saying, had to follow their exact instructions to solve the murder. Growl was mopping on a piece of rubble, staring at the sandy remains that used to be Hank. Marshall walked over towards him and put a hand on his shoulder. The pup? No. Hank was basically controlling our every movement. The only reason any of us got out alive today was due to the sheer luck and quick reflexes on my part. Don't beat yourself up about any of it. If it was anyone else, I'm sure that Hank would have gotten away to perform more acts of mayhem. He was saying words he didn't actually believe now, but he felt like in the future they might become true. Beckon walked back towards the vault, which was the only thing standing mostly unharmed from the collapse. She traced her finger alongside the interior while her ears twitched. You know, I still don't know how likely it was for whatever Hank was using to something of a wizard, Marshal. But I gotta say, shouldn't we have received something from the VOG about this? I mean, it's not every day that our resident consultant gets a class change to wizard. Marshal's tail twitched slightly as he fought his emotions leaking to his face. He was not really a wizard. He could not control the flow of mana. Whatever the stuff he'd used was, it wasn't mana. Sure, it glowed like mana and acted like it, but once it ran out of power, it had returned to whatever it was before it gained that state. At most, he gained some new skills relating to that substance, but he'd rather have a reader help him with that. Plus, it wouldn't do for news to get out that anybody could become a wizard without rupturing their soul. Millions would flock for the chance of power without having to pay any price for it. You know, besides that, there is one thing that is bothering me. Everyone turned to Grell as he stepped towards the odd sand-like remains once again. Where exactly did he get the stuff? That was the question, wasn't it? The stuff let you rebuild missing body parts with a thought, and it could be levitated to do whatever things you thought of in the air. You wanted a fireball, it made a fireball. You wanted just to keep chucking metal spears through the air, you could do that too. This was versatile, highly useful, and most likely the best of what was being made today. Something that a thief like Hank couldn't get his hands on easily, if at all. Yeah, there hasn't been any reports of theft from any court mages. Do you think it was a night market deal? Marshall considered her words. It was more than likely the case, given that most things unknown and mystical would go through there. Especially if the mage that they were looking for wasn't highball enough to get the money to continue their experimentation with the benefits of the courts. That would have been a perfect place to sell illicit substance, maybe get rid of prototypes taking up space. The only problem was, if that was sold in the night market, I fear what the actual thing might be. Grell's words seemed to strike a chord of concern in all of them as they looked back at the substance. Sure, they were trying to act like they were fine, or even that they had everything under control. After the fight that they had, and the mess of cleanup afterwards, no one could be unconcerned. Marshall's mind was still stuck back in the middle of the fight. The scream of his partner as she hit the wall and the sudden silence afterwards. The nonchalance of the villain getting the carriage back out of the wall without even disturbing the body. The utter compliance he and the others felt as they were forced to bend under his will. This was not the effect of a skill, but the substance that had been flowing through their skin every night. It was sheer chance that Marshall's batch hadn't fully taken. So he ended up being the only one who could fight the fiend. It was just a throwing match for a while until parts of his body began to chip away. First, his tail had been cut off, then his hand. It wasn't until he saw the damage that was being done to Hank that he got the idea to heal those missing pieces. Even now, he couldn't help but rub the places where the substance just changed into flesh. It felt like it, but for some reason, his soul didn't feel like reaching that place. After that, the ending was basically determined after Hank became impatient. He sent the substance into an arc around him, trying to strike through all of them. This had added an effect for two things. The first was that the building supports were destroyed. The second was that he put his all into this attack, literally becoming whatever the substance was, to kill them all. However, Marshall was still able to control it, even in this wave attack form. He was able to take it all and scrunch it back into the middle where it is now sat. The substance began reforming, and Marshall was scared that it wasn't enough. He started from chest, but they couldn't get past the legs. It made arms, but they weren't right. They were different sizes from each other, and slowly shifting to get to the same size. The worst part was the head. The head would stay in Marshall's nightmares.
It started wide, squat, before becoming tall and elongated, and then settling on the original shape of the head. Its mockery of a mouth open to belt out, what am I? I am the past. I am happy. Throughout it all, the voice shifted pitch and volume while the head began losing coherency along with the rest of the body. The thing's misshapen smile as it deformed was still burned into his brain. Marshall could swear they were staring directly at him, if the eyes hadn't started spilling out. Whatever that thing was, I do not want anyone to face anything else like it. Marshall turned to the orc beside him, who was gently collecting the substance. Look, it's nice that you're still in your head, but we need you here now, Marshall. He looked toward the Eve beside him. I know, Beckham, I know. I just, something tells me that this is the first of a long spree of disasters. She nodded before kneeling down and patting Grell's back as he heaved. This team of Justicars had just encountered something that would etch itself into their souls. It was just this one time. Now, sure. However, if Marshall was right in his thoughts on the direction the wind was blowing, this would not be the last. Marshall shuddered as he thought about how many more situations like this might be coming, that might already be happening. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Excerpt from a treatise on titles granted by the divine grace to Crenulus in his 14th year. For those of you who have gotten into this book, hi. Welcome to the part where I talk about titles. In this chapter, I'll be the main writer. I am Crenulus Vinter, priest of Quila. Now before you head onward, I want to address some concerns of yours. For example, why is a priest of a god of knowledge allowed to put his words into paper? Why is someone so young allowed to write in such an extensive book? Well, I'm almost quite as shocked as you are, to be honest. I never expected to be given this kind of opportunity before. But when I chose to follow Quila, I followed his every decree, including this one. If you have a problem with it, I've taken up with the church, not me. Anyway, I guess before we get into the grit of this whole issue, I think I should first talk about how titles are actually received. As of now, there are only 4 publicly known ways that a title can be acquired. To better illustrate how you could get a title of your own, I'm going to be delving into the ways from the hardest to the easiest. That way, you can go get yourself one soon, if you desire one. The first way to receive a title is that you must do something that is noticeable in the god's eyes. What do I mean by that? Well, say you're a commoner and you are able to defeat an enemy general in single combat. That could get the attention of Durak, and he might bestow upon you a title worthy of your action. It could also occur that you give service towards a particular god through their church, that your dedication was noticed by the god, and he would bestow a title based on that service. This is how I received my title of pious. The second way to receive a title is that you must perform such an action that the voice of the gods takes notice. This is usually an easier task to accomplish than gaining the direct attention of God, since they are often busy doing godlike things, and the voice of the gods has more of a presence in the world outside of the areas where the god has a direct influence. It can also be simpler, since the voice of the gods is known to catalog titles that people have procured. So, for example, if someone acquired a title from the voice of the gods, another person could perform the exact same actions and they may be awarded the title as well. This works well for titles of rank 3 below. A rank 4 title would require you to utilize the previously mentioned option to attract the direct attention of a god to acquire that title. The third way to receive a title is by receiving and completing a quest. Yes, I know. It may not seem like much, but I'm sure that you know as well as that titles that can be received from the quest aren't necessarily good ones. In fact, Some have speculated that those titles can only go as high as rank 3 on occasion, due to luck or godly influence. No one knows. So, for a more interesting usage of our time, I'm going to be mainly talking about the fourth way to receive a title. The final way is to have people themselves bestow it upon you. That is the one that is still being put under careful testing, even now. Titles that can be received from people can have an effect that range up to rank 4 titles, or even above. The problem is you can only have 1, or maybe 2 titles given to you by people. There is also an additional issue regarding this method, as a title cannot be bestowed onto a person by a single person, or even a small group of people. It has to be done by at least a village worth of people before it actually takes effect. This means that the number of people who agree to bestow a title upon you matters. This can explain why the knighting ceremony can have such an impact on an individual. It also explains why some children are stuck with the title until given a replacement or maturing out of the childish one. Thankfully, such bestowed titles can be removed eventually if the people who bestowed the title no longer think that the recipient deserves the title, or if one could go into an influencer. However, this also means that a person now has a free slot that they can replace with any actions that they want to perform to make the desired title more likely to appear. This is the main application into which I am studying, and following this brief explanation of title acquirement, I want to head into personal accounts of people when they receive their titles, how their experiences differ from each other, and, if the information is available, give the effects of their titles. I hope that whoever is reading this can at least gain some insight into the... Marwal was having a rough time of it. Sure, it wasn't like it was the worst position to be in, but all the same, it still bothered him that he got kicked out of yet another city. It wasn't his fault that his wares caused havoc in the kitchen. He was selling magical items after all. If they didn't work like they were supposed to, that was the fault of the maker, not the seller. He thought he had spelled it out pretty well in the documentation, but he might just need to explain it further or more obviously call attention to it. Documents were something that common people weren't used to after all. He sighed as he traveled with a well-trodden road. His carriage was rattling under him as pebbles and rocks scattered away from the wheels, despite the old pickers that were pulling it going along at a leisurely pace. It seemed to him that if he really wanted to go into better detail regarding his wares, he'd have to get rid of his title. He blamed the thoughtlessness of his youth for giving him the title, which was not of much use anymore. Sighing, he reached into the compartment behind his bench, where he kept the most glorious of beverages, his Spect. Spect wasn't a drink for many. In fact, this bottle was Marwal's own version of it, which for some reason seemed to make it worse. But it did have a certain alcoholic edge that he felt he needed right now. He wasn't going to reach the next city for a couple hours after all, and even after that, there were lines. He groaned at the thought of sitting, waiting, in the line to get back into the city. He swished his Spect around before he put his head back and down and gulped. As he drank, he remembered the cost of his hubris. Grumbling, he pulled up his statistics and stared hard at the bleeding thing that had stuck to him all these years. Mute. He couldn't imagine how hard it was going to be in the future then. He had thought that maybe it was fine to be a mute. After all, one can get a lot across without words. Sure, he knew how to talk back then, but he never really thought it was all that too useful. Now, ever since his childhood days and multiple people mistaking his choice for an incapability, he'd been voice-struck. He knew it wasn't really right to blame the people who gave him this title. For how he acted when he was young, he was sure that it wasn't too far off the mark if someone had just met him. That's why he was selling magical devices after all. When you're in a particular market, you get to meet particular people. For one, he didn't really much care for those he sold to. It was an aloofness that you can only get after 30 years of doing the same thing over and over again. The real people he cared about
were his suppliers. They were the ones who he needed to convince so that he could get rid of this accursed title. Sure, he didn't have enough money for an influencer, but if he scraped and bowed enough, surely the Scions would make a device to replace his voice. If they couldn't, then he simply picked up shop and moved to a different supplier. Scions were a dime a dozen nowadays. After Grelin decided to bless Regeneration, he sighed again before taking another swish of his spit. Yeah, that's what he told himself. It was really the only way to feel better about being a slave to the economy. This isn't the class he wanted, after all. He wanted to be a monk, but apparently they don't allow anybody to have negative titles attached to them. Something about negativity impacting the soul. Bah! What use did they have, he thought. It wasn't like they were already silent to begin with. It's not like I couldn't have gone there and learned their ways. No, just because of this one goddamn title. He took another swig. If only. His remunerations were cut short as he realized that he saw another person on the road. He couldn't really tell what kind of carriage he was driving, but he was at least able to tell that it was green in color. He only really left 3 options for him as to what the driver was like. Either it was a person who was magically inclined enough to make a carriage out of living wood, a person wealthy enough to buy living wood, or just someone with poor taste in paint colors. The last was more likely in his mind, so he anticipated what he knew was going to come. It was built into him, after all. The wanderer's welcome. If it's anything that I like about being a merchant, it's this. He still remembered the first time he performed one, how he was basically sheltered and given food and drink for a night. It was a welcome kindness that most travelers knew. Whoever was the most well off would be the one to treat the other with a day of travel together and a night of revelry before going their separate ways. Sure, it might have mattered at what level the other people might be, as it could be some village kid trying to make it after stuff happened. Gods know that happened. I really wish this guy is down on his luck. If anything, it's the only real pleasure I get, helping other people. Reminds me how well off I am, even if my goal hasn't been reached yet. As he approached, though, his alpacas began to get nervous. It wasn't really all that hard for him to tell. The thing was practically shaking every step it took. Marwal had to give it to the beast. Even if it was slow, it was loyal and determined. Although he did wonder what could make an alpaca's shake in fear. He bought the largest beast, after all. It should deter most animals that run under the road. If anything, it should be quite a bit difficult for anything to make it get this afraid. Unless, usually, because the alcohol-induced blurring of the drinker's facilities, it might have taken a bit longer to realize what exactly it was until it was right in front of him. After all, spit is known for a sort of thing. Well, the tasting downright disgusting. It was absolutely brilliant to plow a man straight into the middle ground of a drunken haze. However, Marwal had grown used to the drink fairly quickly. If he wasn't known for being a merchant, he would have probably been known for his great constitution, which was also a product of his childhood, funny enough. So while other men might mistake the object that he was approaching as a carriage until it was right in their face, he realized exactly what was causing the alpacas to be afraid. There wasn't another carriage driving along the road. That was a monster. End of chapter. Chapter 21. System Interlude by Naran. A beginner's guide to powers granted by local ordinance to Patrov in his 80th year. I didn't even know why I was writing this. Honestly, I can't even begin to comprehend why a noble's child would need a book about this kind of thing, of all things. But then again, I'm not paid to ponder the thoughts of a child. I've been paid to write a lesson on the introductory concept simply because the child is too scared of other people. Honestly, I'd be amazed if he could even read this, considering he's reportedly only 2 years old. So, I guess I might as well be writing this with a future version of that kid. So, hi.
Your old man decided that I should probably tutor you, me being a local teacher and all. But when I first saw you in person, you decided to scream and run away from me. I mean, I can understand why someone might do that, as my form is pretty scary to someone that young. Man, it still hurts my feelings, though. If you can find it in yourself to not think about my appearance while reading this, it would probably help. Well, you probably don't remember, do you? I guess I should probably describe myself. Not too many of my kind in Aldemir. I have a kobold. That basically means I look lizard-like and have an innate ability to control the natural forces. To be sure, I'm probably a bit more experienced in the lightning aspect than most of my kind, excluding the war mages. I have a mouth that juts out my face and eyes that are slitted. I have a somewhat locked tail. My scales are a particular shade of brown, though I forget the particular name for it. My hands are more like claws, so you can understand how difficult it is to write anything down without... Sorry, the quote broke again. Made an ink splotch a little, Anyways, you'll probably find more of that in my future writings. After all, I'm supposed to be a personal tutor. I guess that's as much as I can say, as your father is currently standing over my shoulder. Yes, I can see you, sire. I'll get to the descriptions now. For someone like us, basically mortals, there are 3 ways to get natural powers. Now, I won't be talking about some of the more complicated bits until much later. So, for now, I'll just focus on the natural strengths. Of these, I'll try and teach you a bit of them later on. Be sure to note that there will be other tutors that will likely be more specialized in those particular fields, and I'm not good at. Now, on to the main purpose of this little literary work. Powers. As I was saying, well, I guess the better word for it would be writing. Before, there are 3 main ways for a mortal to achieve power. Of these, 2 are more widely known and probably easier to do than the third. The first is probably the easiest way to achieve power. Before I go in depth about this, I must first state that I would not want you to pursue this path to achieve power. Most who delve into this type often have to break the thought container for it to properly function, the consequences of which are usually death if they are not able to control the first burst of energy. I understand that for those at your age, you probably put those mages on a puller, but you must remember not to head down that path. I am told that this is because your older sister is already making a hallmark in it. Also, breaking your mind is simply not advisable under the circumstances. You are, after all, the first son your father has ever had. The second way is the second easiest and also the way that I'll be trying to teach you. That of the way of the body. The body is essentially an instrument for one's will. If you push yourself in the right ways and have the right amount of energy to perform those actions, you can harness that energy to bless your body with specific qualities. Some of those are simple in mind and concept. For example, one could harness their energy to make oneself able to endure scorching heats or become resistant to blades. What I aim to teach you is something more complex, that being putting a touch of affinity into your body without suffering the consequences that getting one would get you. For example, I've managed to put lightning into my bones. I'm now the fastest in my family, even better than my wind affinity brother. This has also enabled me to inflict paralysis, albeit only for a short time, upon those who touch me without consent. Once you get over your fear of me, I will be much rather try and show you this in person and walk you through the steps. Your father has expressed some concern that I haven't talked about the third way to earn power. I honestly don't know what he expects me to say about it. I've only had a passing occurrences with monks, but I guess I should probably try and give you some introduction to the ideas of one who may be a future tutor. If you couldn't tell already, the 3 paths to attain power lie in the 3 main aspects of what makes a person. For magic, one must free and control the energies of the mind. For enhancement, one must connect and control the energies of the body. So, what's the last thing missing? Why am I writing a question in a book? I'll just state the answer plainly. It's the soul. You must understand that I personally do not know what messing around with the affairs of the soul actually do. I haven't had much experience with it, other than seeing others use it to perform actions that I thought weren't possible. Ending a fight without a spell nor a weapon, having the world around you perform to your whims and not forcing yours upon it at all. Things like that. Anyways, I hope this helped at least get a grasp as to what you're going to have to deal with in the future, besides politics, economy, and such. Basically, noble things, since this is basically the introduction for the absolute basics. In the future, there'll be more chapters containing how the powers relate to gods. The first occurrences of powers in history, the habits that might form from others that dabbled in them, as well as more detail on how each power works. Keep in mind that these installments will be written every other day. So once you're able to read, I just want to say I'm sorry for the impeding coursework that you'll have to deal with. I hope this helped just at least a little bit, Marwal, before we head more in depth into the history. Well, it looks to me like it's a fine mess. His eyes gained a bit of clarity as he looked over at the plains. The monster seemed to be green in its entirety, which meant that it was either one of three things. It was meant to camouflage amongst the grasses. It had some element of poison in it, or it was made up of plants. To Marwal, it was more than likely the first or the second and the third. Plant monsters were a rare thing to begin with, after all. Having one appear out here seemed almost like an impossibility. Marwal had debated whether or not it was worth trying and running away. He figured that running away is, almost always, the most appropriate action to take. In this case, though, there were a few problems regarding that. First was that the Alplecas was almost the slowest drive one could ask for. Sure, it was one of the better haulers due to the muscles it had, but it was undeniably slow. If he wanted to get away with his life, he'd have to run on Paul. However, that came with its own set of problems. Marwal wasn't that strong. He could, at most, only carry 1 or 2 bags of his goods out of the 35 that he had. He would lose much of his income if he left the carriage behind. It also came with the fact that his legs weren't exactly made to carry anything heavy in the first place. His best bet, to him at least, was just to grab a pack and abandon all the hard-earned cash and goods. That was the only way that he could run away and still keep his life. Since that was an unacceptable outcome, he'd have to stay and fight. However, that was something that he hadn't really done before. Sure, there were mock battles that he was a part of before he became a merchant, but even then he didn't see the need to train his strength or his speed. The only thing that he could possibly use was his teachings. So with the doubt of creeping up in his mind and his body shivering, he brought in mind all he had learned in his 35 years. His body gained the strength of steel, his claws became serrated, and his eyes became slits, gaining the attributes of earth and darkness. It was not an easy task, however. Trying to maintain balance between the two differing attributes was a difficult task. One attribute was all that most could easily handle, and controlling 2 attributes took focus beyond the attention of most people. Thankfully, enhancement also had that dual effect, in this case at least, to get rid of the alcohol that was in Marwal's body. Now he could see and judge quite clearly, and he was happy to say that he wasn't being paranoid. However, even the small glint of happiness did nothing for what was ahead. His enhanced perception and clear mind now filled in some of the other blanks. The creature ahead was a monster, and it was green, as he had originally perceived. However, his original assumption was now proven incorrect. It was indeed a plant monster. He noted the lithe bull as well. Whatever it was, while it had bulk, its haunched back and 4 legs easily gave evidence what the thing was made for. Speed. It was meant to overtake any escaping prey and maul it to death. What troubled Marwal, though, wasn't the creature's frame, but his lack of knowledge. He had never met or had known anyone who had met a plant monster, of course. The only thing he was certain of was that there was no Vian domain around here, so the monster couldn't have been made there. It might have come from a ranks in the caldera that was nearby, but he was more known for flesh monsters than anything. It could be an escape from Daryl's domain, but that was a couple of towns away. If it was able to get this far and nobody had sent anything by mail, then either this thing was something that had been able to sneak all the way into the interior of the kingdom, or Morank was finally taking a personal approach to plant-type monsters. However, his analysis of the beast was cut short when it suddenly vaulted towards him. Sure, it was still a few errant away, but he was able to cross several of them within 1 second. If he didn't do anything now, he'd most likely die a painful and horrific death. Well, it was either that or the monster feasted on some other emotion besides pain. But in Marwal's opinion, it was better to be safe than sorry. So, with as much concentration as he could muster, he used the only ability he had been bored with, Earth Wall. He entombed himself within the large wall of square. He made it about a carriage and a half away from him in all directions, as he didn't want to spook the alpacas too much. It was one thing to be safe within the sudden wall in between you and a large predator. It was another to be completely enclosed with the feeling of being trapped. With that, he waited. Waited for the sound of pounding or scratching, or even the earth moving beneath his very feet. If that was a plant-type monster, it wouldn't be all that impossible for it to use roots to trap prey. But there was nothing. Nothing except a single voice saying, "Hey, are you okay in there?" Marwal's eyes widened. The voice sounded off. Sure, it was able to speak common tongue fairly well, but he could detect the undercurrent of some other sounds. It was a skills effect and not an actual language that someone had learned. The only thing that Marwal could think about was the mimicry. Some monsters were known to have that ability to lure the prey into a false sense of complacency. He wouldn't be fooled so easily. That was when a different voice rose above the din. Well, it would almost be a compliment to call it a voice. The sound it made was like branches of trees trying to find a harmony with the wind, while rubbing together quite aggressively. "Two monsters, but I only saw one. Wait, what if..." Marwal thought. He couldn't exactly take down his wall to check. "I know, Plant, they're the first things that we've seen in ages that have been walking around. I should have known you might have scared them off." More creaking. "Look, I get it. You're big, but it isn't like you can control what size you are." Some sharp snaps followed by a rustling. "All right. Well, how are we supposed to talk to them anyhow? It isn't like they even said anything." At this, Marwal remembered an application he found for Earth Wall a while back. Reversing it gave Earth Pit, while diminishing the power he gave it, and allowing him to adjust the height and depth. He wasn't too sure if it worked sideways, but he was quite willing to try it. If nothing happened, he'd assume that it was just two monsters and try to make a tunnel underground for his alpacas. So if something did happen, however, well, there would be an interesting story there. He poured his focus into the effort of doing something so delicate, and then he released his concentration with a sigh. He'd done it. He had written when there was no paper. He had done something new with his ability, something that made all of his previous purchases of paper appear to be less than necessary. "Who are you, friend or foe? What in the place of internal damnation? Wait, could it, me and Blonde are friends. He's a good boy. We're sorry we scared you too bad." "Ah," Marwal sighed in relief. It was just an expert tamer. And dear merciful gods, his heart wouldn't stop pounding. He feared that he was a monster and he could just climb over the wall. It wasn't like he could make a ceiling over his enclosure. He changed the words. "Yeah, don't worry, he's perfectly tamed." A slight rustle. I know, you're a wild animal. You can't be contained. Look, it's fine. This is the first goddamn person that I've ever met in forever that wasn't actively trying to take over my mind. I mean, like he could at least help us. All right?" A slight shift in lettering. "All right, we'll make sure to stay still. I understand that you might be a bit frightened of his appearance, though, so I would suggest maybe, not screaming at him. His ego is very fragile." A sharp snap. "I just thought you might appreciate it if he wasn't bad-mouthing you in the future, okay? I'm not trying to imply anything here." A brief rustle occurs before dying down to nothing. So, are you going to pull down your walls, or are we going to sit out here without seeing you? Marwal prepared himself before releasing the walls. They fell back down to earth with only a slight outline regarding where they were pulled up from the ground. Light filtered back into the space properly, and he was slightly blinded due to his enhanced vision before he saw what was made the alpacas tremble in fear. It was a wolf. Sure, it was made of moss, leaves, ivy, and wood, but it was still a wolf all the same. It was also a fair bit bigger than the average wolf. It was only slightly less tall than the alpacas, and before he could bring up his walls again, he noticed the thing sitting on top of it. He didn't really know what to make of it. It wasn't a kobold, Essep, orc, or even a bast like him. Sure, it had the same traits as a lot of them, preferably taking after the Essep, but its body was built slightly different. Its legs were far thicker than any Eve's, and it had no fur on its visible body, like a bast's. It did not even have a tail like a kobold, and even its nose wasn't like an orc's. An undiscovered tribe, maybe. It would certainly make sense, judging that the only things on its being were plant coverings and a leafy satchel dangling off its shoulder. Oh my god, you're wearing clothes. It's been so long since I've had any proper ones. And look at you, you're so short, it's adorable. You're almost like a cat I used to have. There was a brief rustle from the wolf before Marwal inwardly sighed. He motioned them to come closer. He guessed he couldn't fault it for gushing over him like that. If he hadn't seen one of his type before, he doubt he'd seen his either. Well, this was almost a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence for him, he supposed. He dreaded having to deal with this, man, it appeared. Tourists were always the hardest to deal with in his experience as a merchant. End of story. Chapter 22. So, you can't talk. The cat person shakes his head yes. All the while, he's just staring at Kojo. Is he, rare or something? Look, I understand Kojo's a little big, but he can't help that. It's just who he is. Kojo's eyes open up, and he gives me a nod before closing them back up and falling asleep. Or at least, I assume so. It's difficult to say if plants actually sleep or not. Little guy shakes his head before frowning a little bit. I feel the ground shake under me as words are once again spelled out. It's not that. Well, maybe it's partially that. I was just wondering how you keep him around. You say that you haven't tamed him, and yet I cannot think of an animal that stuck around any specific person for this long, unless you raised it. I turn my head away from the ground to stare across the campfire at the person. Well, it turns out that since I saved his life, he feels like he has some sort of life debt thing that he's got to pay back. I personally don't understand it all that well, but I've accepted it. The cat nods before once again gesturing to the ground next to me. I won't ask about it, in accordance. If you're willing to tell me, I bet it'd be quite the story. I look back up to find his eyes shining. Accordance with what, exactly? What do you mean? In accordance with what? Is there some sort of law of the road? At this, I can noticeably tell that his fur bristles. His head tilts up towards the evening sky as he sighs somewhat raspily. The ground shudders. Then either I'm your first contact outside of your tribe, or other people have been quite distasteful towards you. Well, you're the first person I've met since I escaped the Caldara. There doesn't seem to be any noticeable change in him other than the slow tilt of his head downward. He meets my eyes as I can feel the shiver in the earth. Are you a monster? Monster, huh? Guess that might be what they call the weird animals in there. You don't have to worry about that. I was not born there, simply brought. At this, his posture relaxes before his bushy eyebrows tilt in confusion. You were brought there? Yeah, I was sleeping in my bed after a bad night out drinking. Next thing I know, I wake up in a cave with growls in the distance and wearing nothing. It seems to me like you were part of an elaborate prank to me. Some life friends tend to do that. Most of my friends have all left me a while back. Those who didn't mostly kept to themselves. Quite the conundrum. If I had any suspicions, I'd say it was the work of the gods. Gods, huh? So appearing out of nowhere isn't uncommon enough that the merchant knows tales of it. Seems to me like asking him questions might be my only way to get somewhat true answers around here. Well, if it's the work of the gods, I better get some answers to that. Do you know where a temple or church might be around here? The cat person points back the way I came. Around 3 to 4 days' travel that way to get to the nearest city. Might be a village or two along the path, but otherwise nothing else. I could accompany you if you like. My suspicion rises to meet the occasion. Why would you do that? Call it a moral obligation or simply tradition. Stranger and stranger. Wait, I could ask all my questions. No, stop. Work your way to that. It's not like you're going anywhere. So, you're a merchant, correct? The cat nods. Would you happen to sell any clothes? The eyebrows furrow as he stands to his feet and walks over to the cart. I wonder. Analyze. Name, Marwal Craigain. Race, vast. Class, merchant, level 45. Titles, mute. Man or character, forlorn, forsaken. Level 55. HP 4,675, NP 756, AP 10,000. Holy crap, why does he have so much HP and AP? Damn! I'm a long way from even reaching the standards of a normal person, aren't I? Crap, this is bad. If I get into a fight with him, I'm done for, even if he's a lower leveled. It's a good thing I figured out that he was a guy though, otherwise that would have been awkward to ask. I hear a rustling from his cart. I look over to find the armadillo cow who was awoken by the noise, but he just puts his head back down and munches on the grass. Then the cat. Wait, I know his name now. Marwal emerged. His return almost seemed holy in a way. Maybe it was the lack of decent communication. Maybe it was just me being away from civilization. But seeing those clothes that he brought out almost made me believe that there were gods again. I was brought out of his musings when I felt the tapping on my foot. I looked down. I got an extra set of pants, a shirt, and a satchel. Must be better than thieves. Believe me, you have no idea. I'm just lucky I didn't make anything containing plants like poison ivy. Thank you, thanks. How much? No, I shouldn't accept anything of the sort from you, especially since you... The ground shimmies a bit before new words appear. How do you have money if you lost everything? Wait a minute. I think no, I have a way out of this. I got it from the voice of the gods when I escaped the Caldara. He noticeably thinks about it for a second before nodding. He walks over to me and hands me the clothes. Wait, there's no underwear. Crap. Better than nothing, I suppose, but it's going to chafe like hell. As I put on the clothes, I find that the pants are a tad tighter than I'd like, and I'm pulled out of my musings by you know what? I'm kind of tired trying to make dirt writing interesting, even if it's by magic. So, where are you from? Don't think I've ever seen your kind around here. Should I? No, definitely not. If what I'm thinking is happening, then no. Don't particularly know all too well. I was part of a small tribe that interacted with, think, stupid. What's the typical fantasy race? Dwarves? Seriously, you picked dwarves, why? Why am I stuck inside your brain? Can't say I've heard of that race, but then again, I've never seen yours before either. He is noticeably staring at Kojo. So how did he evolve? Evolve? I think he ate a weird plant or something in the Caldara, or maybe it was my magic. I don't know. At this, his eyes stare sharply into mine. The ground feels wriggling insects with now how much dirt is being overturned. You are a magician. Who taught you? I'm self-taught. Dung! You must either be the most courageous or the most stupid person in the world. What? Why? At this, the voice cuts through with a croaky laugh. Well, I guess that means the latter. Were there no magic users in your town? No, we mostly dealt with the physical side of things. Reinforcement then, same as me. Well, let's just say if you did magic wrong, you wouldn't be here at all. Reinforcement? What is that? Wait, would I be dead if I did something wrong? What? What do you mean, dead? Most magic users do one thing before they're even able to use magic. That would be breaking the mind sphere. Any wrong move when doing so would have led to brain-dead husks set to explode at the slightest provocation. So that sphere wasn't my soul, but my head. Dear Lord, why am I always so close to death? Now I don't even want to use magic, but at least it kind of explains why dual thinking works like it does. Probably just a self-preservation instinct that got put inside that, mind sphere. Is that the technical term, or is it my translation just not too good? Well, it's a good thing I'm not dead yet, right? He laughs again before pulling out some raw meat out of his pack and cooking it over the flame. I'd say so. What magic do you use, by the way? I assume plot-type ones, yeah? No, it was healing. He freezes. Where his posture before was loose, and he was always slightly moving, now his posture is rigid. He doesn't even seem to notice that his little piece of meat falls into the fire. I hear his labored breathing, almost like panting, as his method of communication was set up once more. Are you a priest? No, not really. Just got an aspect for it. I see. A pause occurs in the conversation as crickets click in the distance. So I assume that is not your true form. Oh yeah, aspects change your body, right? I mean, besides coming a bit paler than normal, I'm kind of about the same. His eyes seem to furrow as he stares into the fire and sighs. You said about the meat? Yes, I usually keep it in storage until I meet someone on the road. Best to share a nice meal between others, right? Yeah, I get you. So if you're a merchant, what kinds of things do you sell? With that said, the merchant got up and tore through his papers while the ground rumbled like an earthquake. Dear Lord, what did I just unleash? End of chapter. Chapter 23. There was an order to things. That was how Glaud usually liked it. He was a simple man that liked simple things. For example, every other day he would go to the market, sell his produce, and buy from the baker's daughter. Further into the night, he would then go back home, pray for a good harvest, and go to sleep early after making sure his cattle were safe. It was a simple pattern that he often repeated, only broken up by the village head on various occasions. There would be a monster sighting, and all of them would have to pool their money to post for a hunter. Or perhaps a festival was coming up and they needed his help with decorations. Other than that, Glaud kept to his schedule, and he was happy. Today, that had changed. Rather, instead of going and doing field work once again, he was caught outside his house staring down the road at something which caught him off guard. There was a carriage coming to town. Normally, this isn't too distracting for him. He'd usually walk over, say hi to the carriage driven, help with directions, or tell them where he might be able to stay for the night for cheap. He did live on the outskirts for a reason, after all. Now, what caught him off guard was the thing beside it. That, without a doubt, had to be a monster. What confused Glaud, though, was the fact that this was calmly walking next to the carriage. Now, Glaud wasn't exactly sure why this would be something that occurred in the real world. He had, of course, heard about tamers before, but he hadn't ever thought that he could tame something that big. Plus, the class details weren't exactly known to him at all that well. The local lawkeeper would probably know about it better, but he hadn't talked to her for forever. Plus, he doubted he could get to her in time before it arrived. So, he put on a brave face and walked over. If he couldn't get the news out, he might as well stall for time. At least long enough for other people to notice. So, with determined steps, he abandoned his fields and walked closer. It wasn't until he was able to make out the detail of who was riding the carriage did he realize that he had nothing to fear. Sure, the monster was looking at him, more like staring, really. but he was witnessing an old acquaintance coming to town. He also remembered that he was about to bear witness to a flash much closer than what he was normally used to. So he closed his eyes in preparation. Something bright flashed through his eyes, along with the sound of thunder. He opened them again to see the familiar message. Marwal, the merchant. Marwal, I didn't know you were coming around. Glad to see you here so soon, but did you not sell a lot in the city? At this, there was some fuss as the driver's seat as Marwal reined in his alpacas. Meanwhile, the beast beside the carriage had fallen on its face in a dazed state before picking itself up again and glaring at the carriage. It growled a bit before focusing its eyes back on the road. Marwal, what's going on out there? Was taking a nap. Already in the city. At this, Glaud saw a thing pop out of the carriage blinds. Ah, hello there. I take it the big one over there is yours. He glanced over at the aforementioned green beast before looking back at the Ev. Wait, are you an Ev? Glaud looked askance before raising himself in pride. Why, I do believe I am, good sir. Why do you ask? The thing looked conflicted before giving a response. Not seen too many Eves in my time alive. Only heard about you through others, you see. And to answer your question earlier, yes, that is my friend. And no, he won't eat you. He's thoroughly a plant, so he just needs water and sun. At this, Glaud was seen visibly relaxing before he noticed that Marwal had pulled out his chalkboard. Sorry for turning on that little marvel while you were right in front of me. I guess I was only paying attention to the village. You're not injured, are you? Not too much, to be honest. Some spots floating around, but other than that, not much. Marwal's smile returned to his face. Good. By the way, this is my companion, Dave. We met on the road and I've agreed to shepherd him across to the next city. Glaud struck his hand upwards towards the thing looming over the seat. Pleasure to meet you then, Dav. Dave sat down next to Marwal and reached a hand back down before giving a handshake. He was well. I tell you, there hasn't been many people I've met who are willing to handshake now and again. Don't mention it. Little hospitality tends to go a long ways. Anyways, how many marbles you got this time, Marwal? The little boss thought, checked under his seat, pulled out his written documents, and started counting. Dave leaned over and took a look at the paper as well. Seems to me it's just a bunch of... At this, Marwal stuck a hand into Dave's mouth, before showing his response on his board and sternly glaring at the occupant. It seems to me like Marwal's mystical marvels and mercantile can go open for business for about a week before heading off. Glaud nodded. Seems about right. Although, given you have a passenger, I say you probably wouldn't spend less time here. Marwal nodded. Well, all right then. I'll go tell the village head then. Make sure no one's screaming a monster, you know. At this, Marwal nodded, pulled his hand out of Dave's mouth, and waved goodbye. Why the place in eternal damnation did you do that for, Marwal? I was just going to... However, Glaud could no longer hear the conversation, or at least the one-sided bits. He had already ran too far away to hear it. He was excited, of course. Marwal had been given this town his wares at a steep reduction in pricing. Unlike most merchants who would only go down if someone held bargaining, he was already aware of the wealth disparity with those who lived in different places. There was also the fact that he sold the Glaud a nice machine earlier last summer. That put him in Glaud's good graces once winter came around. Of course, some of his wares did have errors, but since Marwal was still there when he sold them, he was able to help with the repairs and tell the others the proper maintenance of the tools. Yep, Glaud thought that this was going to be another good day. It may have started off strange, but at least it could start, and any day that he was still alive was a good one in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 24. So, you do this every time you come to town? I look around myself and wonder. I haven't been in a farmer's market in a while, after all. Plus, all the various people here are kind of cool to look at. Some of them are little beast guys like my merchant friend, some orcs like I saw before, and still there was more, that being the elves. Now, I expected elves to be more human-like or something, but I guess it makes some sense that if they were the same as me, some people wouldn't have balked at my appearance. Most of the elves I've seen are kind of like what you'd expect elves to be, except that they're kind of made up of, I guess the appropriate term would be various elements. Some are made up of pebbles, while others are made up of plants. I asked Marwal about it earlier, and he just said that most elves start off like me, nothing on them except a little bit of hair. As they grow older, certain affinities express themselves, and things with the affinity are attracted to them. The expressed affinity seems to come from factors of their environment, which increase the chances of forming an affinity with materials common to that environment. As the elf grows older, the bare bits get covered and eventually replaced with the material until they look like what I see here. He even told me about some elves he met that were made up of sand and wind, which I find intensely fascinating. I mean, I already know that the affinities can change a person's natural form, but it seems amazing that an entire species naturally develops like that without any outside interference. Just thinking about the complexity and unlikeliness of the situation leads my head to wander into strange thoughts. However, I mentally give myself a shake and turn my attention back to the conversation which I had started with Marwal. He flipped his little chalk tablet towards me. For some of the towns, yes. Most often or not, I save that specific light scroll for the towns that are like me rather than the cities I visit. They don't often let me make a big splash inside the city walls, it said. I nodded towards him and turned back towards the counter. There wasn't much in the line in front, but I think I might have been because Koja was sleeping beside the carriage. Or at least, I think it was. Can't really tell when he does anyway. Why did you want me to man the shop anyway? Scribbling fills the air and stops before he turns to slack towards me. You are the only one that can actually talk to the others in this group. I'd much rather you be able to read on what's on the list I gave you and answer people who ask what we have out loud. Makes sense, I guess. Do I get paid for this? A little raspy laugh escapes his throat before he shakes his head and pulls out another slate. He pre-wrote something for this. Only if we sell something. Well, I guess I gotta give it my all if I want to get paid. But even if I'm in another world, it's still rather weird that I'm just doing a 9-to-5 for my first job. Figured I could do adventuring stuff. We all gotta start somewhere though. Wait, did we ever talk about why we aren't going faster? If I can go home, I probably should get to the church or something. So, is there a reason we aren't heading to the city as fast as we can? He lifts his little hat off his face and stares at me. He doesn't move for a second before getting a somewhat big slate to write on. Chalk scratching fills the air as he writes a few words and turns it towards me. Your village wasn't very religious, were they? Is this something I should know about? Cautiously, I shake my head and he scribbles some more. There are some gods who only show up in their churches at specific times. For this particular city, its church's goddess doesn't show up until around late at night on Seller's Day. That's weird. That word isn't translating right. Is it a name for the day that doesn't translate correctly, or are there more than 7 days per week? Sorry, I couldn't get that last word. I may know the language, but my reading skills are kind of bad. He looks at me puzzled before he writes more words down. The day where the sun is the closest to us. I'm sorry, closest. Does the sun move? Well, I know it moves a lot back in my world, but it's not so noticeable that you can see it from the ground. How do seasons work then? Yes, I might just have to go for the throat then. How many days are there in a week for you? I'm used to a calendar with 7. His eyes gain a bit of clarity before he scribbles some more. That explains it. You are on the inferior moon's calendar. Makes sense. You should probably get a bit of new knowledge then. There are 9 days per week, 10 weeks per season. That help? That's a bit weird. Then again, different world, different time. Probably. No, yes, wait, yeah. There'd be a different age here. Crap. I'm gonna have to get a paper for this. Thanks, I'll have to ask the days' names later then. Don't see why you can't ask now, not like there's many customers around. He swipes away the previous writings and proceeds to scribble a lot more on the big estate before turning it towards me. First is Mer Day, the day where the 3 moons are the closest. Then there's Clan Day, the day where the most churches go to recruit potential priests. After that is Glaud Day, when most children of age receive their first classes. Then Harper's Day happens. It's when most open-air markets open, which happens to be today. Papra Day, I forgot what happens then. Trail Day, which is the start for the rest of most of the working class. Joe Day, which I can't recall off the top of my head either. Then there's Trust Day, which is the final day of rest for the working class. Finally, there's Sellers Day, when some churches restrict access to their respective gods, which is when we'll arrive and when we leave tomorrow. Are the moons called something different here? It translated funky again. It'd be a bit weird to ask about the moons are called though. Feel like it could be common knowledge. Also, kinda cool that there's all this fantasy stuff in my face. It's a shame though that some of these days are more than 2 syllables. Really makes it weird just saying these days in a row. Should I ask about history? No. Probably wouldn't know anyway. I don't even know how our days got named, except that it's from the Romans or something. Thanks for the info. He nods towards me before leaning back at his makeshift pile of clothes and putting his hat back at his face. Yes, he's going back to sleep. With a sigh, I pull my attention from the indoor part of the carriage back to the outside. There wasn't really much to attend to though. Most people seem to avoid the carriage like it carried a plague. More often than not, they would visit other produce venues. Gotta be honest though, even if it was boring standing there waiting for customers, it was kind of interesting just people watching. Even now and then, I'd see something strange, like a striped tail, or perhaps something tangible that I could get, like that purple spiked vegetable I can see being exchanged for, copper. Wait, what is the money system here? Although my gold coins would have been the basic cash since it was given to me by the system. But it's not like that. Am I actually a rich vagrant? Probably won't know until I buy something. And even then, I don't think I'll get a chance if I'm manning this counter. Plus, if it is weird to get gold from the system, then I think something might be weird for me in general in regards to it. But I'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Eventually. Excuse me, mister. I look around, snapped out of my wanderings to find an elven child below me, barefoot and in grass and gravel. Yes? Do you have anything that stops nightmares? I heard from Tim that he got something from here a while ago, and he forgot to scare we dweebs. Oh, geez, kid, not a question. Hang on a second, Huddy. Let me check our stock. I pull out the tablet that Marwal pre-wrote for me for our inventory. However, I'm interrupted from my musings from Marwal tapping on my back. I turn around to find that he's already handed me something, and already shoved a tablet in my face. Mind Chaser, 4 silver, activated by tapping it to your head before going to bed. I can't tell if that's a good price or not for a kid. I take it from him, slide the curtains on the carriage behind me, and turn back towards the kid. Here you go, honey. That'll be 4 silver. She looks a little surprised before she reaches through her tunic to pull out a pouch wrapped around her neck. Opening it, I can see a lot of bronze coins, but not a lot of silver. She shakingly hands me 3 silver and 10 copper. I guess the exchange rate for certain money types operates on a 10 system as well. Somehow. Thanks, mister. Now how about leaking through my thoughts? What? Before I can ask any questions, she has already walked back into the crowd and the bustle and some feet away. The only trace I can get now is a slight giggling as she heads away. What? What did she mean by hell leaking? Marwal, what did she mean? He doesn't answer. Marwal! He sits up surprised before falling off his sack. He fumes a little before getting up and writing very angrily on a nearby slate. What? I already gave you the thing. What else is there? Why did that child say that hell was in her dreams? At this, his look becomes pensive. He stares at me for a while before erasing what he has on his slate and representing it to me with a new dialogue. Oh, that poor girl. Seems she's of age. What does puberty have to do with this? Puzzled, he writes some more. Sorry, I forgot your kind doesn't have much contact with the gods. Young minds of a certain age in a place near a realm of influence are prone to certain impressions from that realm. Impressions of that god's personal dominion. That isn't right. No. That is why we have these devices, after all. Depending on the nightmare or dream, the child could choose to follow where they want to go. While I read his new writing, I can tell he isn't studying my face for social cues. He's more, staring at the sky. Did you have one too? At this, he winces slightly before relaxing a bit. New writing takes place of the old. Yes, I was drowning in a desert. Drowning? How? It's a dream. Normally you wake up when pain happens. How? Sand whirled around like the sea and rushed down my throat while I tried to push myself above it. I could sometimes see the skeletons grasping for the open sky before consumed by the sand as well, never to be heard from again until the tides relinquish. And even then, their bones would be ground down until finally they would become the sand that sweeps more under its thrall. Near the end, I could begin to feel my flesh give way to fresh bone. That's goddamn scary for a kid. I mean, I didn't have nightmares like that before, but I did have one about everyone but me being made up of bees, and that scared the crap out of me. How old were you? He snaps out of whatever vision he had, before erasing the large tablet he brought out and bringing it up to my vision, a smaller one, with only a couple notches. 6, but that was because I grew up in a heavily religious city. There were churches almost everywhere, and none were more vocal than the agricultural ones. After all, the city was maintained by a multitude of farms, so most people got scared of not doing their daily tasks to maintain the god's local influence in the region. That's still messed up, man. Why can't you just hand one of these things to everyone? Why do you have to make them pay? You don't think that I already offer them a discount? This is a particularly poor town, Dave. At the price I was giving it, it's costing me money to even buy it in the first place. I would love for there to be one available for everyone if there could be, but not many people can make these magical items cheaply. I sit in silence on the little stool, registering Marwal's note. I turn away from him, nodding, staring back at the village. Only now do I notice how run down everything is. The shingles are falling off the roof. The people aren't wearing much in the way of clothes, albeit some of them probably don't have a choice because of their bodies. Looking at the state of it all, I think I'm beginning to feel the weight of all of it sinking in. The groaning of the carriage under the movement of Marwal, the voices outside speaking in different language that I can understand, even if I don't know it, the slight haze of green that I can see to the immediate left of me, and the ever-present bars at the bottom of my vision. Oh God, this is too much. Why is this too much? I can handle killing animals and things because the situation called for it. I could even accept something like the system I was forced to have. I could even explain understanding Kojo because I thought maybe I had developed something of a Wilson in a volleyball. I can even explain that I'm understanding this language because, why can I explain understanding this language? Isn't understanding the language a really bad thing? Like gods can see in my head and read all my thoughts. Why are my thoughts so hazy? Where was I? Oh yeah, gotta man the counter, just like when I worked in fast food. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. After today, though, we're finally going to go to the church. I can finally see if gods are real or not, and if they are, why the heck was I taken from my home like that? I can't keep the smile off my face either. I'm so excited. I'm kind of bored, though. Even with people watching, I still haven't had a single person walk up and buy something. Must be something that Kojo's doing. Oh well. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The night sky glittered as the blue moon was eclipsed by stars. Sounds in the biped village were almost non-existent as he breathed in the night air. Of course, he wasn't exactly alone in doing so. The beast of burden next to him did so as well. So why not leave? For a thing of your size, I assume there would be better things to do than stick around. He turned his head towards the origin of the hoarse voice. The large Besheld. He was, of course, slightly upset that it wasn't still scared of him. Seeing him nearly wet itself in terror brought back some feelings of superiority for a while. But after a couple minutes alone with it, it was the most questioning thing that he'd ever spoken to. Besides friend, of course. It was a promise. One cannot often discount their own words too often. Otherwise, how else can one uphold their honor and their own self-image? His reply made the beast chuckle as it turned away from him to stare at the gentle flickering of the lanterns, their blue glow seeming to calm him. Over the trodden path, there seemed to be light spugs splitting about, landing on some of the wooden supports of the buildings. A promise like that isn't too often attainable. Sooner or later, you have to leave him. The beast's voice sounded melancholic as it looked towards the end of the road and gazed off to far-off plains, before turning his attention back towards the sink beside him to speak words that he was sure that it needed to hear. You do not belong here. I know that. Believe you me. I can still feel their stares even when I pretend to be asleep. The plant sighed like a creaking tree, as something seemed to tease at the edges of his thought, some forgotten feeling from long ago. He couldn't quite put a name to it, which was odd considering becoming who he was now made his mind seem a bit clearer. It seems to me like you're trying to keep a hold of yourself. From what you've said before, he was the only thing to stay constant between you before and now. What the Besheld had said seemed to ring somewhat true to him. His friend was the only one that could tell whether or not he changed in between his evolution. He did not know if his mannerisms had gotten rid of or he simply developed new ones. For something to stand within him through it all, it would have been fairly easy for his friend to know whether or not he was changing more than he did himself. You could pray to Onda. Since you've done so much, he might have taken notice of you. At this, the plant balked. How do you know of him? How do you know of his overbearing pressure? His questions made the beast chuckle a bit before shaking a little. You think that only your kind know him? Even if you are most similar to his form, others still remember his past tales of him. He is father of beasts, after all. If his children forgot he existed, we make one filial family. The horns twisted in the light as the beast poked the lantern nearest him, as he glanced behind him as the yoke, sighing gently. Even I am no longer a proper beast. I still pray to him. I have done so in the wee hours of the night, and I still do so in the middle of the day. No matter where I am, I hold his image in my mind and pray for continued goodwill. The beast rolled his neck under his shell before turning his head to look back towards the newfound conversation partner. Even if you are no longer a proper beast. At this, the plant stood up. Silence! He stopped. He glanced around and swiveled his ears. Nothing seemed to stir. He returned his head back towards the beast and spoke, while keeping his voice at harsh whisper. I am still more beast than you. You have been tamed, chained, and broken. I can leave anytime I want and still uphold the tenets of the wild, even if my form is no longer flesh. He stared down at his paw and looked at it. He could feel the pulsing of life through his veins as he moved from some of the tendrils to making up his leg. He shivered before getting drawn out by the beast's snarl. And there it is, the realization, the dawning of the fact that you are no longer made in Father's image. That is why I tell you to pray. I know this will nag at you for a time, being how I am now as well. If I can still hear Father, though, I don't see why you can't. The Besheld black eyes gleamed in the light as he squinted on the sides of his head. His words seemed to stem from a place of hope, but its gaze felt malicious to the plant. Then he thought of something. You want me to fail, don't you? It shrugged before laying down, grass being mushed against its side. I will not lie, yes, I do, for my instincts as prey remain strong. I still want to see predators writhe in frustration and not getting what they want. Even if I wish you the best, some small part will still find satisfaction or sadness at what is to come. It tried rolling over before it got stopped by the yoke. Sighing, it resolved itself to lay on its side, idly scratching at the nooks and crannies within its shell like armor. Kojo was silent for a time before responding to him. Very well, I guess there is no other option but to pray. So Plot began doing what he hadn't since he was a pup. He laid down, raised his head to the sky, and sang. You have initiated the Song of Prayer. 2 valid deities detected. Deity 1, Onda. Deity 2, Glaud. Which deity would you like to contact? Onda stirred from his nap. Something seemed to be happening. He wasn't all too sure what it was until he recognized the screen in front of him. He sighed as he stretched his back in the moss that he sat upon. He silenced the birdsong within his domain as he walked. While on his way to his destination, he straightened out of his fur and flexed his claws. The joints were a bit stiff and sore, but only because he liked the feeling of waking up as a mortal. He started towards his pacing stream. More often than not, that was where he did most concerning the work that he'd been forced to partake in. He would walk along the shoreline and send false messages of progress towards Barank, or basically anything that had to do with the system that was set up. Except this, of course. It was a bit more important. Thus, it was kind of necessary to go towards his seat of power, his Lazing Rock. He walked upwards through the somewhat grassy knoll of his creation to the rock overlooking his prayer circle. He laid himself down upon it and checked who was actually contacting him through the prayer network. Somewhat surprised, he relaxed his stance for a bit. For him, the usual prayer was made of his younger children who would not understand the order of the world around them. Of course, when it was the cases, he'd tell them not to waste their prayers, as they were only allowed 4 others for their entire lives. Sometimes it was his priestly division, if you could call them that. Most of his priests were usually devout hunters or followers of the tenants, and they only called on him whether or not something was against him at that moment. Then there were these kinds of calls. He answered the call, and the prayer circle activated below him. The runes powered up slowly before the light from them formed and became one of his own, one that he particularly had an eye on for a while since its evolution. So you appear before me. Is there something you need, my child? At this, the vision looks upward to meet his eyes. I am still your child. At this, Under balked. Of course, even if you have changed, it is no fault of your own. If you've been born as a beast, then you're always gonna be my child. No matter what form or what circumstances you find yourself in. The tenseness in the vision's haunches loosened as it fell to the floor. Thank you, I wasn't sure. Onda barked in laughter and gazed downwards. I don't see why you should be. Out of all my children, you've upheld the tenets of strength and of the wild the most, even if you aren't among them right now. At this, the vision looked back upwards, tilting its head. You know where I am? Onda nodded. Why wouldn't I know where all my children are? Plus, the company you keep is quite interesting. The vision's face twitched a little bit before steadying its sudden shaky breath. You know about him. Onda debated on what exactly he could tell him before opening his mouth to speak. Oh, of course. Before he even arrived in your previous home, he was the subject to a most, interesting event that some gods are still puzzled by. This vision trembled a bit. Is he going to be okay? Onder's gaze turned gentle. You really care about him, don't you? The vision was startled a little at his tone of voice before nodding vigorously. Yes, we are blood brothers. It is only natural. Onder made no visible movement before his eyes seemed to gain a bit of a glint. Ah, you plan on following him until he or you dies, aren't you? The vision nodded once, almost resolutely. I cannot lie. Yes. Onder sighed as he pulled up his screen, on it the basic information of the individual before him. An unspoken question rang through the god's mind, one best kept for later. There was a better one that actually helped his future prospects. If you plan on following him, no matter where it takes you, you might end up in places I cannot reach, and places where you are at a significant disadvantage. You know that, don't you? The vision began to nod absent-mindedly before halting. Its gaze wandered down as it thought, before bringing up its head and speaking. Yes, I know. I do not ask for much, simply for you to watch over me, and if anything were to occur, I understand. I will make sure that your story will be told. The vision nodded before beginning to fade out of existence. However, it quickly was brought back to visibility and looked very confused. You know, I could let you leave now, but there is something I need to give you first. At this, the vision balked. There was usually only one reason that someone would be kept past their original prayer's goals, and that would be a blessing. A god's blessing was often hard to attain, even harder to keep, as most often than not, those blessings would fade if the god found anything poor within the filial ability. So it was reasonable for the vision to bow low before it. No, I do not deserve such things. If I think you deserve them, then you do. What other authority would you say could better judge you? At this, the god stood up for the first time in the entire conversation and began walking downwards off of his sitting rock through the air. As he got closer to the vision, it began to shake violently under the throes of emotion. It was only when a paw touched his back that it stopped. I name thee champion of the wilds and of beast. May you walk unhindered by peer and those of lowly station. May my power flow through you along with my will as you walk the ground. May your claws find victory and your hide go untarnished. As the ceremony played out, the vision began to get clearer and clearer within the glade, its form gaining definition beyond what the light gave it. Now that you have been appointed the station, I hope that you can bring honor onto it. Blunt nodded. By the way, there's been something bothering me about your name. Blunt cocked his head. The skill makes everything a tad too literal for my taste. Your name wasn't meant to be literally plant. It's exactly what it sounds like. Kojo. Kojo nodded. Before I bid you leave, there is something I need to do. A screen appeared in front of Kojo. This is the result of your new vocation. You can now understand the common tongue of bipeds, as well as read their language. This makes the voice much easier to understand, as well as more ingrained with you. Your abilities will be better understood, and I've also left you some new ones for you to figure out. He gestured towards the bottom of the list. I think you'll find this one particularly helpful when trying to join your friend inside places you can't go. Kojo stared at the last line a bit before grinning. Thank you for all you have done, my god. Onder tilted his head. It was of no real consequence. Let it not be known that I do not help my children if I am able. He nodded his head downwards towards the runic circle. You should probably go soon. Doing this made you actually disappear from the world, and some might question where you are if you spend any more time here. Kojo nodded before he vanished, without a trace. Onder looked around the silent glade before sighing, It wasn't often he held company, and it saddened him that he had to send them away so soon. Of course, in his mind he knew it had to be done. After all, as all things are with gods, this was calculated, albeit with the child's best interest in mind. If he wanted to pick a champion, there was no better to pick. This was a fusion that hadn't been seen in a while after all. It would be rather unfortunate if he hadn't been able to capitalize on it before Glaud could. Plus, this let him get a fair bit closer to smelling where exactly the newcomer was. So far, he had gotten scents of grasses and flowers, and the slight scent of wood and the sea. There were a couple places like that he knew of. Fewer still had cities nearby. Onda could only hope that he could find it faster than any other god here. The plan was at stake, after all. End of chapter.
This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Datamagnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.